Hello and welcome to our very special bonus edition of the Fordy Runs Podcast. We put together some of our favourite podcasts from the last few years to keep you amused as you travel, or maybe you're sitting around a pool and you've got nothing better to do. So we put 6 episodes together and we've given you sort of a flavour of all the cool stuff that we do here at the Fordy Runs Podcast. We've got some great guests and I'll come on to each episode what we've got coming, but just to give you a bit of a heads up, we've got like stuff about nutrition, some sort of marathon training, avoiding injuries kind of deal. We've got some other bits and bobs that you might find interesting. We've obviously got some fun and games in there as well. But yeah, we put together 6 episodes. So sit back, relax, and enjoy our sort of collection of 6 of our favorite podcast episodes. And I'll shortly introduce you to our first episode that you're going to be listening or watching too. Okay, guys, so before we get into episode 1, what I do want you all to do is, if you're watching on YouTube, I want you to hit that subscribe button. If you're listening to this as a podcast, once you've done that, I want you to go along and leave us a nice review. It really helps the podcast, really helps the channel, and we really appreciate it if you do that. So thank you. Okay, so episode 1 is how to avoid injuries during marathon training. We had a physio come on and talk to us about injury prevention and all that kind of stuff. It's a really good episode. So to get ready, maybe a piece of paper and a pen or on your phone, make some notes, because this is a cracking episode about how to avoid some injuries and a little bit of insight into what to do in the gym as well in terms of strength training. Yeah, as well. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this week's episode of the Long Run Show, where I am joined by 2 absolute weapons of mass destruction. We've got Beth, who is currently in a Premier Inn, don't ask, and we've got Ty, which I'm going to say probably 3 or 4 times wrong before I get it right, down in the bottom, but they've moved since we was in the green room, and he is going to be answering questions, people, about injury prevention for runners, because you are from where?
Carter and George practice.
Which is?
Based everywhere, from as far north as Glasgow, as far south as Brighton, and everywhere in between. Hertford's our main flagship area.
Yeah, and they are my go-to physios. So that's what we're on, and that's what we thought we'd get somebody who actually knows what they're talking about, because Beth and I tend to sort of muddle our way through stuff. Beth, obviously, you're coming back from injury, aren't you?
Yeah, we try, but we're not a professional.
Well, we're not professional. We may look it, especially when I walk around in my white jacket or white overalls, Beth. Yeah, I didn't think about it. It's all right, Ty. We was at the National Running Show at the weekend, and we was wearing white boiler suits.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a strong look that caught a lot of people's attention, but it was a good look, I think, Beth. I think we
pulled it off. I do think we pulled it off. The personalisation added the extra flair.
Yes, 100%. We look, I would say ourselves, but we look good. Just to pre-warn everybody who's listened to this as a podcast, well, anybody who knows the show well by now, I do have the world's loudest dog sat there. So as we all know now on this podcast, if Prime, Amazon or anybody else comes to my front door, just pretend that you didn't hear all the barking. Maybe just hit mute for that section. I'll let them out. Okay, so you've all been warned. Buds is in the room. And to anybody who's watched this podcast or listened to this podcast will fully know. We was doing a video the other day. We had to cut it because, and I kept some of it in. He was just went nuts in that. It's just, I wouldn't mind, but he's actually only big.
He just needs his own section.
Have you got a dog, Ty?
I grew up with a dog, but I don't have one. I've just got too many kids, so it's not.
Oh, yeah, I know they're a pain
as well.
Oh, yeah, it's much easier having dogs, isn't it? I don't know, actually. Right, so anyway, what I want to talk about, as I said, injury prevention, right? Because what I see as a running coach is people running too much, too quickly, too much load, blah, 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 and they do all the usual sort of stuff badly, right? And it's like you could write a book on everything that everybody does wrong. And it doesn't matter whether they're training for marathons or they're doing catch to 5K. It's always the classic stuff that they do. They go, oh, yeah, I'm into running. I'm going to run every day and I'm going to run as fast as I can. And then they end up coming to you and spending a lot of money. Now, there are obviously things that everybody can do to prevent some of that. From your perspective, what are probably the most common injuries for runners that you guys treat?
Well, I think first of all, it's worth noting that, like from a global or philosophical point of view, injury prevention for runners is not about avoiding load. You'll hear that a lot of the time. Then as soon as you start speaking to runners and saying, talking about load, their head flies off and they're like, I've got no interest in this anymore. He doesn't understand. But it isn't about that. But it's about knowing which tissues are being specifically overloaded. That's a different concept to global load, right? So running injuries are all about capacity errors, like not technical errors. And I'm not a running coach, so I'm not going to go and coach somebody about how they run, but I am going to talk to them about it's the sequencing of how the tissues are being loaded and when they're being loaded and how long those different tissues take to recover. So whether it's bone being loaded in a certain way or tendons loading in a certain way or muscles loading in a certain way, they each require a slightly different prescription to get stronger or to build the capacity to be able to withstand what you're doing. But you're training them all at the same time and all in the same way. Whereas some tissues will really adapt to that, other tissues won't. So I don't know. Let me give you a simple example. You might do a hill sprint session and your quads might absolutely love that, even though they feel the burn, and your Achilles tendons might absolutely hate that, or your patella tendon might absolutely hate that. Now, your tendons might take 2 days to recover. Your quads might be fine to go for a simple run the next day. And because you did a hard hill session on that day, you're like, right, I'll just do a slow plod. And your quads will thank you for that. Your tendons, right? Your tendons will be screaming for another day or two. And it's that type of error accumulated, never usually just one thing, but compounded week after week after week. Because let's face it, runners are dedicated. They love a
hardcore.
Yeah. So you get your plan, you have a look at it. You got to do this on Wednesday. You're doing it on Wednesday, aren't you? It doesn't really matter how you feel. You're going to do that. So, and it's just if I'm spending time and energy talking to patients about things rather than doing things, it's that part. It's that part of getting them to understand that, like, okay, what did we really get from today's session? You thought you were opening up your lungs. What you're really doing was really stressing out those tendons. Now, have you got a recovery strategy for the tendons? Because your lungs will be fine in 7 hours' time. Your tendons might need 48. And it's just understanding that sometimes. And if you get that right, the rest of it's easy.
In terms of the kind of when you see people come in, often people come in saying, I've got a sore knee, for example. But often it's not the knee that's the issue. It's something else. So how does that kind of, I guess, education piece, if someone has a sore knee, should they be doing stretching? Should they go and see a physio straight away? What would be your general advice? Obviously, it depends on what
it does. There's two simple answers to that. The first one is at the point where you're getting pain, that's probably a delayed sign. Something else has happened before that. The overload has happened. The tissues have broken down. The failures occurred before you got pain. Pain is the signal that comes after you've been ignoring the pre-signal. The fatigue, the heavy strides, the leggy feelings, the lack of concentration, the clumsiness. Those are your subtle signs that you've been ignoring for 2, 3, 4 days or weeks. And then eventually your body goes, I've got to up the ante here a little bit. You're ignoring me. And then I start throwing off pain. And that can sometimes be directly where the issue is. Like you said, my knee's hurting, so it's my knee. And sometimes it can be my back's a bit stiff. And then 2 days later, my knee's hurting or the back of my leg's hurting. And the primary source might be your back, but it's referring to your knee.
So that's... sorry, go on, Ty. No, go on.
No, I was just going to say what I'd always advise, and this is going to sound like a pitch, isn't it? Come and see us.
Yeah.
Come and see any of our physios at Carter and George, because it makes sense. See a specialist. I mean, look, I'm not going to pretend I don't try and do some DIY. My missus comes in and says, the cupboard door's hanging off, or there's a little bit of a leak coming out of the washing machine. I will do my best to rummage around in a crap toolbox for a rubbish screwdriver or a set of pliers or something and wiggle it about and look impressive. But pretty soon after that, I'm on the call to somebody who knows a lot better than me, and I'll just get them to fix it. And I think that's the key here. Like, my advice is always go get it assessed. Yeah. If we're talking about quick things, if we're talking about you did a run, you were perfectly fine, your calves feeling a bit tight or a bit sore, the obvious things in those acute moments that you can Google or ChatGPT or whatever are give it a little bit of a stretch, work out whether heat or cold makes the difference for you. And the science is a little bit sketchy here about whether or not heat or cold is absolutely the right thing to do, but do the thing that feels right for you. But what are the big bang for your bucks? Hydrate and rest. They're the things, but they're the things that people probably don't want to do as much.
No, especially runners, they never want to rest. But how do you tell that? I suppose, how do you tell? Well, no, I know this. I'm answering the question, but I know the answer because when I saw Sophie at Carter and George, Sophie, she said to me, I'll never forget it. when I tore my calf muscle and you guys got me back on the road, she said to me, Fordy, if the pain's more than 4, don't run. Which was brilliant advice. Yeah? And I've actually even given that to my clients that I coach as a runner, as a running coach. And that's, because I was going to say to you, how do you tell the difference between that sort of normal training soreness that I've currently got riddled throughout my body because I'm coming into that period of time in my training plan.
And you're an athlete.
But then and then you've got that injury early warning system, and they're kind of two things.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if I was going to give my patients advice, I think the first one would be, how does this rate relative to your normal experience of doing that particular activity? If you know that you've done that run 3 times, and usually you wake up with a little bit of morning stiffness, but it goes by about 10:30 once you're up and running. If this is now creeping into 12:31, that's not your normal response to that run. Something's up a little bit there. Mm-hmm. I think if, again, your normal recovery for that type of run is a day and a half, and it's creeping into day 2 or day 3, you know it's more than just a little bit of tiredness and a bit of stiffness. So I think you've got a decent barometer of what you should expect if you're an experienced runner, because you've done it enough time. So that's firstly, listen to your body in that sense. I love the idea of having a pain threshold or something that's reasonable. For me, it's absolutely worth getting checked out if it changes your normal pattern of movement.
Yeah.
All right. So if your stride length's changing, if you're stiff, if you've got to adapt to posture, if you're limping or anything like that, that's absolutely worth getting checked out, because that's a bit more than something you can shake off. Yeah,
actually, you made me think of something there. Again, it's I came to you guys, and I can't remember the name of the lady who I saw. It wasn't Sophie, but I had it was like tendon issues. She did that shockwave, which, by the way, if anyone's thinking about having shockwave, it's extremely painful. I'm just pre-warning you. And if it goes anywhere near that bone, you might as well just get a knife and stick it in your head. It hurts less. But anyway, the point is that she fixed me and got me all back together, because it wasn't right. And actually what we established after like the 6 sessions was I'd managed to do it because I was using the foot press, and I was doing single leg foot press. But on one of the foot presses I was going higher and I was going lower. So I was really loading on the bottom at the calf, and that's what had aggravated it. But because I just kept repeating it and then kept running on it, and because I'm an idiot, I keep doing that. But it was only until we sort of gone through that whole motion that we realised, and she got to the bottom of what had actually been that root cause. But I knew, so as you, is that instinct was to go and seek help, because I know when something's not right. And I think that's the thing, isn't it? We as runners, we tend to, I mean, Beth, you've just been so injured, but you do tend to run through stuff, right? Don't you?
Yeah.
And I think you've got to be able to, haven't you?
Yeah. Go on, Beth.
No, I think as well, it's that thing that it can just be one thing. It can just be one accident. It can just be one thing. But often, kind of like what you were saying before, it's a build-up of things over time. So for me, I did a half marathon. I did a 5K relatively close together. I got PBs on them both, which was amazing. But ultimately, that led to me being injured afterwards. When I take a step back, and after I've got a physio up in Carlisle, who's amazing, doing amazing things for me. And it's actually that strength training. I was doing none of it at all. Strength, stretch, warm-ups, cool-downs, none of it. And you actually have to, we say we're runners, but you need to take it a little bit wider. And to be a runner in the long term, you need to do a lot of other things as well. So I think for me, that's been a big learning over my injury journey, is that, yes, I'm a runner, but I'm also a gymmer now, because I need that to be able to run.
Absolutely. Sometimes doing the thing, you don't develop the right endurance, tissue capacity, strength, whatever metric you want to use to describe it. Just doing the thing is not enough. You have to do the things outside the thing in order to do it. You use a silly analogy, but you could have the best one in the world that you've got the perfect eating plan. But if you don't write a shopping list and you don't get yourself to the supermarket, that's going to fall down, isn't it? Yeah. And nobody likes going to the supermarket to do that bit, because that's the boring bit. But everyone loves eating the nice meal. But you've got to do the bit around the bit. That's it in simple Russia.
Talking about that, it's an interesting point. Again, I'll go back, blowing smoke up her bum, but she deserves it. I credited when I saw Sophie the other day for a sports massage, I said to her, I actually thanked her because she was the one who really hit home about the strength side of things for me when I came to see her all those years ago when I'd done my carb. Because I was so useless in terms of single leg strength. I mean, it was embarrassing. Like, considering I'd run Christ knows how many marathons and half marathons. I still to this day, I don't know how I'd done them based on my leg strength, single leg back then. So I thanked her because she was the one who started me on that strength journey. But what would you say is like, I don't know, 2 or 3 sort of core exercises or strength like ideas that a runner could just do? Like, even don't have a gym, but like just do something to help them. Is there any for like 2 or 3 things you could suggest?
Bent leg calf raises.
Yeah.
You got to do those. Your calf complex is 2 muscles, your gastrocnemius and your soleus.
Mm-hmm.
Your soleus does about 70 to 75% of all the work. And it's the one that works when your knee is bent. And when you're running at sub-maximal speeds and long distances, that's the one that's going to blow up. And people are pretty good at doing calf raises with their legs straight, and they get on the bottom of the stairs and they do that, and they can pump those out. As soon as you ask them to bend their legs and do it, the difference is frightening. And if they want bang for their buck, they go heavy and high volume as well. Do that regularly every day. Get yourself to about 120 body weight, single leg, bent leg calf raises, and you'll be bulletproof. Now, you can't do that overnight.
That sounds awful.
It is awful.
Awful.
It is awful. But you probably do 20,000, 30,000, 50,000 versions of those when you're jogging, running, and training.
True, innit?
And so if you can build a capacity to be able to do that, now you can't just go and wake up tomorrow and go, right, Ty said, I've got to do 120 of these. You will definitely be in the clinic fairly soon.
I'll be back to see Sophie on Friday.
So you break it down and you pace it into chunks, and it accumulates over time, and you start to get, more and more resilient to that. So that's number 1 for me.
Yeah.
Easy one. Number 2 is, you're familiar with the concept of isometric training?
Talk to me about it.
Your muscles work in 3 ways. They either get shorter, they get longer, or they just stay still. And they stay still under tension. That's your isometric contraction. And tendons quite like that. So if you can train, whether it's, kicking your knee out into a knee extension, whether it's pulling your heel towards your bum like that in a static position, whether it's doing a glute bridge and holding at the top, whether it's doing a tiptoe, but you hold at the top of a tiptoe. If you can develop strength under tension, your tendons will get stronger and more robust. And they're the things that when your muscle unit's really fatigued, they're going to take all that energy and try and absorb it and reapply it. And so if we can take care of our tendons, that's a really nice, simple way of doing things. It doesn't leave a mark like doing strength training does in the same way. You go do some heavy squats or heavy deadlifts or heavy single leg presses, and you feel it for 2 days, and it might impact your run. Yeah, you go and do heavy isometric stuff, you won't feel it the next day. It'll be absolutely fine.
On the isometric stuff, I've got a few at the moment because my hamstrings are really tight and like a lot weaker than everything else. So my physio has given me a few of those. Like, basically, the sound so simple, they are so hard. Like what, 1.5 these isometric things. So I've got one where literally it's like a bit of a lunge, so you're bending both legs and you're kind of in a little bit of a lunge. Hold that for 2 minutes. By the end of it, like, everything is on fire. And then I've got one where I'm a clam. You're like behind, and you put your one leg in the air and one leg's with the heel on the floor. Honestly, try it for 2 minutes. It is an absolute killer.
I've got the gym tomorrow. I'm gonna YouTube that. I'm gonna be bits. I can see this already. I'm gonna first I'm gonna look like a helmet. Yeah, and then I'm gonna end up. But as you say, the thing is, I find with leg sessions, right, they're great at the front end of a plan, but I tend to ease out of them a little bit when I get into the sort of the guts of a marathon training plan. I tend to ease off my legs a little bit because, again, I'm running, so I'm looking for core strength and sort of overall strength because the DOMs are just like. But
you could do. There's loads of research to suggest that if you work around 70-75% of your strongest, that will give you about 95% of the gains. So you don't always have to lift the very heaviest that you can lift and really leave that soreness there. You can come off it a little bit, leave a few reps in the tank. The other thing is doing one meaningful set. One meaningful set of everything is still really good. Instead of dropping it completely, because the first set of most exercises gives you about 60-65% of what you're going to get. And then you top it up with the second set. And by the third set, you're getting marginal gains now. Accumulated, obviously, you get lots. But when you're trying to strip back on volume, that one meaningful set at the beginning, when you're fresh, takes you 20 minutes to go through and do that. It's a quick session as well.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
Suddenly you're feeling good.
Yeah, that's a good call, actually, bro. That's good. That's really good advice. So I tend to do legs like on a Monday because I tend to have a rest day, full rest day, unless I've got a race. Like, so this Monday I didn't. I did just an upper session because I had a race on Sunday. But usually I do my legs on a Sunday because they're a little bit fresher. But as I have gone through the Chicago block, after about week 8, I took the legs out effectively because I was so frightened of getting injured.
Yeah, I hear you.
And also, don't forget, I'm running 50, 60 miles a week. So the DOMS comes to Saturday on my long run. I'm like, I can't handle this. So, but that's really good advice because I would never would have thought that. So just lighten the load and do like less.
Think of it like, look, and I don't do long distance running personally. I'm just not built for it. I've got little legs like Fred Flintstone. But when you're running and you're getting carb depleted, you don't sit down and have a quick curry and then carry on again. You take small little bits, little dosages, micro dosage, and then you go again. A couple of jelly babies here, a bit of an energy gel there, and you keep going. All you're doing is just topping up. But you're making sure that you never hit zero. And that's the same principle with microdosing strength work. You don't always have to go in and do a big 60-minute workout where you leave it all on the gym floor. Sometimes it could just be a purposeful 20 minutes, but really well spread out every 3 days, every 4 days. Just keep it topping up.
Yeah,
and that will accumulate so you don't get these big spikes and then these big drops and then having to rebuild up again.
I've started doing that with my upper actually because on a Tuesday I'm tending to hit a hard interval session, but I'll do 20, 30 minutes of just like core / a little bit of upper, but mainly core sort of stuff. Again, 20 minutes, nothing crazy heavy, but I've already found over the last 6 weeks that's benefiting me just by adding that in.
Perfect.
Yeah, it seems to work. It doesn't impact my running at all, other than the fact my man boobs are absolutely killing me on the treadmill because of the DOMS, but that's a story for another day. I'm going to change tactic a little bit. I don't know how much of this is relevant to you because I saw another chap at your gaff when I had because you do all the, what's that store? Gait and all that sort of stuff, don't you? Yeah. I had this really fancy thing, Beth, right? And I had to walk about. I was good because I like walking about. And I had all this 3D stuff printed out and it was really awesome. Shoes, right? In terms of injury prevention, because I hear this a lot from my runners in terms of like, should I be running in this shoe? Should I be, because my knees are hurting and all this. And I'm like, no, you need to get in the gym. You need to strengthen and that will take care of that. But I do understand, but let's not do that. I told you, warned you. But I do tend to, because I have advised clients in the past. So if they're struggling with, let's say, calf issues, to have a look at the drop of their shoe. A lot of people at the moment, you wouldn't believe it, are running in low drop shoes because a lot of the brands at the moment are doing like 6 mil drop. But they may have come from like a 12 mil or a 10 mil in their other shoes, and they don't realize the impact that's having repeatedly doing that over a course of a week of running on their calves. And especially if you're not doing any mobility work, stretching, or any strength work at all, right, on your calves. So in terms of shoes and injury prevention, is there any like links or advice or anything around that sort of stuff?
I mean, the caveat is always get it assessed, as always.
Yeah, 100%.
And we do have the foot scanner that you can have your gait assessed and have a look. But it's more than that. You could do a squat on that. You could do a single leg balance on that. We can have a look at whether your toes functioning very well. We can have a look at where you put your pressure on the outside or the inside of your foot. And that does give us an opportunity to then link that to the symptoms that you have and suggest whether or not the reason that you might be getting a little bit of heel pain or back pain or calf pain or overloading your hamstrings is because you're not transferring forces in a balanced way or the right way. So certainly I think that can help. And you can do it in one of two ways. If you've got a structural problem that is likely to stay around, then that could be a really nice full-time solution for you where you go and get some, custom-made insoles made.
The insoles. And
that's right.
That's another one that always comes up is like, oh, do I need these insoles? Well, you maybe, but you need somebody proper, right?
I was going to ask about that one because I've got my own custom-made insoles, which basically level me up, basically. But there's a lot of people that just go for either kind of like we were at the running show at the weekend, for example, and there was a few insole shops or stalls where there were just kind of standard insoles that you'd put into your feet, but you'd kind of think the trainers would have some sort of insole in. So what's the benefit of kind of buying either a bespoke insole that's tailored to your foot, kind of a standard insole that you might just see in the high street, and then just using the shoes kind of insole?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think it depends, my perspective, on which end of the spectrum you are. Are you somewhere where you've got a structural fault, either that's your default skeleton or you've had significant injury that now isn't going to really change, and therefore how you used to walk is different, or how one foot moves relative to the other, or knee or hip or whatever that kinetic chain is now forced to move slightly differently. And that might need a very bespoke specialist input. You've got the other end of the spectrum, which is that maybe due to the fatigue, the training, the imbalances that you naturally have, you're currently not moving well, or you're not moving optimized. And a short-term insole, whether it's off the counter or a change of footwear, whether it's just a shoe with a slightly higher camber or thicker heel or wherever it might be the thing that you need just for now. And we do both. So, I might see somebody who's got a bit of Achilles tendinopathy. It's a bit sore. It's not going to be something permanent, but they don't really want to lose 6 or 8 weeks of training in the block that they're in. So we might provide them with a slight heel raise, for example, if that's what they need. They can then continue their training and their symptoms are much more modifiable. And we can keep them in to get them through that short-term goal of I wanted to run the Boston Marathon or whatever it might be. They do that with the caveat that, okay, once we come back, now we're into some proper addressing what the root cause of the problem is. So you can use it both ways. I am not a specialist in that field. I'm not a biomechanist. But I can get somebody on the foot scanner and get them to do a squat and see what they're not doing. And on that big screen, they can also see what they're not doing. And just by talking to them and saying, look, press more for your big toe, spread your knees a little bit. Now look at how your feet mark up and how your force is different. And it's amazing how that feedback can just change everything.
I think it's really interesting, like the whole technology part in general, because historically someone would have had to watch you like run on a treadmill, for example. Whereas now you have all this tech that can basically say the pressure's going through here or X, Y, and Z. It's so interesting, because I know I did one as well, and you kind of discover things that like no one would ever really be able to know just with the human eye.
Sorry, just tie on that, right? Just to cut across you, because it's really interesting. When I saw you guys, right, I realised that my toes are like gripping like this, right? And what that was causing was blisters, basically, in the marathon, in certain shoes, where for whatever reason, my toes I was trying to cling on, and that was causing friction. And that's where I was getting the blisters from. Sorry to cut across you, but I would have never known that if, like you say, if that data weren't there.
100%. And I think I've evolved as a practitioner over time. I think when I first started out, I was unaware of a lot of things. And then I became very aware of all these different things. I became really tech heavy and tech reliant, data heavy, data reliant, almost inhumanely. You're just like, you've got to follow these numbers, you've got to chase these targets. And you get really purist about things and you want to be perfect, absolutely everything. And then you see the human side, which is that people are amazing and they can adapt and they can do crazy things even when you don't think. And then you get the individual nuance, and then it gets a bit confusing. You're like, I don't really know. And so the bottom line now is where my stance is like, what's your personal belief? I can see things physically and I can talk to you about that. But if you are like, look, I'm not going to do these 12 exercises that you give me every day religiously, but I will wear those insoles every single run. And if that helps my knee pain reduce by 30%, that's the win I'm looking for. We can have that frank conversation as two adults, and you can say to me, that's what I want from you. And we can do that. Will I still try and educate and push and promote and cajole and convince you that actually doing these things are really beneficial? Of course I will, because I'm a preacher and that's the way I work. That's my profession, right? But equally, I want the best for you. I don't want you to keep coming back to me because you break every 6 months. So we've got to find a nice balance. But to answer the question about tech, it's amazing and we're only going to keep going further. It's only going to get more and more brilliant. But we still got to stay true to the human side, which is, the tech will take us so far, give us so much intel if we still keep ignoring the intel.
Yeah, the basics, Yeah.
When your Garmin's telling you your your HRVs through the ceiling, or your sleep recovery is at 12%, you're still going to go for that run. The tech's useless, isn't it? Like, at the end of the day,
as physios, right? This is random. Do you think some of that data that we live by as runners, you say the HRV, do you think we should be following that? I'm not going to caveats all this sort of stuff, but in terms of data points, is this something we should? Because HRV, right? I don't understand it. It tells me I've just gone out for another run, and it's telling me that my performance is -7 today. I'm thinking, you know what? You're going in the road in a minute, sunshine. I've got a double run today because I've got this and this and this to hit, right? So you've got no idea. But does that HRV and all that sort of stuff, does it actually mean anything? Should we be following it really? Or should we be listening more to our bodies?
I mean, you should listen to your bodies. For some people, what the wearable does is it makes it measurable, or it makes it a target, or it keeps you accountable to something. That's all it is. If we talk about HRV, all it's talking about is your central nervous system and whether or not it's got room to adapt, or whether when you've got a low HRV, it means it's really struggling. That's it. And then it maybe draws you to the metrics that make up HRV. How's my training been? How's my sleep been? How stressed am I? Am I ill? When you start looking at those things, it gives you context. Now, if you're the type of person that goes, HRV is flagging a little bit, I'm going to have an extra hour's sleep. I might think about changing my training session. And I have had 2 really big meetings this week that are just taken it out of me. I'm going to adapt my training accordingly. That's done its job for you.
Yeah.
If you're like, shh, I'm going for a run in 10 minutes, you know, and I've had that before. I've had athletes that would take off their watch for 2 days when they're unwell because they don't want their HRV streak to go in the wrong direction, you know. So
it's true, though. It's true. It drives me up the wall.
Yeah, you can.
Keeps telling me I've been unproductive. I'm like, hang on a minute. I just busted out a 40-minute 10K. How can I be unproductive? It's just things drive me up the bleeding wall. The only thing I've always said it on this podcast, the only thing I actually follow religiously, and I don't know whether that's Beth, you know, like me, whether that's just my autistic ways, is just the sleep. That's the only thing I obsess over, right? Is this the only thing I follow religiously is the sleep. But the rest of it, it's like, how does it fit into my plan of the week?
And the Burger King locations.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, local Burger King in Enfield. I've got 2 other questions for you. One of them's a little bit controversial, so we'll go with that one first. As a practice, now I don't know whether you got this information or not, but it's interesting. I had a conversation with somebody who also had a conversation with some physios, and they had the opinion, and I don't know if I should, I'm probably going to get shot for saying this, but they've seen an upturn in injuries through the popularity of running training apps.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff at the moment on any socials about influencers running through injuries and all this sort of stuff. And that's a can of worms I don't want to get into. But as a practice, because of and it's a good thing, because of the younger generation getting into running, more people are doing running and stuff like that, which I think is brilliant. Would you say as a practice, and I don't know, be honest, say if you haven't got that, you haven't got that, but would you say you've seen an uptick in that sort of younger generation getting more running injury related injuries coming through the doors?
I wouldn't say necessarily younger populations per se. I would say there's definitely timings for things. You know, when it's Wimbledon, we start to see racket-based injuries. When it's the Football World Cup, we'll see the same thing. When see it's marathon season, or January, dry January, we might see an upswing like that. I wouldn't necessarily. I would say, oh no, we haven't seen tons more running injuries than normal. That's fair enough. But to be fair, I don't think that's something that we, as a practice, would put that much focus on in terms of going, do we audit which types of injuries we get more of? I think anecdotally we feel it, but I don't think it matters, because if suddenly we got, 20% more running injuries, we're not going to start turning away people who don't get running injuries. Yeah. So it might just maybe draw our attention to looking at the why and maybe thinking about how we support that better, and if our staff are well versed in managing those injuries. But I think we do a really good job of covering all our bases anyway.
Yeah, it was an interesting comment that was made, and it was based on a conversation with some physio practices that they'd seen more. And I know there's a lot over social media at the moment about following certain running plans used via apps that people are getting injured because they're very aggressive and that kind of thing. I was just interested to know more from that data point.
I think we get a little bit more of the perimenopausal focus now. I think women are being they're coming into more advice, education, information around red S, around perimenopausal effects, bone mineral density stuff leading to like stress fractures in shins or hips or things like that. That's really
interesting.
It is great.
Yeah, perimenopausal women. Yeah. And they're sort of, as I say, they're sort of more, I know this because with my wife, right? So like she had recently this like terrible like shoulder thing that was going on, which apparently is common and all this sort of stuff. I don't really know too much about it. But so in terms of like runners, as female runners, for that perimenopause, what sort of stuff are you seeing from them? What is there anything I
would say
to help
because what happens is estrogen production then gets a little bit erratic during that period of time. Right. Really important hormone for the females, and it's also really important for tendon stiffness and recovery. It's important for bone remodeling. It impacts sleep quality and heat regulation and just general stress. So your HRV. So for runners, female runners particularly, they might find that during that time, tendons are more prone to injury, recovery takes longer, they might get shin splints, they might get problems with sleep, and they might feel the temperature regulation's hard to, and all of that will impact on their ability to train, or they'll ignore it because they've got that elite mentality of I need to run. Yeah, exactly. And then it ends up into injury. And whilst that won't be the thing that's caused it, it might just tip it over the edge. And it might make them slightly less resilient to that. And that's where, as Bethany said, bringing in those collateral training things like strength training, saunas, ice baths.
Saunas, you got me at sauna.
Do they have one in the Premier Inn?
Unfortunately not. Although it's quite warm in here, so I maybe need to find the aircon.
Just turn the rad up. That's interesting on the old the perimenopause. You see more of that. That's interesting. The fact on that side of things. Actually, I'm glad you mentioned it.
I think it works both ways. I think practitioners become more knowledgeable about it because we see it more. I think we hear about it more. It becomes more of a on vogue topic to talk about. You have to upskill. You have to learn. You have to understand. Sometimes people are very classic in their presentations of, that's that thing and that's that thing. And then sometimes they're coming in about one thing. I've just got some knee pain, I run. And it could be very linear, just knee pain running. But you start to put it together. Last year I had an Achilles thing. And actually a few weeks ago, I started getting this shin pain. I haven't been sleeping very well. And when you start to piece it all together, you're like, there's a bigger picture, maybe. Not always, but maybe. And it's just good for that to be on people's radar, I think.
Okay. Last question, Beth, if you think of one as well. Because I've got a cracker. Okay. What and you're not allowed to say come see Physio because it's cheating. Okay. But it's kind of like that. But what's that one piece of advice you wish like every runner knew before they even got to your front door, basically? And don't get me wrong, I know you're a business, so you want people to come in.
So, what's that one piece of advice that I always knew? Nothing beats a full rest day.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
24 hours of doing nothing. Yeah. If you want to do something, do a bit of yoga, maybe have a float in a pool, but like sleep and do nothing. Yeah. Nothing beats that. There's no trump to that. There's no amount that you can put in the bucket that will top taking the effort out of the bucket by sleeping.
Yeah. That's Beth, what question? Come on, you've got it.
I think my question would be if someone has unfortunately got injured and they've been to see you and they've lost their confidence when they want to return to running, what's the one piece of advice you would kind of give to, I guess, reassure that things won't necessarily happen again, or to reassure them going back into that running phase that they can almost do it? What would be the one piece of advice returning from injury, I guess?
One piece of advice is quite tough there, Beth, but the thing that we would do, the process that we would do, I would like to think would give you that confidence. So it's easy to try and say the thing, but if I can show you, if we take Fordy's example of his single leg stuff, if I can show you when you turned up injured, you had a 30% deficit between your right leg and your left leg in quad strength. But when you came out the other side, you've got a less than 5% deficit, you've proven that hard work that you've done has now corrected that imbalance and you can go. And we actually have a thing called a return to training or return to play screening process, where we literally do a head to toe analysis and pick out all of those imbalances and those weaknesses, and relative to like the general population as well. So we might give you a left to right symmetry score, and we might also give you, and you're in the 10th percentile or the 30th percentile, the 50th percentile. So when you close those gaps with the bespoke plan, you won't even have to ask that question about confidence, because you'll see it and the data will be there to prove it to you. So I think my one piece of advice is not something I would say. It's more, I think we're thorough enough with what we do that you should walk out confident anyway.
Trust the process.
Yeah,
trust the process. Yeah. Okay, maybe that's a good piece of advice. Trust our process.
Yeah, trust the process. Right, Charlie, we've run out of time. I've got to go and get Scarlett from dancing. What's the website? Let's do the massive plug. Go. Tell everyone where they can find out where their local one is.
Yeah, if you go on any search engine and type in Carson and George Physiotherapy, you will find our website. You can then find us also on social media, on all the social media platforms pretty much. Look us up. You just click on the site that's closest to you. If you don't know, just look in the search box that says find me or find us, type in your postcode and the closest one will come. You get a big, wide selection of experiences. All of our practitioners are absolutely awesome.
Brilliant.
All of our practices are awesome. So yeah, definitely come and see us.
And I can say hand on heart, I couldn't care less, because you know me by now, black and white. Genuinely, these people put me back together again. I tore my calf muscle. Sophie put me back together, made me a stronger, better runner after that. And then, as I said, I've had multiple issues that I've seen you guys, they fixed me. They've got it's not BS, I don't care. They've got all this equipment. I don't know what half of it does. You end up, you go in there, you get some stuff chucked on you, you get this zapped on you and that, and then you come out and you go, all right, off I go for a run. It's brilliant. So, I can't give you guys enough credit. So, look, thanks very much. We really appreciate you coming on. It's been really informative. I mean, really informative. It's great. So we appreciate you doing that. Thanks very much. Beth, you back. I don't know what you're going to do that Premier in. I've got no idea. We're back as usual. I'm live on Monday. We're back Friday, so check that out. Thanks again, Ty. We shall see you guys later. Okay, so our next episode is all about marathon training, nutrition. We had a nutritionist onto the channel, onto the podcast, and we're talking about what to eat, carb loading, gels, supplements, and all that kind of stuff. It's one of the things that we get asked the most about. And Hayden and I and the rest of the team, we're not nutritionists. So we've got ourselves a nutritionist onto the podcast, and we hope you enjoy this episode. Hello, team, and welcome to another one of our amazing specials. Well, not really special because we're doing more of them, Hayden. Podcast where we're talking about sort of more fundamental stuff, Hayden, would you say? More coaching, like
absolutely the fundamental, the nuts and bolts.
The nuts and bolts of anybody who's like marathon training at the moment. At the moment, you're probably in the midst of it. You're in the trenches of marathon training. You feel like giving up because it's been raining every day and you've had enough. But we've got an absolutely, and I'm not underplaying this, cracking guest for you all, because we wanted to talk today about nutrition. And there's only one person that we turn to when we talk about nutrition. That's Janie Perry Nutrition, who I want you all to go over and follow on Instagram immediately. What do you think, Janie? Is that a good idea?
That's a really good idea. At Janie Perry Wellness, confusingly, on Instagram.
There you go. So, yes. So what we thought in this episode, again, last time we spoke about the sort of elements of where you are in your training plan at the moment. Thanks, by the way, for the big positive response to that episode. But this one, we wanted to talk about fueling nutrition, because it is at this stage where people are worrying about what to do with regards to, am I eating enough? What should I be fueling? And all that kind of stuff. And it can genuinely make a huge difference on not only race day, but just through some of these bigger miles that you're going to be doing and all that sort of stuff, right? So to get it right is critical, and Janie's going to help you all through that process. So Janie, I've got a question for you straight away.
Go on.
Now, I was in a calorie deficit before I started London training, and it's week. Oh, Hayden, what week am I in London? I don't know why I'm asking you. He's got back surgery. I think I'm in week 5. Am I in week 5, Hayden? Would I be?
I'd go week 6, if I'm honest.
Right. So I've this week purposely been increasing the amount of calories. right? I'm trying to get a balance of carbs. Obviously, I'm protein heavy anyway because of the amount of gym work and mileage and stuff like that. Have I left it too late? I'm sitting there like a paranoid mess, thinking that I'm now not eating enough or I'm eating too much. Am I doing the right thing or not?
You really are. And no, you haven't left it too late. And I think the thing to remember is with marathon training, that is not the time to be thinking of losing weight. You've got to fuel for your training and for performance on race day, and carbs are your primary fuel. Now, you can eat, in a way that you can eat in a healthy way, but you don't want to be really cutting back at this stage if you've got a good race ahead of you.
Yes. Okay. That's good. I'm glad I've done that. And I've been eager to ask you that. Once we knew we had you coming on, I was like, I must ask that. Because as I said, I could feel it. And that's always the signs, isn't it, of that sort of not fueling right. You start to feel that fatigue. You start to feel not 100%. Some of those runs that would normally be okay, they're starting recovery from them starting to take a little bit longer. And actually, it should be the other way around, because physically, aerobically, the benefits of everything should start to be clicking and turning the right way. So that's why I looked at it. I thought, no, actually, and it didn't help the Hayden at the National Running Show basically gave me a bollocking. He went, "You look too skinny. You need a good meal, boy." And was that what you said, basically, Hayden?
It's absolutely 100% true, and I stand by it. Even right now, looking at you now.
But yeah, so
I think that's so right. And I think the thing to look at is, I really look at, if suddenly you're not sleeping well, you get up in the morning and that motivation to train. I know it's not great when it's raining like this, but when you really feel you just haven't got the energy to run, think, are you eating enough, particularly hot carbs?
Yeah, it was, and it was at the point Ben and I were doing, I can't remember what stupid distance we were doing, because he's Tokyo training, keeps making me go run stupid distance. But we had to stop and walk because the train was going through. So we had to go over the steps. I was walking up those steps and it was like I was walking the Green Mile. Do you know what I mean? And I said to Ben, I've got to sort what I'm eating out, because I just knew at that point, I think it was only at mile 12. Appreciate it's a long way for some, but I just knew that I hadn't done well that week in terms of eating the right, not just eating enough, but eating the right things. Do you know what I mean? And that was what was paramount to me. So talking about that sort of thing, so the long runs and things like that, because these are simple things that I think people can get right. In terms of like fueling before the long runs, what's your sort of advice to normal people with that sort of thing?
So I would say if you've got a long run, then definitely have something to eat before you go out the door. Ideally, you have it 2 to 3 hours before a long run, but that's just not, on a Sunday in January, February, that's not going to happen. So I would say get up, have something that's light and easy on your gut. I'm always suggesting peanut butter with a bagel with peanut butter. Really simple, cheap, easy. You could have a bit of porridge with a bit of protein powder in there. Or, if your gut is very sensitive, have a gel as you go out the door, but just make sure you're fueling every half hour. So, if you have a bigger breakfast and you can tolerate it, then you might not need to start fueling quite so early. But if you're having something smaller like a gel, or you can sip on a carb drink in those first few miles, just make sure that you're fueling often and regularly.
I know a lot of people are going to ask as well about this whole breakfast thing, because it does become an issue. It comes up a lot.
It comes up so much.
It does come up a lot. So obviously a lot of people worried about eating something and it going wrong with them straight away in their stomach. But even if you get up and you do what you say, 2 to 3 hours before, and you eat that bagel and peanut butter, is the carbs or the benefit you're going to get from that, will you get that within your race or your run or because some people are talking about you don't get the benefit till 5 or 6 hours later or till 12 hours later. Do you get that benefit almost immediately?
Yeah, you do. And you do with that gel in that half hour, because actually your body has enough time to start digesting it. So you get the energy from it, but without it becoming a problem in your gut. So you then get gut distress possibly. So that's why in a way 3 hours is the ideal, because it gives enough time for the food to digest, or just that short window before you go out the door. But yes, you do. What you're basically doing in the morning is you're topping up your glycogen store. So your body can store about 500 grams of carbs, but obviously overnight, just through living and breathing and sleeping, you burn through some of that. So in the morning, you're just topping those up. So yeah, you really do get the benefit. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I definitely feel better on those runs where I've fueled properly beforehand.
Yeah.
In long runs, you're burning a lot.
There's people, I've seen it about like running starved and things like this, but there's so much sort of, I mean, okay, you know better than me. Like they're saying about it doesn't help with hormones and things like this, and there's some real damage that you can do running starved, like on some of these big runs, right?
I think if you're going out for an easy 40-minute run, you don't need to fuel. Okay. I mean, what I would say is come back and make sure you eat something afterwards. But, a 40-minute easy run, you've got plenty of carbohydrate inside you. You're absolutely fine. But, going out for an hour, really heavy interval session, I'd think again.
Okay. Sorry, Chris, you say you have plenty of carbohydrate inside you. Are you just assuming that, or is that just generally from, even if you had a crap diet, would you still have enough carbs within you to go out and do a 40-minute run? Is that just general within your body, or is there a chance that maybe I've only got like 100 grams of carbs inside me, so I'm going to go out and it's going to be a disaster? Is that a possibility, or is it just naturally you're going to have them?
I mean, I think if you're eating properly, or even having a crap diet has loads of carbs in it. It's not necessarily good carbs.
Yeah.
And actually, a crap diet probably has more carbs in it than it has anything else. I mean, if you're not eating enough, then that is different. But that's different. Yeah. But as long as you're eating regularly, you've got enough in there for a 40-minute run. But Hayden, we are all different.
Yeah.
And what I love doing is nutrition is such a personalized thing. But I would say for the average person who's eating regularly and enough to keep them going, you've got enough stores for 40 minutes.
Janie, that's a good point, actually. Do you like in your line of work, do you work with a lot of runners and stuff like that? Do you like writing plans and things like that? How does that work? I'm like thinking of me as a coach. Obviously, I'm writing plans and I'm working with the runners and doing that. So is it like the same in your world? How does that all work?
Exactly. So I really see clients for sports nutrition and weight loss. Some athletes come for both, but not in a marathon training cycle particularly. So what I do is I'm helping them. The questions you've asked me is exactly what they ask me. What do I eat for a long run? When do I need to fuel when I'm running? So I sort of, with them, we break down their training diary and just I help them really learn how they fuel for their runs. And then what I really love doing is if they've got a marathon coming up, we look at race week. We look at that day before a race. We look at the morning of, and obviously we look at the race itself and then afterwards. So
you build them a plan around that as well. Do you I was talking, keep staying on that track. I was talking to a client about like just general chatting about eating and stuff like that. And I just said to firstly, I've not really got a clue here. But what I can say is that from experience is that I tend to be more protein heavy towards the front end of the week. And then in the second half of the week, so like Wednesday tends to be my changeover day. It's like being in a hotel. And I switch to a more carb-based. I don't neglect the protein, but I switch to a more carb-based source of nutrition, right? Because I know typically at the weekend, I'm going to do some silly distance, or I'm going to have a race, or I'm going to have to. Is that a relatively sensible strategy?
I think it's really sensible. And actually, going back to talking about the long run, and actually thinking about your nutrition really does start that night before. So that night before, make sure you're getting some carbs into your last meal of the day. Again, so you're topping up your carbohydrate, which again will just give you an extra boost in the morning. So I think you're really sensible, because the mileage does tend to ramp up over the weekend, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then as you say, to focus in on that recovery to give to give my body the best chance of recovery, topping up on that protein, because there's some mental figures. I actually struggle to get enough protein in based on my height, size, that number they punch out on ChatGPT, whatever you call it. But I really struggle to get like the amount of protein. I'm having to supplement it with a shake or two, depending, and then I'm having to basically eat 52 chickens at lunch, and have a protein yogurt and protein this, and and I'm really trying to dial in. It's actually really hard to get. I think I can't remember. It's 160 grams, whatever it's meant to be. It's really hard.
1.6 grams to 2 grams per kilogram of body weight is normally what we say.
Yeah, that's basically, I think, what I punched in on the old lovely AI. Thanks for coming. But it's really hard to get that. Like in terms of, and then if I do eat too much of that, it then causes me distress, if you know what I mean. And so to balance, it's quite hard, isn't it? Is there like an easier way to manage all this sort of stuff, or is it just got to get on with it?
Yeah, I mean, eggs are great. One egg is 7 grams of protein, but so if you get 4 eggs in a meal, or you make scrambled egg with even just the egg whites and one yolk. But it is. I have to say, like you, I'm a huge fan of protein shakes because it's such an easy way to get 20-30 grams of protein. Just use a good clean brand, with not lots of artificial sweeteners, flavorings, etc. So just do your research on that one. I'm sure you have done. But yeah, it is, and I think really the way to manage it is actually, particularly when you're marathon training, eat 5 times a day.
5 times.
So 2 snacks in the middle. Just 3, and not necessarily big meals, but 3 meals with 2 one mid-morning, 1 mid-afternoon snack.
What would be a good snack, do you reckon?
So I would say, cottage cheese is such a great form of.
Is it? I can't stand it.
Yeah,
I knew you were going to say that.
I know it's a bit like Marmite. People love it or hate it.
I can't think of anything worse.
2/3 of carb is 20 grams of protein. So, you could do that on a rice cake or 2 with some walnuts, gives you some healthy fats. Yogurt's a great one.
Yes.
Really easy. 200 grams of yogurt, 20 grams of protein. Halloumi, that's
no, Janie, you're going down the wrong path here. You're basically naming everything that I don't eat, right? I don't understand why there's no crisps that have got high protein counts, because I'd be really good at it. But no, on a serious point, the Greek yogurt, right? I remember when we had you on last time, I think it was just before I went on holiday, and I basically smashed the life out of the Greek yogurt every day to get my protein in. It's a really easy source of, if you chuck in whatever store, like a load of blueberries or whatever on top of that, Greek yogurt is disgusting. It tastes just like, you know what I mean? But when you chuck some of that stuff, like I was reading this the other day. This is how mental I am at the moment. But about honey, like honey is if you have, listen to this, Hayden, you should be doing this at your age. If you have honey, right, with warm water, 30 minutes before you go out, it's like nature's sports drink. The amount of carbs, because it's natural sugar. You listen to this, Hayden, a professional here. 30 minutes apparently before you go out, although I would need a wee about 3 minutes into my run. But apparently honey is like God's #1 sports enhancement drink thing. Is that true, Jane? It's like
honey is carbohydrate. it is one really, you can substitute that for a gel easily.
Wow. So Hayden, I'm telling you now.
I know this is difficult because I don't want to undermine, especially not Janie. She's our special
Here
guest.
we go.
Is there a chance? Is there a chance that we are all getting? It's a good question to you, Jane. Actually, can we all overthink this too much, or is it really that important that we should be really, really sort of quite dedicated on this and taking these numbers in and thinking about them? Or is there? I worry about Chris because he is one of these people. He knows the way he is. He's been. You're telling something tonight, and that's it. He won't sleep tonight. He'll be thinking about that all night. And he'll wake up in the morning like the Greek yogurt. You mentioned that, 6 months ago? And that was probably on his mind until he went on holiday. And then he'd be getting up in the morning thinking, Greek yogurt, where is the Greek yogurt?
No, that's exactly what I did. I walked in.
I know.
And I located the Greek yogurt, and I made sure I had the same Greek yogurt every day. That's just being autistic. You've got to deal with that. And I had it at the same time, the same day, every day. And I had exactly the same thing. And it was marvellous.
I agree. But what I'm trying to say is there a chance that we are all overthinking? Are we overcomplicating it, overthinking it? Or is this really what we should we really, really be doing this? And obviously, this isn't coming from you, obviously, with the job you do. That we're just saying, well, of course you're going to say that. But no, this is really important, isn't it? If we're training.
It is important. But actually, Hayden, I'm so with you. And I really like to make things simple. Because actually, a lot of people don't know what their macros are. They don't, carb loading, we talk about 8 grams to 12 grams in that carb loading period per kilogram, and there's sort of 2 to 3 days before a marathon. But for a lot of people, that doesn't mean anything. So, something like that, I would say in those few days before a marathon, 3 to 4 days, actually, on the basis, again, you're eating properly. As in, you're eating regularly. Just swap out all the protein, all the fats, and change everything to carbs. So that actually, for me, by the time it comes to race night, I'm just having 2 bagels with a little bit of peanut butter on the top. But I mean, that's 80 grams of carbs. So yeah, Hayden, I think it really is important, but I think we can all overthink it. And actually, I'm all for trying to keep it simple.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
I will kind of counter this because I think I actually think it is really important, and I think with people like Janie on social media and things like that, giving out like proper advice, like, do you know what I mean? Qualified advice and qualified assistance. I think now more and more people are able to access that. So I think knowledge now is increasing. So
people are getting faster as well. Better performance as well.
Right? I look back, as I said to you, like 8 years ago, or whatever it was, 9 years ago, whenever it was, when I ran my first marathon, I didn't have a clue, right? But now where I'm looking to take a step in terms of my performance and everything, I'm looking at every aspect of my running, yeah. Nutrition is such a key part. The fuel that will get me round that 26.2 miles. It's so important, but there's now so much information out there. A lot of it's BS, but there's people like Janie here who know what they're talking about that you can access a lot easier. So I think it's actually becoming more front and center on people's minds that they know if they're looking to make marginal gains, or actually quite big gains, if you tidy up your nutrition, which is so hard to actually do, because normal people like us three ain't got the time to even sit down most days, right? But if you can make a marginal change in your diet when you're training or leading up to training and things like that, and you continue it, it can literally take minutes, 10 minutes more off your overall time if done right. Don't you think, Janie?
No, I really, really do. And I think, again, getting race day right, just is the difference between you having a good race or really feeling pretty awful.
Yeah, no, it is. Race days is a funny old thing. As we always say, you can train the best training in your life, and then whatever, you turn up like London last year, it was like 25 degrees. Nothing you can do about that, right? But you can control your fueling. You can control your hydration. You should, and I tell my runners that I coach, I want you working on that now. We do, 15, 16 mile runs in there, and they're there more than anything else to practice fueling, to get right. So you've woke up, you've gone down, you've done that run. How early did you have your breakfast? What did you have leading up to it? And getting that side of everything right. If they come back to me and say, I was a bit knackered at, mile 13 or whatever. Well, actually, let's talk about your fueling. What was you taking? How much was you taking? Were you getting the right amount of grams of whatever it is, carbohydrate, right? Hayden and I were on a call today, and we was talking to somebody who works in the industry with regards to fueling. And I was questioning him about the amount of, was it grams, calories in the
carbs,
carbs in the gels. and they're looking at bringing potentially something out that's got more, because they know that they're a bit light versus some of the other ones out there. Because if you're pushing hard, you need an extra amount, and that will make a difference. Again, come mile 24 when you're absolutely broken. But if you've got enough fuel in there, this is still functioning because everything else is still got a little bit of fuel in there. Is that the right? Am I on the right track here?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, marathon day, it's all about fueling really often. Yeah, I mean, there is this sort of, 60 grams to 90 grams an hour of carbs. And that depends very much on the type of gels you choose. So if you're choosing a gel that's glucose-based or maltodextrin-based only, then your gut can tolerate 60 grams an hour. But if you want to do more than that, so going up to 90 grams, which a lot of the sports nutrition companies are encouraging with their gels, then actually you need to find a gel that has glucose or maltodextrin and fructose. So it's adding that fructose gives you that extra 30 grams of carbs.
Right.
And I think, Chris, it's one of those things. I think my question is, if you're really racing, then you probably do need more. If you're actually, I think we have to be careful not to necessarily think that a lot more carbs is what we need.
Yeah. Okay.
Particularly in those long runs, it's different. You're not racing so much then.
Okay. Yeah. Your efforts. Yeah. Your effort, because really, you're looking to peak on race day, right?
Yeah.
For most people. So your maximum effort, unless you're doing the race for a different reason or whatever, but let's put that to one side. But you're looking to peak performance. Now that could be just to finish the thing. You're going to be doing everything humanly possible just to finish that race, yeah, which is your peak performance. So you are going to need that fuel because you are really putting a lot of stress onto your body. You are maxing out. You are emptying your glycogen stores. You are literally depleting your body because you are giving everything.
Yeah,
that's where it's critical, as you say. I think the training runs are there as training runs. They are there to train your body in terms of dealing with all what's going on, nutritional, hydration, physiologically, whatever way you want to look at it, right? I think that's probably what I think you're trying to say, yeah?
Exactly. And I think, of course, whatever the gels are you're going to use on race day, practice them on those long runs.
Yeah.
But the need for those really high carb amounts in a long run, probably done at easy pace, maybe with the odd mile at marathon pace, whatever, is not going to be as much as on race day.
Yeah.
Okay, so Janie, I'll ask you.
Sorry, no.
I was going to say, I'll ask you a question. It might be a difficult one to answer. So let's just say this weekend, all three of us are going out and we've got on our plan a half marathon. We're training for a full marathon. We're doing a half. We're going to jump on a plane and we're going to go out to Valencia and do the Valencia half marathon.
Nice.
Would you say, so this week, what would you say is the most important? Getting the we're not racing it. We're going to take it easy. The pre-run fueling, right? Fueling during the run, or the recovery. Out the three, what would you say is the most important? Not a race. This is just a 13-mile run that we're going to take. Easy-ish, maybe a bit of target pace in there. But what would you say out of the three is the most important to get right?
That's a very good question, because I would say they are all important because they all have their own place. What you do beforehand impacts the day itself. What would I say? I mean, you don't want to do that run not fueled. So I'd say, I suppose my answer would be getting the actual run sorted. But, and of course, I don't know what Valencia is like, but it's obviously hotter than here, making sure you get your electrolytes in as well. But yeah, going for a long run, you do need to get your fuel in.
Okay. I've got two questions, Janie, before we go. In terms of post long run meals, I'm not talking about the race. I'm talking about helping you, maybe you do your long run on a Saturday and you're back to it on Monday. You've got another week of training. What's the sort of best meal, or what should we be focusing on after those long run efforts? As the miles rack up, as for some people who listen to this, what's the sort of best meal option in terms of recovery to help them then go forward?
So I would say you want some carbohydrate, you want some protein, and you want some healthy fats in there.
Okay.
So, you know, and when I say healthy fats, I'm talking sort of nuts, seeds, olive oil, avocado. Those really help with inflammation, which basically help with soreness and really aid your recovery.
Okay.
So, yeah, if you're really sore after runs, it's those healthy fats that will really help you. So, you know, a roast isn't, if you want
I
to
love
roast
a good
on
roast.
Sunday, roast chicken, have a couple of potatoes, and maybe have some yogurt, some nuts and seeds with some berries afterwards.
That's a good
or
shout, actually.
yeah,
If you think
or-
about it, a roast, right? If you actually think about it, you're getting the protein, you're getting the carbs. Obviously, you've got the veg there, so you're getting all that good stuff. It's a
Yeah.
pretty good long run meal to have later on after you've had, I don't know, some element of protein after you, whatever it is, 30 minutes after the run, whatever they say it is. But it's actually a good shout, isn't it?
Yeah, some broccoli, lovely green veg, lots of vitamins and minerals in there.
What about the glass of wine that goes with it?
He can't help it, can he? He can't help. Last one. Where are you like for supplements and things like that? Are we better? Because like I'm taking. If you said to me, Janie, Fordy, you need to be taking this, and this, I'd go and buy it, and I would, because that's what I'm like. It's like we had the sports scientist at the Natural Run Show, and he told me I could have monster drinks. So every day I'm drinking monster drinks because it's got taurine in it or whatever it is.
Yep.
But no, on a serious point, supplements and things like that, are we better off? We are better off trying to get these from like natural food and stuff, aren't we? Or should we be topping up as well? Because I'm just worried about like immune systems and things like that. You know what I mean?
I think, Chris, that's a really good question. What I would say is, like we were saying, we all have busy lives. It's very difficult to get the perfect diet.
Yeah.
And, I'm pretty good with what I eat, but I take supplements.
Yeah. Okay.
And what I would just say really quickly is I would say for athletes, we're putting a lot of stress on our body, like you're saying with immunity. So actually, we really need to support it.
Okay.
Have a really healthy diet. But I would say on top of that, buy a good quality multivit.
Right.
Magnesium, which is really helpful for cramps, relaxation, sleep, which of course is really important. Vitamin D with K2. Make sure you get the K2, which makes make sure that the calcium, which vitamin D helps your body absorb, goes into your bones and not your arteries. So a vitamin D3 with K2. And then if you're not good on your oily fish, your chia seeds, your flax seeds, your avocado, your walnuts, so basically those omega-3s, those anti-inflammatory foods, an omega-3 supplement.
Right. Hayden, did you get all that? We've got to go Holland and Barrett tomorrow, basically.
I think basically you need a degree in maths as well. These K2, D3s. I'm just it blows your mind,
I'm going to listen back to this and write all this down.
Yeah. That's a good
and
shout.
I'm going on Amazon and I'm going to get all of them because
Do go on Amazon. Message me and I'll tell you where to go.
Oh, what a hero. Look at that. Because I honestly, I'm not doing it. I've got some multivitamins from my protein that I regularly forget to take. I'm trying to get as much sort of good stuff in my diet, like naturally. But you're right. That sort of stuff there, I'm not even thought about. That's why I just wanted to ask the question. Basically, this has been what I've realised, Hayden. This has basically been a 1-to-1 with Janie for me today.
I know. She'll send you the bill as soon as we get off.
No, send it to Hayden. Send it to Hayden.
Yeah,
100%.
I agree with the vitamin side of things. I take a vitamin supplement every day and cod liver oil because I don't get the omega-3 from other stuff. And I do, at the moment, I'm doing the collagen shots and I think I feel better for them, to be honest. It's been about 3 weeks of them now. I only do them after activity. I don't do them in general, but I actually think they're making a little bit of a difference. Not cheap.
Yeah,
I think they're making a bit of a difference.
And I think, it's so easy to go onto Instagram and see something and think, oh my God, I must buy that. And I think, what I say, and it's things like creatine, which is everyone talks about.
Yeah.
What I say is, like those collagen shots, try something for actually 2 or 3 months. And if you get to the end of it and you think, wow, it's made a difference, carry on. If you don't think it's made a real difference, then
yeah, it's interesting.
I have a rule. Sorry.
No, go on, Jane. You're gone.
I have a rule that I take 10 supplements a day.
10?
But I limit myself to that. So if one comes in, then one goes out.
Okay.
But yeah, I think you can overdo it.
I think I need to up my supplement game, Hayden.
I think you do as well. And I need to ask Janie this one question because I know she commented on my Instagram today. My grenade bar today that had my protein bar, it was a Cadbury's cream egg protein bar. Is that good for me or not? Because I can see myself getting addicted to those.
Do you know, Hayden, it's so funny. I saw that and I did think, gosh, I must go and look it up. And I didn't. But Hayden, if it was after a really good long run or whatever, then you're welcome to it.
Yeah,
it's a snack. It's one of them afternoon snacks we talked about.
It is true. I do make you laugh, but if I want a naughty treat and I'm in Sainsbury's, like Ben and I would do a long run, I will go for the protein bar now over a Whisper or something like that, because you think it's got 9 grams in it. Surely it's going to do some good. It ain't, but you think about it, don't you? Janie, where can everybody find you again? Please let everybody know where we can get in touch with you, please.
That's no time. Well, I'm on Instagram at Janie Perry Wellness. If anyone wants to message me there, or on my website, janieperry.co.uk.
Brilliant. As always, super helpful. Thanks so much for coming on. We really appreciate it. I think anybody who's going to be listening to this who's marathon training is going to get so much out of this. I know I have.
See you at London and at Amsterdam, Chris.
There we go. Right. So she's part of the team. She's welcome aboard. But yeah, it's been brilliant. Thanks very much. We'll see you soon, guys. Where's the outro, Hayden? I've lost it. Thanks very much. Take care, everyone. We'll see you on the next episode. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, if you're still with me again, if you haven't yet hit that subscribe button, if you're watching on YouTube, please do that. Leave us a nice review if you're listening to this as a podcast. Now, the next one is a bit of a flavour in terms of like when we have like a group of us on, some of the guys and girls that join us onto the podcast. So this one is titled, Why Do People Get Upset with Their Finishing Times? It's quite a good episode, and I hope you enjoy it. Oh, good evening, everybody, and welcome. Hayden's in the house as well. There he is. Yes, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the live recording of the Long Run Show podcast. You're welcome. I've got with me tonight Mrs. Santa Claus herself. Beth's up the top with her Christmas tree in the background. I am with you, Wilco. I think it's a bit early. We've got Wilco down there as well with his 1080.
Hello, everybody.
And he's back. My guy's back. Hayden's literally back. How you doing, brother? You all right?
Yeah, all good. Apart from these camera settings you're stressing me out with.
So, we just actually, let me put the old comments up. They're a bit small, aren't they? Good evening. Let me just get this all going here. It's all going on. Tonight, we're talking about, are we beating ourselves up over finishing times? That's the discussion that we're going to get into in a bit, which I think is a very good topic to talk about, but there's obviously a couple of things I want to get into before then, as you'd expect, Wilco. Firstly, shout out to our sponsors at Skechers. Get over to skechers.co.uk, which, by the way, I found out today, they are sponsoring an event in a Silverstone racetrack. There's Run Silverstone, and it was, as always with these things, popped up on my feed somehow, probably because of the Skechers link, and there's title sponsor to that. So they're really are going for it, old Skechers.
Have they restarted that then? Because there used to be one that they ran around Silverstone.
Yeah, that's why I think it. I don't know whether it's restarted or come back or whatever. But yeah, there we go. So I've done it. It's quite a good one. Beth, are you into Formula One at all?
I am not. Does that surprise you?
She's not. She's not into Formula One. But I would recommend it to anybody who's a Formula One geek. Go and do it. It's pretty cool when you run through the pits and all that sort of stuff. It's a good one. So yeah, big shout out to Skechers, we are taking over their store on Wednesday. You've all been warned. London, it's going to be total and utter carnage. And if you are coming along to our Christmas lights run, make sure you've read the email that came out to you with instructions and things like that. What else do I need to tell you? Rave run for the National Running Show. Make sure you've signed on to that. I was chatting to them this week about the route, so please make sure you've all signed up for the National Running Show rave run on the Saturday night after the show. The official sort of, not shakeout run, rave run. It's going to be awesome. So make sure you've signed up. That's all over on fordyruns.com. What else do I need to tell you? We've got some pre-records that we're doing. They're coming out soon. And I think that's it. If you are listening and watching this live, get your questions, get your comments in, or just hang out in the chat box. That's open and ready for you. Wilco's going to be keeping an eye on that, as he always does. And I think that's it. So let's catch up with the team before we get, because I've got two things I want to talk about tonight. Beth, firstly, update on the injury, please.
Well, I was at the physio yesterday and it's all going well. I'm all on track. So it's been like 11 weeks, no running. But yesterday they said that I can do 1 minute on, 1 minute off for 10 minutes on a treadmill twice a week. So that is progress.
Yeah, good for
Back
you,
in
mate.
the game.
She's back in the game.
I'll do that this weekend and I'll have a smile on my face for the whole 10 minutes.
Yeah, good for you, mate. Good for you. Wilco, what have you been up to apart from basically taking over Broxbourne and the surrounding counties? Funny enough, I was talking to someone today and I was walking down the river. I saw some of your lot there. So there we go, Wilco.
Yeah, getting around.
So other than taking over Hertfordshire, what else have you been up to?
Well, we took over Cumbria as well. This is the first time I've seen. This is the first time I've seen Beth and had a chat with her since myself and Kieran decided that we'd jump on the train for 3.5 hours and pop up to Carlisle. Yeah, we didn't know it. I'm sure many of you would have seen the video. We found out about 10 minutes before we were supposed to meet up that there were no Ubers in Carlisle, so we had to make a run for it. Ring out, yeah, we're going to be a little bit late, and then we got there and they were a bit rapid. That lot, blimey. None of you 500 yards and stopping for a picture or none of that larky. You know, it was like 9.5 minute miles for about 6 miles. Me and Mr. Stubbins were feeling the pace a little bit, but we had a lovely time. It was a lovely city, a lovely group. Everybody made us feel so welcome. And we had such a great time. So we are now planning our next
ambassadors
satellite getaway.
Ambassadors. I think, and I come on to you before catch up with you, but like it is something pretty epic, isn't it? The fact of within this carbon community that we have, that you know, two people can travel up to the other end of the country and be with mates, basically, because it feels like it when you get there. So welcoming wherever you go. It's big stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant. We had a guy from we had a guy yesterday from, so we run down in Surrey, the Surrey group, and we had a guy, Jamie, who actually runs our Cheltenham group, and he's in the area working. He had to look up. He saw Surrey went out on a Thursday night, and he come and joined us last night for our run there. So you're getting a lot of people moving around to all the different groups, and yeah, it's a bit like you have parkrun tourism. So now we've got the satellite tourism. It's brilliant. It's great just to get out and see different people, even though you might have seen them occasionally. Now it's good to see them in their own environment, in their own club, and yeah, it's a really, really good concept to have, and we're lucky to have it. It's a brilliant thing.
Yeah. Sorry, Beth, what was you going to say?
No, I was saying Wilco and Kieran had experience of the Cumbrian cows as well.
I wasn't too bad with the cows because I do the odd rural run, and my Broxbourne partner in crime, Debbie Waldock, she does have a habit of sort of like leading us through big fields of cows and horses and stuff like that, you know. So, don't worry about it, it'll be all right. Don't worry, what you're worried about and all that sort of thing. So I'm a bit more used to it. Kieran, I think the last time he saw a cow might have been at a city zoo somewhere or something like that. I don't think he gets really exposed to.
He's not allowed out much, is he?
No, he don't get out much. Or if he is out, he's driving a bloody great lorry, and everybody gets out of his way. So, it came as a bit of a shock for the old boy, but he coped with it admirably.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But yeah, so Hayden, go back to you. Update the listeners and the viewers on how you're getting on. Obviously, we've all been very worried about you. So, how are you getting on?
Yeah, no, I'm getting on not too bad. It's 4 weeks post-surgery on Monday. So for people who didn't know, I had a disc replaced in my back. Went to see the consultant today and had an x-ray and everything's all good. The disc is in there, the fake disc, the prosthetic disc. It's all looking good. It's all in place. It's just now a matter of time, letting everything bed in and getting rid of a bit of nerve pain. Then I can start a little bit of physio. So hopefully a bit of physio in the next couple of weeks, and then maybe a slow little trot getting back to running in the new year sometime. First couple of weeks of January. That's the plan.
So, I'll just turn this on. So you don't need that second opinion then that I offered?
I was tempted to take it, but I've got a feeling I might get a different report from you than I will from the other consultant. So I'll just be confused. So it's better if I don't get one from you.
I'm not 100% sure, but yeah. Now, next thing, because this it's got nothing to do with running as always. I'm mildly irritated this week because Black Friday has become Black 2 weeks.
Black November.
Just like, is there not a point in which it needs renaming? Because And this is great. You can get some real bargains. You know, our friends over at sportshoes.com, they started their sale about a month ago. And you can get like pairs of trainers super cheap, right? I've done a video about it, whatever, right? But the point I mention it is that it used to be like just Black Friday. Then it was a couple of days before. Then it was a week before. And now basically November, everything's on sale.
Well, about 5 years ago, it was nothing.
Yeah, it's just but why is it not called something else?
It would be handy, wouldn't it, if you had a point of focus and then you could know when it all kicks off. There's no uniformity. There's no sort of like, people haven't even got among themselves and just decided, okay, we'll start it. You know, if you want to start Black Friday on the 17th of October, fine, crack on. Just tell us all about it.
But
It'd be the same.
It's the same as January sales. We've always had January sales in the UK. It's always been the biggest thing. There's no January sales now. It starts Boxing Day. You have Christmas Day. You get done. You wake up Boxing Day. Everyone's queuing up to go into furniture stores and Next, and they got their sales starting. So they're getting us in December. It's not January.
Don't lie. You're saying you'll get Fortnum and Mason, and you're at Laura Ashley. Don't give us all that.
Not for me, mate. It used to be Walco. I don't know what I'm going to do now. He's gone.
Online sales start Christmas Day now.
Oh, honestly, the whole thing is it just mildly irritates me.
Do you know why it's Black Friday? Anyone know the meaning behind Black Friday?
Yeah, it's the day after. It's shops getting rid of all their stuff after Thanksgiving.
Correct. Yeah, Thanksgiving. It's like American Boxing Day, so that's when they have their big sale. And then they have Cyber Monday again on the Monday, where it's all online. Yeah. It's just
and everybody goes down to Walmart and fights over a telly.
Oh, I love Walmart. I do. Honestly, right? It's got, again, nothing to do with it. And sorry for everyone. One of the greatest places I used to go when I was in Arizona, and I was out there a lot, and even in New Mexico as well. I would spend hours in Walmart. Oh. It's the greatest shop ever. You could literally walk around there for hours, and you could like get your Garth Brooks CDs, you could get your T-shirts, you could then go and buy a gun or maybe a boat.
Yeah, they have like I've said they have like automatic weapons on the shelf. So you go and sort of like, I'll have a pair of jeans and and I'll get myself a shirt and an AK-47. I'll have one of them as well, mate. Please.
Honestly, it was one of the greatest things ever just to go there for like half a day and just, it's brilliant. I love Walmart. It's so good. They used to have one in little itty bitty town. It was called Artesia, New Mexico. Oh, it's the greatest shopping place ever. Anyway, got nothing to do with what we're talking about. Right. Okay. Serious question. Bring down the line. Because we are going to be getting on to the sex. Now, this is a serious question because I was thinking about this week, right? Have you ever got to the point, or have you ever thought, and it maybe for Beth as well, about stopping running and doing something else? Now, this may seem, but it's this time of year, obviously, all the events are finished and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, you guys are on the injury bench and all this sort. And even I found myself this week, and I've been a bit, what's the word Lisa used today? Dysregulated or something like that, right?
Discombobulated.
Yeah, she uses this word. Basically, I've not been in a very good place this week in terms of the way my brain is. I have ups and downs. So, and even this week, I find myself free for Hayden 3K in. Going, I've got no interest in this. I'm just going to walk. I just can't be asked. Now, and you think to yourself, why am I doing all this? And you start questioning. Have you ever got to that point? Do you ever feel like that? What's brought you back? Beth, in terms of where you're at right now, I know maybe your motivation's now switched the other way about wanting to get back because of how long you've had out. But has there ever been moments where you thought, you know what, I'm going to sack this off and I'm going to go and make Kendall mint cake for spare time?
Yeah, there definitely has been rough points. I think it's like I hate the cold, I hate the dark. So when the clocks change, that hits me hard. But I think the thing that gets me out is that I always know that I'll feel better afterwards. So for me, like you're kind of saying, because I've had so much time off, now I'm just kind of, I've got itchy feet. I know I want to go back. And it's that seeing other people. So parkrun's a big part of my life. I see everyone run every Saturday. Like our crew on a Thursday at Carlisle, like see them run every Thursday. I just want to go and join in. And I think it's more coming back to what would get me back out. It's being with other people. It's like, it's not about the running. It's about kind of the chats you have along the way. So there's definitely been down points where I'm like, do I even carry on with this? Because I mean, various appointments are like, well, do you want to choose another sport? Do you want to do something else?
Yeah.
And it's like, that almost gives me a stronger sense of, no, I want to run, because I'm like, no, I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to get back running. So there's definitely been low points. But being with other people is what draws me back.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I'll make you right on that. I was talking about it today in therapy, and I was just like, you know what? It really, I can't tell you how unbelievably happy I was when Ben said to me that he was going to run with me in the morning. I got 10 miles on the plan to do. I've been putting it off a week. It was 9, and then because I've been cutting my miles, it's ended up being 10 to get me to where I wanted it to. And I was just like, I really don't want to do this on my own, because I just, even though I know it's good for me, blah, 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 all that sort of stuff. But I got to the point where I was just like, I don't want to do this. And then when he was potentially coming out, it was just like, oh, because it's so good, because it's someone to chat to, someone to boom, boom, boom. Totally mind shift and that circuit breaker. And it's funny, isn't it? How you go through these things with and it's meant to be good for you, as you say, but it's Hayden, what about you? Like, because of obviously what you've been dealing with for the last however many years with the pain and the discomfort. You know, we've joked, market about like, oh, you're going to retire and all this sort of stuff, and you know, it's hard, man, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's an absolute valid point. And yeah, 100%. I've had loads of times where I think I've almost been through the cycle. I had it with football. I played football for years and years and years, and I was getting to that point at the end where I was getting more injuries. You're not as good as you used to be. You're not as quick as you used to be. Other people are running rings around you, and you get to that point. And I did make that decision, but for me, it was easier to make because I'd started to find running. Yeah. So it was easier to transition from that into running. I thought that's great. And I did have a time about a year and a half ago. I started training for that triathlon. Yeah. I got back into swimming a little bit more, and I did start thinking to myself, maybe I could transition from the running into the swimming now, give the running a bit of a break.
Yeah.
But it doesn't happen. And as you said, there's trigger points to make you think, I know why I love this sport and I know why I love doing it. And for me, it was always a race. A race comes up, not only meeting people, that race day feeling, whether it's a marathon or if it's even a park run, you go to them. Yeah. It's just that feeling you get inside you when you're running, and it's absolutely fantastic. And I love it. And you've helped me out with your diagnosis, being my sort of like second doctor. I can help you out with yours. I think I know what one of your biggest problems is with all this as well. I'm being serious. I'm not mucking about it. Yours is the fact that, and it's been well documented, you've talked about it on here loads of times, you're not in a marathon training plan. And I think that is where you will struggle. And a lot of people will struggle. Like, yeah, you're going to do 10 miles tomorrow. And you might put that, you said a minute ago, I've got it on my plan. Yeah, you've got on your plan to keep yourself ticking over. It's not a defined plan where you're working towards a defined goal. No. And I think that's why possibly you've got that little bit of low at the moment. Whereas if this was week 1 of marathon training for London, I don't think you'd have go. Exactly that. Exactly that.
But it's true. But hey, you're bang on, because if you switch my efforts to the gym, right? Like, so I went to the gym today. I was like, right, I'm going to up the weight on that. I'm going to up the weight on that. That prick can get off of that machine. That absolute helmet, he can move his phone, because I'm going on that now. I don't care if you're on that machine and you want to save that machine. I'm going on it. You know, I'm like an animal in there now. That motivation, 10 out of 10. No problem about going on there. Am I in there thinking, oh, you know, sod this, I'd rather just be eating? But no, nothing at all. So maybe. Because
you're building muscle, you're building stamina, you're lifting up another weight. So it's almost like you're doing another time. Instead of running a marathon in 4 hours, you go into the gym, your equivalent is just run a 3:50 marathon. And you're building something, and you can see the progress there. Seeing the progress is the biggest motivator as well for all of us. If we feel like love with running and we think, let's just go and do a park run and give it a go, and you get a PB, I'll guarantee you, within 10 minutes, you'll be thinking, I'm back in the game. I love this. This is brilliant. And that's what it's all about. Motivation.
Also, you're motivated to do something else, which is going to be beneficial. It'll give you a bit, you know, like how many weeks ago was Chicago? 3 weeks?
No,
4 weeks?
Longer than that.
But not that long. Yeah. Have you processed it all? You know, have you really gone
Wilco, I processed it before I started.
If you watch his YouTube channel, he's processed it enough.
No, but I just, it was sort of like talking as a layman. When I heard that the other day you were going out for 15 miles, I thought, he's just done a marathon.
Lovely. Yeah, but that was lovely. I enjoyed that.
But
if you said to me, yeah, go on.
Well, what that illustrates is that we're all wired up a bit differently. We have different. No, but I know. We've talked about that sort of thing extensively. No, but we're all motivated by different things, and we all factor different stuff in. And some people are at their best if they just crack on straight away, and other people do get the benefit of just taking the back seat, trying something else for a little while, and then moving back into it stuff. So it's like so many things in the running game. You have to find it out for yourself, and you have to see what suits you.
It is interesting. In terms of the like my runners, for example, the people I coach, they're all in a maintenance period. It's the best thing that you could do after, and that's the great thing about seasons. Yeah, in terms of running, we pencil in these seasons, and we pencil in these down times. To mentally, physically rest, mentally, physically heal, and all that sort of stuff, right? And I can't tell how important it is to do. And I know, I'm talking about myself. I know what I'm meant to be doing, right? In terms of maintenance, let's say about the plan, Hayden, mine's is based around a mileage target, so I'm roughly ticking over that kind of stuff with certain elements of. I may chuck in a long run, like you said, Wilco, 15 miles just to keep my toe in the endurance side. I will then maybe stick a higher effort in, depending on what I'm trying to do. But ultimately, I'm maintaining, I'm healing, I'm regrouping, and I'm recovering before my next block starts, because it's so important to do. Okay, it really is. You can't. But it does go back to what you said. Is Hayden, is that out of plan, I'm murder, effectively, and it does. And I'm just wondering if there's other people who feel like almost like I'm just going to stop this because this is bollocks. It's just, you know what I mean? It's like, I've got no real interest in this. I'm going to go and just become a Formula One driver or something like that. I don't know, but I don't know. I think I can't be the only one thinking this way. I can't be.
Sometimes I find that if I'm in a plan at the start, I'm really motivated, and then in the last couple of weeks, it just kind of hits me. And it's that point that sometimes I'm like, do I really want to carry on with this however long? But then you get to race day and you're like, yeah, this is awesome. Like, I'm going to do this forever. And then it's that little cycle. So I never think of running as like a linear kind of line. It's always a bit uppy downy. You always have those wobbles. But the best way that I've found to kind of even out those wobbles is to have something to aim for, have something a bit different in there. So like, I know, like, I'm in the same boat about gym, so I'm loving the gym at the moment because that's my running. I'm loving my swimming because that's my running. And having those little things kind of keeps that little roller coaster more like a child's ride rather than the Pepsi Max. So yeah, that's what's working for me at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say it's tough for you because you're injured.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's hard, isn't it? Wilco, go on. What was you going to say?
No, it's gone. Go on, Karen.
I was going to say, I actually think as well, the running's quite a tough sport. People think it's easy to do to go out and run. From that perspective, yeah, I understand that. You just go out and run and everyone can do it. But if you want to train for something and you want to keep that fitness up or you want to get better, you have to run a lot. And so let's just say we take a comparison, say badminton. If you play for a badminton team and you might play every Saturday, probably I don't know if I play badminton. I doubt very much.
If you play badminton, please, you feel free to hammer in the comments on this video.
You probably wouldn't have a training session in the week, or you might have one training session in a week. You're not going to get up and do loads of fitness and go to the gym. Probably not. Certain sports you do. Running's a sport that if you want to really do it really well and you really want to achieve targets and goals, you're going to go out. You're doing a marathon training plan. You're going out 4 or 5 times a week, sometimes 6, 7 times. It takes up a lot of time. It takes up a lot of your brain space. There's a lot, and you don't go out for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You're talking about going out for doing 10 milers. You're going out for nearly like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's a big, big chunk of your life that it takes up. And I think that's what makes running a difficult sport. As football, again, you train on a Tuesday night or something with your mates. Then on Sunday, you go and play your game of football with your mates, have a laugh, hour and a half, and you're done. Whereas running takes up a lot more. And that's why I think running's a tougher sport than a lot of others.
So, we've upset the badminton lobby, but never mind. What I was going to say, what I'd remembered that I was going to say is that it's communication when you do the thing, whether you're you've got a coach and you can pick the phone up, or you can have a chat about this is how I feel, this is the thing. Like going to your satellites, particularly if you've got the core sort of times when. Well, we'll take marathons. We don't always talk about marathons. We'll take marathons sort of like, because it's the easiest example, like the April, the spring and the October. Chances are, if you're going to a satellite, you're doing a training, then somebody else is going to be in the same thing. And I remember going to Hartford and sort of like getting to week 10 of the plan going, oh, I'm terrible. Oh, and then I talked to other people. I talked to Petra. She's like, oh, yeah, I shouted at Dan last week. Oh, and like, you just think, oh, God, it's not me. And the value in that is enormous. That you get the support just by talking. We talk about don't comparing yourself to other people, but bouncing stuff off other people when you're in a training plan really helps you and keeps you going.
Yeah. Running could be a lonely sport as well. It can be a really
I don't
sport.
mind it necessarily being lonely. I quite like it. I don't have to talk to anybody a lot of the time. I kind of like that. But then again, as I said to you, the flip side of it is that the fact when I'm deliberately recluse, to have somebody then turn around and say to you, I'm going to come and run with you, actually is a really good thing for you. Do you know what I mean? So it's
we're all different, though. We're all
that's
different.
the gift that keeps giving, isn't it? It's just a question that's coming actually about this. I love these heart rate ones. Thoughts about the validity of heart rate training. Heart rate training is good if you do it properly. My average is, before I'm going to ask this, can you just tell me if you're using a proper heart rate monitor, i.e. a chest strap or something equivalent, and it's all been set up properly?
I would doubt, as I don't, not being disrespectful to gentlemen, running at a 155 heart rate in a zone 2, that is extremely, extremely high of absolute fitness. Your elite athletes will be on a zone 2 at 155, 160. So I would have a look at that to make sure that 155 actually is correct, and it is your easy race in zone
not
2.
Proper risk. So again, anybody who's looking to train a heart rate, right? My words of wisdom as a coach, and not just some person that's got it on Instagram, some Mickey Mouse course that everyone seems to be doing, but is if you're going to go down that road and you're going to do it properly, you need the equipment to back that up. Okay, you then need to apply certain elements, like whether it's a session of setting zones correctly and working within that for a period of time, so we can understand and establish your zones and your heart rates and how the metrics and how it all sort of correlates to each other, and then you can set your baselines and then you can work within that. There's absolutely no point training to heart rate off your watch. You might as well just lick your finger and pull a number from the sky. And that's scientifically proven, all right? The stuff on your watch is very good in terms of the technology that's in there. They've dramatically improved it over the years. But if you really want to dial in training to heart rate and do it properly, then you need to put the equipment into place to measure that correctly. And as I said, there's a lot that goes into that. It's not just my zone says this on Garmin, because no disrespect to you, it will be wildly inaccurate. So if you're going to do it, and I'd recommend, if you want to go down that line, it's very interesting and you can really get into it and you can learn a lot and you can train in a totally different way. And it's pretty cool, actually. And yeah, I would try and work on something around that before moving into another block, but do it properly. Don't base it on what is incorrect data coming from the sensor on your wristwatch. All right.
What I always say with that as well with Garmin wristwatches, you think about it, if you go to a hospital and if anyone wants to take your pulse rate, see what your pulse rate, the first thing they do is they touch the underside of your wrist. When you wear a Garmin, the sensor is on the top of your arm here. So how on earth is that monitoring correctly and accurately?
Yeah, but but Hayden, sorry, just go 2 steps further. If they actually want to accurately monitor your heart rate, what do they actually do? They wire you up.
They wire up, or they listen.
And he said he's got a chest strap. Correct. But again, you need to wear that chest strap religiously to get data, to which it can work off of. But then you also need to work on setting those zones correctly. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. So anybody who's looking to do that, it's really cool if you can do it. Just do it properly. And say it's not as simple as you think. But appreciate the question, really do. But yeah, just again, I don't want you going down a rabbit hole and going, I'm not getting anywhere with this. And that's probably because your data's wrong, isn't it? And that's the thing. That's why it's important to learn. But a good question, actually. Right, moving on quickly. We added some value there. Surprising, really, Beth. More importantly, actually, Beth, on a serious point before I move on to the next thing, why 2 Christmas trees?
One's front room.
Why
one? I've got a snowman as well. Do you want to see my
just
snowman?
came to my mind, really. My ADHD brain just picked up on the fact that you mentioned before we came on air that you had 2 Christmas trees.
I have 2 Christmas trees.
Yeah, but that's because you live in a mansion and you've got 2 wings, one in each.
Not rubbish.
What's that? Oh, Christ. Here we go. Right, let's move on. Now, this is an interesting topic. I'm going to see where we go with this. So, and I can't remember who mentioned this, and I thought this was a genius thing. And it started off actually as, can you be disappointed with a marathon finishing time? Right. So put that thought into your head if you're listening to this, or even if you're alive. Yeah, get your thoughts in the comments. Can you be disappointed with a marathon finishing time? Which made me actually think, now there's a wider discussion here, because it is alarming to some degree that you see people get upset with finishing times. Now, let me just take that back a sec. I totally understand that people are trying to achieve certain things. And I think that's a good thing. We've spoken about motivation and all that sort of stuff. So it is good to have goals. Right? But should you, or why do people get like so upset about it? And I don't know, there seems to be, and I've noticed it, maybe I'm wrong, speaking out of turn, that's why it's important you guys get involved. More this year than any other time, and again, this is probably social media led, but there's been a shift, I think, in terms of more and more people getting more and more upset about their finishing times. You always see it on people's posts and that, like, yeah, that was shit. Yeah, I was just really disappointed. Didn't manage to do this, didn't manage to do that, and all this kind of stuff. There seems to be a little bit of a, I don't know. Am I reading the room wrong? What do you think, Wilco?
Yeah, I think there is. People do get too worried about these sort of things. I think with a marathon, it's because, like, if you compare it to a park run, if you don't get the park run time 1 week, you have another crack next week, sort of there. But invariably, people might only do sort of like at the most 3 or 4 marathons a year. And they may have, and one of those will have, because of the nature of the event, one of them will have to be a race where they really put it in. And there's not the opportunity. The disappointment is heightened by the fact that there isn't the opportunity just to turn up next week and do it again.
I think, Chris, it's almost like what you just said to Wilco. We could almost split this conversation as well with being disappointed with your race time or being disappointed with your race performance.
Oh, yeah.
The two are very, very different. But they can be mingled into one. And I think, well, we should talk about it, to be fair, because I think you are probably the biggest example of this with, as Wilco pointed to, with Chicago. And
I ran the Chicago Marathon. I didn't know
you run the Chicago Marathon. And whereas you probably would never be disappointed with your time because of incredible time, I think you've been really open about it. You were ultimately disappointed with your performance.
Yes. Still am.
Yeah.
Even though I've moved on from it.
You still are.
But then you could turn that into a positive because you think, I've got more in the tank. I could do better. I could be. You're not done. You're not done and dusted.
No, no, it wasn't that. More than that. I rang one. But let's go back 2 steps. So I wrote this out. So I wrote these reasons that runners, I think, get disappointed. Right? You miss a PB or PR if you're listening to this in America, where me and Hayden are moving to. You didn't execute the race plan, which is, I think, what Hayden's referring to in terms of performance. You felt unprepared despite a certain amount of training, like after investing all that time in your training. Maybe you had some stomach issues or something like that in terms of getting disappointed. And then there's always that feeling of, like, I know I could do more. So there's sort of, 5 things, right? But are they, and is all this a sign of is disappointment a sign of ambition or ungratefulness? Best way of saying it. You're welcome. You like that, Beth? That's the sort of thing you'd say. Right, I'm going to write that down. Is this a sign? What did I say? Is this ambition? Shut up. Is this a sign? Is this a disappointment of ambition, or is it actually ungratefulness for? Because when you actually stop and reflect on those things, Beth, answer that question. Be fair.
I think it's mostly ambition, but it depends what your ambition is. So for me, if you think about it, there is a massive mental difference between 3 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, and 4 hours and 1 second.
Correct.
That mental shift is like technically 2 seconds, but you process it completely differently. And so, it's like, you could like get those 2 seconds back. So for me, it's that feeling of knowing you could have gone 4 hours. It's that ambition to go under 4 hours, for example. But then there is the ungratefulness bit, because people would love to do under 4 hours or love to be around 4 hours.
Or just take part.
Exactly. But
get
I
in.
think for me, it's that self-motivation. It's what's within you and how you process something. And it's those, like, take that example, a couple of seconds, you know that you could do it. So it's that self-belief.
Just to confuse it even more, Bethany, taking your example like that, let's just say this was you we're talking about here, and you wanted to, you run 4 hours and 1 second, but your goal was 4 hours 15 or 4 hours 20, and you absolutely smashed it because you felt fantastic in that race, but you still come in at 4 hours and 1 second. Do you think that disappointment would still be there because it was another 2 seconds? Or do you think, do you know what, stuff that, I just run 20 minutes faster than I thought I could ever run?
I think it'll be a process in your head. So at the start, it's like you're completely kind of laser focused. You see the finish time, and then you suddenly, as you're going over the line, you see the 4, and it's that sinking feeling. But then a couple of days later, it's that realization of what you've just done. You've beaten it by however many minutes. So it's almost that you need to process it yourself. But then, when you're so close to something, it's within touching distance, you just start processing every aspect of a race. So you think, well, if I didn't go for that water, what would have happened? If I didn't do this, what would have happened? And I always have this motto: it doesn't matter what happened happened. So you've just got to take it as it is, and go for the next one and try even harder. So it's hard to process. There's no denying it. Like, if you miss something by a couple of seconds, you do feel like, what if? But it happened. So it's time to pick yourself up and go for the next one and smash it next time.
I think this comes down to, like, constructive disappointment, using my brilliant, I think, Wilco, would you say analogy earlier? And sort of harmful disappointment. Like, what's healthy and not healthy in terms of that disappointment? Like, is that disappointment, like, short-lived, turns into reflection, motivates you, I suppose, and keeps goals meaningful, so to speak? Or is it the other side where it leads to, like, you giving up, shame, like you're embarrassed about it, takes out the enjoyment of doing that sort of stuff, or actually even worse, I think, with some people, it then puts them into this sort of PB, that's your fault, Hayden, PB or failure mentality. I'm going to go a park run and I'm going to beat everybody. And then when they don't, it's like, and it's just like a doom cycle of and it just keeps feeding it. You're always trying to chase it. You know what I mean? And that usually ends, firstly, to injury more than anything else, but the total disregard for what you used to enjoy with it. You look like you say something, Wilco.
Yeah, I mean, some people are permanently disappointed. It doesn't matter what they do; they'll always sort of like, you could beat your PB, and then you're sort of like, oh yeah, but then I could have done another couple of minutes more. And then, like, it's like people who never have enough money. They always want something else, and something else has got a thing. They're never satisfied. They never have enough. They never have enough of sort of, when their time sort of like, yeah, that was a great job. I'm going to celebrate that, and I'm going to use it and build on it for next week. I think, one of the things about finishing times that people have to consider is, was it realistic in the first place at the target?
Oh yeah, that's a good. I mean, that's a brilliant place to start.
You've got to consider that, because there is always a reason why you don't do things. Whether it could be the weather, it could be conditions, it could be your diet, it could be something bad happening on the day, it could be all sorts of stuff. All you can do is be as best prepared as you possibly can. There was a guy Bill Walsh, he was a famous American football coach, the San Francisco 49ers, legendary coaching figure. He had a motto, he was prepared about everything, more than anything. He always had a saying, the score will look after itself. If you look for it and you do all your top preparation and you put everything in, you won't have to worry about stuff. Some things that you can't control will happen, but the score will look after itself. Your time will look after yourself if you do all the right things.
Amen, brother. And that's exactly my mentality in terms of times. Like, I've said it 6 billion times on my channel. I don't run to times because I live by that philosophy of what Wilco brilliantly quoted, is that if the output or the input and then the output will basically take care of itself. If I'm giving what I need to give in my training, in my build up, in my, everything, what comes out the other end will take care of itself. And that time, because that's what we base it on to a degree. I go back to what Hayden said about performance as well. There's an element of that. But also, Hayden, the performance ends up correlating towards the time anyway, right? So if I'd run Chicago better, then I would have been under the 3:30. Yeah, it's the same thing. The output, but what Wilco said, using that quotation, is absolutely on point. Well, I was going to say, Wilco, you reminded me of a point in time, and it's one of my favourite times of the year. Is January, when you go onto doom scroll on TikTok, and there's all these Herberts on there with their little moustaches and their little vulgar caps or whatever they're called. Watch me as I train for a sub 3 hour marathon. And it's like the last marathon they did was like 4:05 or something like that. They've just they've pulled it out of the sky that I'm going to, watch me as I train for this 2 hours and 2 minutes thing. Cause I know exactly it's brilliant. It really is. And then guess what? About 3-4 weeks later, shin splints, injured. It's classic. There's a guy on YouTube. I'm not going to name him because it's not the right thing to do. But he just hammers his training. He's a good runner, a really good runner, but massively overtrains, and then gets shin splints and wonders why. Do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, these things can happen, okay, but you can see all the telltale signs. He's chasing the miles to look good on socials, and all you're doing is getting yourself injured. And it's total have a week off, shin splints, and then comes back, and then it makes no sense to me as a coach that I see these sort of things. It's like classic schoolboy errors, and it's all because of trying to look good for the gram. It's nuts, really, when you think about it. But anyway, that's another story. Actually, I take a second to reframe this into the marathon experience. Apologies, Beth, and anybody who's listening to this has not gone down that route yet. And there's absolutely no reason to go out there and run 82 marathons in 3 weeks. But in terms of the marathon experience, going back to that point about the finishing times, people get disappointed with their finishing times in the marathon. I think I understand why, because again, this is me, and I've got disappointed with my performance versus the times, but I still been disappointed. But I think it goes back to that what's it not outcome, but like process. Like, did you find the training enjoyable? Right? Did you improve your fitness mindset? Consistency, discipline, that sort of thing over that period. And was the whole thing sort of? Did you feel like you moved forward with it? Now, surely that's got to be the goal. In terms of, and when you look back and go, actually, that's what really was an improvement, not necessarily the time. Hayden, do you know what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, you've got to reframe I think the problem with all of it is you have a look at the situation post-race when the race is finished, and you've got to remember there's a lot of things going on at that moment in time. Firstly, you probably, if we take a marathon or even a half marathon, you've had a big training block behind you. It's almost like building up to, I've said it before, like building up to your wedding day, and then the wedding day is over, and it's like, well, it's over now. You've got the riches and everything. You've got a new wife or a new husband, and you've got the whole life ahead of you because you've built up everything to that day and that excitement, and it's done and it's out the way. Same as a marathon, and a half marathon, you give 12, 16 weeks. And again, the endorphins, the endorphins, everything within you is set up for this thing, and you do this race, and suddenly at the end, you look back and, unless you've absolutely smashed it out of the park and beyond any expectations, a lot of people will start to question themselves afterwards. And it can be a day after, 2-3 days. But I think what you said is right. You've got to look at that and think of it as a learning experience and think to yourself, what is it really that I did want to achieve? And again, go back to what Wilco said, was my expectation realistic? And you've got to be honest with yourself. If it isn't, it isn't. And then you've got to think, I think you've got to tell yourself, what is it you actually do want to achieve? Put the time aside, put the time away from it. What is it you actually want to achieve and want to do? I'll be honest, I've never, ever been disappointed with one of my runs ever. Oh, sorry, just one race. One race with disappointment, that was Boston Marathon, because I went out hard and I underestimated how difficult it was. And I did, whereas I wasn't disappointed, I finished the race and the time was so relevant. I can't even remember what the time was. I ran the Boston Marathon and I was a bit annoyed about the performance, but I was so happy and so excited to run it. But that aside, I never have been, because I don't go into them with expectations. I go into them sometimes thinking, I want to run this time, I want to run that time. But I never think to myself, that's all that this is about. Never.
Yeah, but are you saying you're going to run that time because that's in terms of how you're going to pace it and your strategy and things like that? But you're not doing that because you want to run that goal. You're doing it because purely from a strategy point of view. And again, I'm talking about half marathons, 10Ks. You'll say, right, I'm going to run 45 minutes today. I'm looking to run that. Now, that could be a PB on paper because you don't know where your fitness is. You don't know where your training is. But you're setting that up to run that because you feel that's achievable on the day, or are you running that because that's what you want to achieve? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does. And I think that depends on your outlook before the race. If I'm thinking now to myself, winter 10Ks in February and I'm coming back from injury, I want to be able to get out there and I want to be able to run this time. So I think that will be my strategy. It'll be time-based and thinking I really want to run that time. But it won't be for me because I'm going to think to myself, that's going to be my first race back, hopefully. I want to get around that 10K and feel good and finish thinking no aches, no pains, no injuries, no like. So for me, that would be the strategy. So I'll get through and the time will be irrelevant. If I get through and I can feel pain in my back, then I'm going to feel the exact disappointment we're talking about here. But it won't be time related. It won't be performance related. It'll be related to something that's happened to me. So many factors that can make you feel that way after a race. And the blues, the race blues, the marathon blues, going back to what I was saying, that 16-week block and everything you've put into it. And afterwards, when you look back at it and you do think, everyone gets a marathon blues and you think, what's next? And I think then you're in that sort of state of mind and you're not really celebrating what you've just done as much as you should. And you're more reflective, more looking back at it. And I think that can all add to this experience.
Do you think then marathon or post-race, post-big race, post whatever you've focused in on, right, blues, do you think they're made worse when you don't achieve the finishing time that you set yourself, Beth?
Yes, if the time was the primary factor. So you're always going to be processing it. And it comes back to that thing that you think, well, if I did do this, if I didn't do that, and you're constantly replaying something in your head. But it comes to another point. Time is really important for a lot of people. It's always that milestone. It's the easiest thing to measure a run by, essentially.
Yep.
You can time it. But there's so many other factors that you can measure a run by. Who did you meet along the way? Like, how was the training block? There's so many other things that we don't talk about as such. We just say we put on Strava, we did it in X time, proud to hit whatever milestone. But we don't say, oh, we spoke to this person. This worked really well for my fueling. There's all those little things. And we don't celebrate those as much as the time.
I had a beer at mile 18. You think about these sorts of things.
It's true. But it's true. Those life experiences you take as you go along, right, as you say. And I say it all the time, you know, whether it's marathons, half marathons, you are always learning something when you're out there, right? And you're bang on, Beth, in terms of taking those points with you. And it's the same with clients when I'm talking to them. It's like, yeah, that's great, you ran whatever, but how was fueling? You know, how was you at mile 7? You know, and those sort of things. That's where, because if we're going to look to progress, look to learn, let's like, what did you control well? What did you not control well? You know, what would you do differently next time? You know, they're the sort of things that you go into, just looking at it as a coach's point of view. So how we can improve. We could do exactly the same training block, but if we take the information, and there's some of the data, but take the information because it will correlate from just even those 3 questions that I just said, and we change the narrative on those, we will have a better result, whatever result is in the next race, 100%.
I do think as well. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
I do think as well that you have to try and enjoy it. You know, you have to. It's all right. Half marathons and marathons, they are hard things to do. If they were
10Ks,
easy,
bruv, 10Ks, honestly.
all of them, everybody would be doing them. They are a lot to do. And, you know, it shouldn't be torture. It shouldn't be, oh God, I hated it. It was awful. You know, you have to try and enjoy it. You'll get more out of the training and the more out of the race and the whole experience. And if you try it and do it with a smile on your face. And don't get too worried too much about this sort of thing.
So, Chris, you asked Bethany that question, and Bethany said yes about, do you think the post-marathon blues are worse if you don't hit your target? I think from my perspective, I think differently. I would say no, mine would be differently, because I would have that determination finishing. My marathon blues wouldn't be so bad, because I think I've really just messed that up. I really wanted that. Do you know what? There's only one way for me to repair this, and that's go again. I'm going to go again. I'll do it. So I won't have that marathon blues. So I'll be focusing my head thinking, when's the next marathon? When's my next training block? What do I need to do different? So I wouldn't. Whereas if I hit that target, especially if it was only like a smaller target I want to do, and I hit it quite comfortably in that, then maybe the marathon blues will come in. So I'll be thinking,
that's an interesting way to chuck it around. Yeah.
What is next?
Yeah,
that's
and also you're going to have one reaction or another, which is why when you do one, the chances are you're going to do another one. You're going to have another go at it. Which, you know, how many people do we speak to? They say, "Oh yeah, this is it. I'm going to do one. That's it. I'm not doing any more. That's it." And you go, "Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay then." And then they'll do it. And even if they've had a bad time, they'll say, "Yeah, well, I've signed up for X in 6 months' time. I'm going to have another crack."
Yeah, I think Hayden's right. Personal experience, yeah. In terms of like using Chicago again, is I'm pretty lucky in some respects how my brain works. I was able to just like, that's now over there. I don't even have to think about that anymore, and can move on. Like, not even give it a second, like whatever. Do you know what I mean? Because then, and the post marathon blues, post race blues, whatever way you cut it up, I'm not interested in, because I'm focused in. All right now we're facing this way, and I'm going to take the learnings, because I know that this and this worked. Talking about what I said about those 3 questions necessarily, what could I have done better? Well, if I ain't cocked up the race, then I'd be all right. So, you know, you can then that motivates you in terms of that. Obviously I've got this period in between, which is like slightly irritating, but it is true. But like Hayden said also, I wonder if it is the other way around. Like, as you do hit that target, now that target could be to complete that for your first 10K, and then you go, "Oh, so unmotivated. Got no interest. It's bleeding cold. It's wet. I don't like anybody. And Beth's got 2 Christmas trees up." And you're like, "What am I going to do?" Do you know what I mean? And you get the right ump about everything. But it's true. It can actually have the actual reverse effect. You think to yourself, right, smash 10K. I'm going to go and sign up for a half marathon. But it's amazing how actually you don't think like that. You go the other way, isn't it?
Yeah, and I must be honest, the prime example for it, and people might not think it is, and Wilco, you'll possibly experience this soon, because I know Wilco's been doing a Couch to 5K program. A Couch to 5K program is a good example of that. You can have half the people that will complete that 5K and think, I want to stay on the box form with Wilco, and I want to carry on doing this. Well, you can have other people thinking, done it. I knew I could run 5K. Think, I'm not doing that again. And that's it. And they would never, ever run again. They just think, glad I've done that. It was in the winter. It was cold. I got it done. I proved to myself I can do it. You know, it's not for me. I just can't do it.
And if they're happy, mate, I'm happy.
So, I mean,
if they come back, it's no problem at all. I'm not saying to them, "I'll come out." You know, you've come for the last 9 Mondays and gone up and down the road, and now you got to enter this race. You do it. If people think that they're fitter to play with their kids, you know, because they've been on a course and do stuff like that, and they just feel better about themselves, that's good enough for me. They can do what they want. It's up to them.
Yeah, and it's not good enough for you. It's them. They've got to please themselves. That's why I'm just trying to give. That's why I'm trying to give the example. It's really split with Couch to 5K. You will have half of them will just go on now and want to do races and want to go up to 10K and stuff. Whereas the other half will think, that's what I wanted to achieve. I've done that, and I'm done now. You know, and it won't. That race day blues thing won't even come into it. But again, it comes down to that same old thing with everything we come back to, doesn't it? We're all individual. We all are wired differently, and we all think about things differently. And that's what has the biggest impact on how we feel after a race, and whether we're pleased with it or disappointed, whether that's time or, again, like we said, performance.
Yeah, look, I think to just close it off is, I think, you've got every right to be disappointed with your time. because that's the measurable thing that you may be looking at. Yeah. And that's human nature, I would say. Right. But it should never diminish from the achievement of what you've done or how you identify yourself as a runner. Okay. I think that's important to do that. And I think it's the key is what you do with the feeling afterwards. Do you, as you say, do you turn that into a motivation? Do you accept that that's, that, okay, I've like Hayden just said, I've done that. I've done 5K. Brilliant. Feel a lot fitter, a lot more healthy for it, but I'm happy. I'm content with what I've done. However that you feel, but it's what you do with that afterwards. I think the key is the key to this. But yeah, to close it, I think you've got every right to be not happy with a finishing time to a degree, but I wouldn't let it define you. I think that's probably the best way, and let it unmotivate you from whatever you want to achieve, whatever you want to do, because sport, whether it's running, whether it's putting up Christmas trees, whatever your pastime is, as Wilco brilliantly said earlier, you're meant to bloody enjoy it. None of us elite runners, none of us are pro runners. I'm semi-pro, getting there. But we don't, we do this thing for our own reasons, whatever they are, right? And it's really important that you do it for enjoyment, and that enjoyment can be because you're running times, because you're completing distances, because you're running with your mates, or you're going along to Broxbourne Fordy Runs Running Club because it seems everybody else is doing that as well in Hertfordshire. And actually, that does remind me. I do want to, before we finish, I do want to give a shout out to two people this week. We've got an unbelievable amount of human beings within the Fordy Runs Running Club community. But two people this week who just, it's just incredible. Firstly and I want to give a shout out, is Louise East. Louise East has been part of Fordy Runs running community since 2018. She's just a wonderful person. Really is, and she just encompasses everything about Fordy Runs. If someone said to me, "What is Fordy Runs?" I'd show them a picture of Louise East and say, "Go and talk to Louise," because that is Fordy Runs. Yeah, friendly, supportive, caring, and just amazing. Yeah, and she was on BBC Radio this week talking about Fordy Runs. And she runs a satellite. Hey, do you know where they meet? Actually, give it a shout out.
I know it's Northampton. I know it's in that.
Yeah,
part,
I know it's Northampton, but I can't remember where it is. It just drop us a line. But yeah, she was on the BBC talking brilliantly about Fordy Runs this week. So I want to give her a shout. And the other one as well is Gemma Williams. Is it Williamson or Williams? I don't want to get it wrong. I apologize, Gemma. I'm useless. I struggle to remember my own name. But she's been doing amazing things in Wrexham. Anybody who's knows Wrexham because of the Disney program or knows Wrexham, whatever. She's done an amazing job in Wrexham, starting a satellite group there. First in Wales, actually. And she's been getting the whole community involved. She's had the police down there, safety and things like that. She's been in the press and all this sort of stuff. And it's incredible to see that kind of thing. And all that satellite leaders, everybody involved in the club's brilliant. But those two people this week just want to give them a shout out because, it's just been great to see this week. It really has. So mad love for you two. It's fun. What day did the Wrexham go out? Is it Wednesday?
They're Thursdays, aren't they?
Thursday. They went out last
Thursday.
Sunday.
And Northampton, Louise's group, Northampton, they go out on a Sunday.
Sunday morning.
Okay. Yeah. So if you're interested, look in it, like we've got these guys here. We've got Carlisle, we've got Broxbourne, we've got Surrey. Head over to fordyruns.com and just get involved. But yeah, big love to both of those people. Next week, by the way, I don't know if you know about this or anything. But next week, we are going to be doing live on this show. We're going to be giving 5 people marathon places. We've got 4 London marathon places and a Brighton marathon place that's going to be balloted off live on air. It's crazy. So if you're an affiliated club member or you've volunteered through Fordy Runs Running Club, you're going to be in with a chance of getting a London marathon place next week. You've got better odds than you have in the main draw, funnily enough.
Just a little bit.
We're just under that 1 million people within the club. So the odds are just a fraction better. You're welcome. By the way, if you want to join the club, it's free. Quick plug here. Yeah, and we've also got a Brighton place through our volunteers as well. So next week, all hell is going to break loose. Beth, I hope you're ready for this.
I'll always be ready.
And it's Fordy's favourite day of the year as well. Next Friday.
What's
that? It's actual Black Friday.
No, it's not Black Friday. No, it's black 2 weeks. It's Black 2 weeks next week. Honestly, it drives me out. And I can't think of anything worse. I'm so glad this weekend I don't have to go anywhere near any shops. Last week where was it? I got dragged to somewhere. I can't. Hayden and you, I think you rang me and I said I was in TK Maxx, which is also known as Jumble Sale. A TK Maxx is not an experience that most people need to make, right? It's quite an overwhelming experience. The amount of tut in there is on another level. Although,
if they'd like to sponsor the pod, though,
I was going to say, if they've got a couple of million quid, we'll take it. You know what I mean?
If you listen in America, it's known as TJ Maxx.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, but it doesn't beat Walmart.
Nothing beats
Walmart.
Nothing.
Get in there. You can get like a massive.
Target come close. I do like
Target's good. I never forget. I got chucked out of Target once. I was with someone. I can't tell you the full story because I was with someone, and we got chucked out there because we was causing absolute carnage. Again, bored, so we thought we'd go Target. It was great. I had such a good time. So much of a good time, Beth. Okay, right. So, Beth, what are you doing this weekend other than putting up a third Christmas tree?
It's Tutu Day tomorrow.
What?
It's the 22nd of November. 2-2. It's Tutu Day.
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
22nd of November is tomorrow.
Yeah.
22nd is and it's 2 and 2 to make 22.
2 twos.
So it's 2
Two
Day.
twos, you know?
Well, what's that got to do with Park Run?
Everyone wears 2 twos at Park Run on the 22nd.
Yeah.
What
Everyone
a load
does.
So Hayden's got to wear a tutu tomorrow.
If I do Park Run, I would have to, but it's very, very unlikely.
So hang on, let me know. Sorry, I've got to stop this here. I appreciate we've gone over an hour. Tomorrow at Carlisle, at the Park Run you're going to, everyone's going to be wearing tutus.
Yeah, tutus are highly encouraged across the country.
This is
I will be at Talking Town, and we will have a
You'll be at Talking Town wearing a tutu?
Yep.
Too many T's.
That's a TT tutu.
Wilco, are you going to be embracing this?
Oh, I'd love to.
No, they don't do them in my size, mate. I'd have to get two and sew them together.
You can get 2 tutus.
2 tutus, yeah.
And we're talking something or other.
Yeah. No, I've got to be serious tomorrow because it's we're going to Gunpowder. It's our a graduation for our Couch 5Kers. We're going to take it along there. Hopefully, it won't rain too bad.
Fingers crossed.
We might have a coffee afterwards and celebrate brilliant achievement. It's been the best thing I've ever done. Yeah. Seeing them through there, I got so much out of it. And in the future, I look forward to doing another course as well.
Yeah, and actually, I hate it. Do you want to mention that about the new year quickly? I know we've gone over an hour, but just quickly, anyone still listening, they probably switched off. But go on.
What about the Couch to 5K? We are looking at the Fordy Runs Running Club to start the biggest Couch to 5K program in the UK. Throughout the whole of the UK, we're going to get as many of our satellite clubs together to take on Couch to 5K. So wherever you are listening to this, or if you've downloaded it or you're listening live now in the UK, please get in touch with the club. Go to www.fordyruns.com. See if there's a satellite club near you. Even if it's a little bit of a driveway, you only have to attend once a week, and the rest done on a homework basis. But we're going to set up full support, full groups, so everyone can get together. We're going to get as many people from that Couch to 5K within those 9 weeks. We're going to celebrate all together over a graduation ceremony around the whole country, sort of middle of March. I think it's March the 9th or something. At the end of 9 weeks, it's going to be a real big project, and we're going to be at the helm of it, as we always are.
And even maybe you're a runner who's already, but you may know somebody you feel like this might benefit. So
I would just say that in my Box One group, I've had people coming back from injury, people looking to boost their confidence, people who have had medical procedures and haven't run for a little while and got back into it. So you don't have to be a complete beginner. If you're finding your way back in, you used to run, you've had an injury or you've had a bit of time off and you want to get back into it, it's for you. It's just not for people who've never had a pair of trainers before. all sorts of people can be suited by a Couch 5K program.
Yeah,
I actually find a lot of people who catch 5K are partners, husbands, wives. So if you're a runner, your husband and wife, they're always indoors doing nothing. Like, why don't you do it? Like, I can't do it.
Sign them up.
Get them out. Bring them out. Come with them. Do the Couch 5K with them.
Drop us an email. Find out where your nearest club is. It's free. You know, we're not charging for any of this sort of stuff. You know, it's just great. It's down to our amazing run leaders who are doing this. So big shout out, big love to them. And hopefully we can get as many people doing Couch to 5K as possible, which is, it's just remarkable, really. It's another reason to be part of the old club and that lot. So, all right, team, that's it. We've gone over an hour and 3 minutes. I'm basically putting that down to Beth because she's had to switch on the other Christmas lights. Team, don't forget, next week, it's going to be all guns blazing. Everybody's going to have a job next week because we're giving away all these marathon places. I am live on a Monday talking about running shoes. Monday, I'm going to be talking about New Balance because we've got some rumors coming your way about New Balance. So join me on Monday. Don't forget the vlog's out on Sunday. I think that's about it. I'm going to carry on being miserable. And I will see you guys.
Cheer up, I'm going to spend my Saturday, to make everyone else happy, I'm going to spend my Saturday with a strategic meeting for hours about how we can make the biggest Christmas lights run work with him up there. So he needs to be happy. Please.
What could possibly go wrong? Right, team. Thanks very much, everybody. We'll see you all later. The next episode is a bit of a unique turn. This is one where Hayden actually interviewed me. And it's a little bit different. This is not necessarily about running. This is more about what it's like being a YouTuber and things like that. We thought we'd throw this one in because it's a little bit different. You may not have watched this, may not have listened to this one. So we thought we'd put this into the mix, give you a little bit of, a little bit of background and all that kind of stuff. Hello, everybody, and welcome to a special one-off podcast where Hayden was just about to go off of stage because I saw you in the green room, bruv, getting an absolute roasting from your missus about something.
No, it wasn't a missus. It wasn't my missus, no.
But yeah, welcome everyone to a one-off special ad hoc where I'm rushing because I've just realised that I cocked up my diary and Hayden's here because I sort of hustled him into doing it, but then I realised I got all my timing wrong. So I'm going to apologise now. But actually, this is a one-off, but this is actually your idea, isn't it?
Yep, they always are. All the good ones are my idea.
So look, right, I don't know if you've listened to this or watched this, but we did a podcast a couple of years ago where he thought it'd be a brilliant idea to sort of interview me about the club, Fordy Runs and that sort of stuff. Yeah. Well, when we was like just chatting about stuff like we do, like mates do, he then said, you know what, Fordy, I've had a brilliant idea. And that idea was what?
That idea was, I think people would like, not almost like a day in your life, but they want to know exactly. They know Chris Ford, the person. That was the idea of the last interview type thing. Now they want to know, what is it you actually do aside of the club? So what people know you for most, i.e. the socials, the YouTube and that, which we will all call under that big umbrella of content creation.
Chris Ford, the content creator.
There you go. That's a title.
Sounds like about bollocks to me, but so that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna be transparent as always. I've got no idea which direction he wants to go in. Like the other one we did, we're gonna go with this. We're gonna roll with this over the next 30 minutes and see what happens. And hopefully, like when we was calling the other day, the internet doesn't crash halfway through. All right, over to you, Big. Actually, firstly, shout out to Skechers, our sponsors. Check out the Skechers Aero range. And I don't know when this is coming out, but we're taking over their store at Christmas. You've been pre-warned. We're doing the Christmas lights run. It's going to be epic. But yeah, big shout out to them. Right, go.
Right. Being under that big umbrella, let's start off really first off, these people don't know. In your opinion, because people have different opinions, you tell me your idea of what is content creation and what is a content creator.
It's not an influencer. Mm-hmm. I would say influencers, content creation gets merged into one by some people. I don't necessarily think that's the case. Content creation is about making and producing, whether it's video, audio, whatever, that people consume. Now, that can be in various forms, in various and then how it's distributed can be across various platforms. So like this, we've got audio-based podcast that is creating content that can come out obviously as video. We started this as video, but video podcasters are very popular now. So that could be that side of things, or you could obviously the long form stuff, the YouTube stuff that I do. You've got short form content, long form content. So like stuff that's over 3 minutes, stuff that's shorter. And again, it depends what it's like a consumable for everyday people who are watching, listening to things that people are making, and people are making jobs out of it. Brands are creating their own content as well. And I would say TV companies are effectively content creators in a way. Well, they are. And filmmakers and all that sort of stuff, because it's stuff that people consume in their whatever specialist subject or whatever their interests are. And I go about making stuff that people consume.
Brilliant. So we both agree that actually the content creation, even though you're not an influencer, you call yourself an influencer, content creation is an influencing product. It is something that does influence people, and that's why it's so popular. But brilliant. Okay, so let's go right back to the start then. We've got to start. We're gonna pick on majority. This whole next 30 minutes or so, it's gonna majority be based around YouTube, because we know you've got the Instagram, you've got everything else. You dabble a little bit in TikTok. We know you've got these things.
Oh, I'm useless at TikTok. Honestly, I've got absolutely no idea. You can tell the people who have got like people helping them and stuff because their TikTok's brilliant. And then there's people like me who literally have no clue. But yeah, let's.
So we're concentrating on your specialist subject. So that's going to be, this is like mastermind now in the black chair. Your specialist subject, Chris Ford, definitely is YouTube. So we're going to go back to the start. Let's tell us all a little bit about it. Really brief. How did you first get into YouTube, and what was your inspiration behind the channel?
Inspiration was to document my London Marathon training and keep me accountable for what I was doing. So I was looking for creative output as somebody who's neurodivergent. The creative side of things is something that I hyper focus that I can really throw myself into. I find that a lot of neurodivergent people can tend to excel in sort of creative elements, and that could be like drawing or coloring. For me, it's making content is what you call it. But anyway, so it was a focus on my training for my first London Marathon. That's how I started it. It came from the angle of just a normal person, like, you know, bit shit at stuff, not really any good at running, so to speak. Yeah, I did a bit at school, but I was never like really good at it. Got fat, but wanted to sign up for the London Marathon, so I documented it.
So your very, very first video, do you actually remember it? Do you look back at it? Is it still up on YouTube? Can we view it?
Everything that I've ever done is on YouTube. I've never taken, unless it's a video that we've been asked to take down, or it got taken the wrong way or something like that. Like I had one video where people were so rude, it really impacted my mental health. I took it down. But in general, everything's up there. I did a video. I can't remember when it was, when I showed actually one of my first videos. It was like just me in the kitchen and on my phone and stuff like that. Yeah, I've got no training in making any of this. I've got no idea. I still got no idea what I'm doing, but I enjoy the process. So
that leads on to the next question, actually, quite nicely. So how do you come up with like these ideas that you're going to post in these videos? How do you actually start thinking, do you know, this week I'm going to do that? Because we know you post weekly. You at times you post daily, 2-3 times, sometimes 4 times a week. How do you come up with these ideas?
I'll be honest with you. A lot of the time is when I'm out running. So I'll be running along, and you can ask Paige, you can ask Ben, you can ask Si, the guys who I run with every week. I'll go, hang on a minute, I've got to stop, and I'll write an email to myself with an idea. So like the other day, I thought of a London Marathon sort of more focused video. I can't remember what it is. I've made you laugh. I've got the email on my email, and I wrote to myself, London Marathon, blah 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 blah, because I'm thinking of stuff that I would be looking for that's useful for people. I can't remember. I think it's like about like essentials or kits, because it's coming to that time of year. So I'm seeing people already posting about this, or sometimes it comes from questions that I get asked, because obviously as a coach, I get asked a lot of stuff, or we do a live stream. We'll come on to that maybe if we've got time, but I get questions coming from the live stream where people are asking for stuff, and there's usually trends that you can pick up on that the people like, I don't know, we had a period a few weeks ago, people were asking about winter running shoes. Yeah, so you know that people are searching for that. So it's like, right, it's that time of the year. We need to make sure we do that. You know, it's that kind of thing. So it's picking up on, I don't have like a content strategy, which you should have. I tend to wing it, which might surprise some of you, but I do. With the vlogs, I don't. If I'm going through a training plan, I'll have a list of like the races and stuff like that I've got programmed in, and when they're due to come out and things like that. And I'll look for stuff to fill in there. But everything else is basically, I wing it.
Okay, so yeah, so you've just touched on something as well. So you have the racing vlogs. You've got different elements to your YouTube. Let's start with what probably, maybe I'm understanding you a bit. I think it's what you're sort of most well known for, especially on the other side of the pond. When you go to America and everyone wants to speak to you like the mayor of London. So running shoes are a big part of it. And your reviews on running shoes, for me, that's just, when people talk about Fordy Runs on YouTube, that's the first thing that comes to mind for me. And I think what people wanted to know, and the main reason I wanted to do this was, can you take us through from when you get a pair of shoes, firstly, how you get the pair of shoes, when you get the pair of shoes, what you do up until that final point when you click upload, or when that final point where you release that video for people to watch? How does that process work? I don't take something like recently, like the Mega Blast or the Vomero Premium or something. Take us through when that first comes through.
The process actually starts earlier than that. A lot of the time, I have an idea of what's coming. I mean, you've been in meetings with me with certain brands and things, and you've heard me talk to them directly about. We talk about something, then I'll go, right, what's, you know, X, when's this coming, or when's that coming, or when am I expecting that? So it actually starts slightly earlier because we'll get the shoe, or we'll get notified that the shoe's coming pre-launch, ahead of launch. Not all the time. There'll be an embargo or some sort of thing, or it might be come based around a certain release date that it goes on sale. So I'll know ahead of time that shoe's coming. Sometimes, though, shoe will just turn up, no tech sheet, no idea, and you'll be like, oh yeah, thanks for that. And then, so depending on the shoe, it will depend on what I do with it. For starters, so if it's a race day shoe, so let's say it's an Asics Metaspeed Ray, my first thinking is, right, what race have I got coming up? Where can I, because on my channel, I like to take racing shoes and put them into races. I don't see any much value, don't get me wrong, but much value in taking them, you know, on 5 or 6 miles and then just doing an initial video on it. I appreciate why people do that. They obviously want to get the clicks, they want to get the search. For me, I'm like, well, this is a race day shoe. What race can I put that into? So that's how that side of will work. And then I'll hit upload because I'll go, right, I've just done a 10K race. I nearly killed myself, but this is my findings. I'm going to go and do this in the shoe. With other shoes, so I don't know, just a daily trainer. I will look to, the shoe will come in and I'll be so 9 times out of 10, like you, I'm marathon training. 9 times out of 10 I am. I'm roughly doing about 40 miles a week, for argument's sake. That can be, though, 8 runs some weeks because I double run. And there's a variety of sessions in there. My peak mileage week for Chicago, using that as an example, 60 miles. So I will look to put the shoe into my rotation and try and get a week's worth of running in it minimum before I even start thinking about the video. I think that's from my side an important thing to do because you can use it on different things. There may be an instance where if I know it's a hot shoe, I'll go, right, this is going to get a shitload of volume in terms of people searching it. I may do a first run or an initial impressions, and I'll be quite honest and quite open about that, and say, look, I've done whatever in it, but I really try and do something. Or another hot shoe, I may take it on a 20-mile long run because again, I'm probably marathon trainer on it, but again, I'll be quite open about it. So I will have a certain idea of what I want to do in the shoe before I press upload and record it and press upload, because I like to deliver that to the people who watch the stuff and go, well, first, at least he's running it. Secondly, I can see on Strava what he's running roughly in a week in terms of the sessions and everything, because it's all out there. And that hopefully gives an idea of people what paces I'm running as well and the sort of efforts that I'm doing, because it may be that what I'm doing may relate to them. It's like there's no point me looking, and I love Ben Parks. He's my absolute hero. I love the guy. There's no point me watching a Ben Parks review because he's a totally different runner to me. And I love him. Like, genuinely think he's brilliant. He's up there in terms of content with the best, if not the best, right? But he's a totally different speed and mileage and everything to me. So it's not that relatable. So what I hope is that people can see what I'm running, see where I'm trying to go, and then they can relate to it.
Cool. So just roughly, how long? So when you've done that running it and you get home, because you obviously film yourself running that, how long, just really quickly, does it take for you to sit there, talk about the shoe, edit that, and get it all ready?
Can take days. And I may film B-roll on one run, but I might not put the video out for another 2 weeks. Like, where I'm getting the B-roll can be on any run really, because it doesn't matter. Like, in relation, I'm using the B-roll as an overlay just to keep the video interesting. But it might be the first run that I take the B-roll on, but it might not. I might not get enough miles in them in my mind, get an idea of the shoe for another 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah,
and that's the other thing as well. Because I'm lucky and I get sent so many shoes, I'm having to juggle. I'm juggling which shoes are priority. So, like, there's shoes that I don't even get to put videos out in because I don't run the mileage in them to be able to put the video out. And I'm now at that point. Don't get me wrong, I used to make mistakes like that, but now I'm at the point that I simply haven't got enough miles in to put a video out on this. And there's no real point me putting a video out after 5 or 6 miles, doing an initial review. What's the point? What value does that add?
No,
unless it's a really hot shoe.
Yep, absolutely perfect. Leads straight on to the next question. Absolutely perfectly. So this is the big question: how do you balance like the creativity with what you know will perform well? Where's that balance? Where do you think to yourself, like you said earlier, you referred to earlier, you've got a hot shoe. Like, let's just say you're lucky enough to get the Alpha Fly 4. Do you just do as much as you can and not care so much about the creativity because you know it's hot and you know it's trending? Or how do you get that balance of doing the shoe justice as opposed to just being like that?
With a shoe like that, I will look at trying a slightly different angle on it. So look, everyone's going to come out with, their first take initial problem. I will look to take it to a race as soon as I can and say, right, that's come in. I could probably get along to a race Wednesday night at Battersea. Let's go and have a go. And at least I've used it in anger. And that's how I'll slot that in. Or like I've done with other shoes, I got 21 miler this weekend. This is a marathon training shoe. Let's go and put it into a marathon training session. And I think that provides that. But again, I'll be totally open and say, look, I've only done 1, maybe 2 runs in this shoe, but I've done these sessions and that's what I'm basing it on.
Yeah.
So it's not like, oh, I've done this or not even said that. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be. That's what I've learned over the period of time. I hope that people can really respect the fact that how much I'm trying to get in these shoes before I put a video out.
But this is the thing, isn't it? That's what I'm talking about with the balance. Is that balance of, are you doing this just because you want views? Are you doing this because you want people to watch your channel? Or are you doing this because you're trying to give people a genuine idea of what the shoe can do and what the shoe is like? And that's the balance we're talking about there.
I'm just trying to be that sort of voice where it's like, I wouldn't necessarily say balance because I'm probably the other end of the spectrum. I could quite easily go off on one about something. So I don't necessarily think I'm balanced. But it's just, it's more to say, look, I'm just this guy who's trying to get faster. Yes, I'm a running coach, so I know what I'm talking about in terms of like that side of things. But I'm just going to give it to you pretty straight in terms of what I think about it. And you may totally disagree with me, and I've got absolutely no problem with that. But yeah, if I'm going to like something, I'll tell you. And if I think it's shit, I'll tell you it's shit. And I've got obviously chastised for that over the years with brands, with agencies. They don't particularly like that. They don't like the fact of, they don't know what's going to come out. But even now, I don't really hold back, unless, and that is a detriment to me and detriment to the channel, detriment to the progress. When you see others out there, again, good luck to them. But I come at it at a slightly different angle. It's not deliberate. That's just me and my ways I am, my autistic ways. It's black or white. you know, and sometimes I frustrate myself because I think, you know, I didn't necessarily need to say it, but nothing I write, nothing I put out is scripted. nothing is to plan, and I'll have the best intentions of doing, you know, something with the shoe, and then I'll run in it and go, well, this is absolute shit. I honestly, this is just so boring. I can't justify it. And I've been sent the shoe, and I'm still getting angry at the fact that it's £200. Do you know what I mean? That's the sort of thing that annoys me, because it's like someone may actually go out and spend 200 quid of their money. I'm lucky I don't have to pay that for that shoe.
Yeah.
But if you're going to spend £200 and it's absolute pony, somebody needs to say that. It's, you know, it's like all the super trainers are out there at the moment. They're all like £170, £180. They're all the same thing. They've all become the same thing. But no one's saying that. Everyone's going, oh, you know, the Speed Fight. Oh, it's a brilliant shoe. It's not. It's the same as version 4. Go and buy version 4 cheaper. And that's where I get myself into trouble.
Right, I think we know that about you. We've seen it in the past. Let's talk a little bit about what people want to know about the way things work, growth and strategy. So let's talk about our biggest friend, or indeed our biggest enemy. Let's talk about the algorithm. Tell me just a little bit, just a couple of minutes, let people know what the algorithm is and how much it dictates what you do.
The algorithm is something that I still don't understand. It is something that that is like this mythology, like out there. It's how YouTube shows your content to people. So, for example, Hayden, if you went, I'll give you an example. I looked at Starlight Express the other day because the kids were going on about it. All over everything I'm looking at now is Starlight Express or anything related to it. That's how the algorithm works. So if you went on and looked up the Vomero Premium, the chances are one of my videos would show up, or somebody who's done a video on that. And that's kind of how the algorithm works. Trying to get to the front of that queue is dark art. There's people out there who can tell you how to do it. I've still not mastered it. I work purely on keyword search and things like that. So anything that's trending, like the Nike Vomero Premium was, people were searching that shoe. That's why it's timely to put videos out at certain points, because, you know, search traffic is high. The YouTube is a search engine, so it's going to try and promote that content. It's going to try and promote the stuff that they believe is what the person's looking for. So I don't think I know that I don't know the algorithm, but what I do know is that certain things are going to hit better than others at certain times of the year. And there's really good people out there who do a better job than again, using Ben Parks as an example, he's brilliant. He really does good stuff at the right times. If you watch Ben's stuff, it pops really well. First, he's just a great guy and makes good content, but also his what he's putting out in terms of the titles, the descriptions, and the things like that. You'll see, like, if he does I tested all the influencer products sort of thing, or those sort of things, he's bang on with that sort of stuff. But it's his full-time job, so I don't have time to search to investigate, you know, certain trends and certain topics to make sure I'm posted at the right time. Going back to that strategy, I have none.
Yeah. No,
you know what I mean?
It's not as straightforward as what you say. So the question that comes from that is, if you're looking to do something, or you want to build your channel, consistency versus originality, what for you, what matters most in the growth? What are you going to get more growth from, consistency or that originality?
I think it used to be consistency. Now it's originality. I think it's changed. Actually, I think from what I've seen is that originality is better than the consistency. We've cut back the amount of videos that I'm putting out on the channel, mainly because I'm just burnt out. And it's hard to balance life, being a dad, being a husband, having a full-time job, coach, running a club, and doing everything else, and making videos. It's bloody hard. So I think consistency is still critical, but consistency is critical in everything, including running. Just get that in there. But I think the originality is a good thing as well. I think if I could spend more time on the videos, then I would. But again, I don't have an infinite amount of time to create the stuff, because I'd love to do that, and you can see that from people who do make really good videos. they tend to have a little bit more time, and the creativity comes through, and you can see that. And I think people really buy into that now.
Yeah. I know. So the next thing, I know we have spoken about it before, and it's a not very nice topic, to be fair, but we've got to spend a minute or so on it because it's part of the world you live in now. But how this dealing with hate and negativity, you've already said about some people have gone absolutely nuts about your videos and that. The question isn't so much how do you deal with it, the question is how do you deal with it? How do you move on from someone that's being an absolute right pain in the backside or being really horrible to you, and you know they're out for you?
Yeah, it's hard, mate. I don't understand. I don't understand it in some respects because, again, that black and white mentality that I have. I don't get what people get out of it, but there's nothing you can do with it. That's just in life, okay? So people are like that. For me, I spend a lot of time in therapy every week, dealing with my neurodivergent brain, and working through stuff to make sure that I'm not impacted by certain things. So I feel like a little bit better armed at it than I was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it used to really affect me when people went after me. And again, I make mistakes. I say the wrong thing. I'll get stuff wrong and things like that, and I'll put the content out. But now I'm a little bit more Teflon with it because I'm more like a work in progress on that side of things. But I can't lie, it is harsh. It's even harsher when you get other creators coming after you. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, what? And things like that. And sometimes they create spaces where it then fuels that toxicity. And I don't get that personally. So it's a real shame because, again, people don't really understand the negative impact it can have on you. As somebody like I've been really, I don't think I'm more open. I'm pretty open about my mental health in terms of how I am as a person. It can really affect me sometimes. If I get caught off guard, I can then go down a rabbit hole and then I'm in an autistic meltdown. And anybody who has autism will truly understand I'll shut myself off from the world if I'm not careful. So, but at the same time, I'm out there because I put myself out there. So it's kind of my own fault to a degree. And that's where I accept that there is a sort of give and take. 9 times out of 10, it doesn't bother me. 9 times out of 10, it doesn't bother me. But sometimes it still does. And it's not very nice. But that's, again, I put myself out there. So
see, I wouldn't accept that it's your own fault because you put yourself out there. That's absolutely
no. There's never an excuse for people to be like they are. As I said to you, I find there is a real toxicity about it. Again, I'm polarizing, and I totally understand that because some people don't like my ways, and I totally understand. I really get that. But I always think, well, if you don't like it, don't watch it, don't comment, move on. But people can't help that. And yeah, there is a real negativity out there. And it's a shame that it gets like that. All I can try and do is be true to myself.
I think that's absolutely fair.
And as I said, I'm so open about my mental health and my neurodivergency. I can't be any more open about it. And some days I generally struggle to get out of bed. And when you see something like that, I just think, come on, really? Like, what are you going to achieve writing that? What's
exactly that? Get a couple of likes and people think, oh, that was funny. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, clever. But you always find out 1 or 2 then jump on it, and then they go after you, and you're like, okay, I'll just remove that person or delete that comment, whatever. And I don't like to delete comments, by the way. I try and respond to all my comments on my videos, and I very rarely delete stuff, like very rarely. But sometimes I have to because it's just unnecessary. It really is. It's just people trying to be clever dicks, and you're just like, you know what I mean? I've been round the block before. You know what I mean? It's not my first rodeo. So, and a lot of the time you just want to tell them to go and do one.
Yeah,
but you can't.
No,
but I think you've got every right to. But at the same time, you don't want to be seen to be telling them to go. Anybody said that to you in the street, you tell them where to go straight to their face. But these people ain't got the nuts to do that. Do you know what I mean? So, but why do it? Why? I don't understand. It's just.
I think we spoke about loads of times there's positives and negatives of the social media world, and that certainly is one negative.
Yeah, I don't use. I'm people say I don't like to be called an influencer. I don't like that. I think if anything, I'm probably the other end of that spectrum. I don't like to be painted that. I don't like it at all because I try and stay in my own lane. Do you know what I mean? There's a reason why other creators like YouTubers now that don't want to come near me and stuff like because of the way I am, and I appreciate that. But I try and stay try and stay in my own lane now. That's what I've worked out. These guys, you know, some of them like me, some of them don't. That's fine. Some people don't like me, some people do. That's fine. It can crack on. Honestly, it really makes. So what I've tried to do is stay in my own lane, and that's where I get with the social media. I'm not very good at Instagramming, and I'm not very good at TikToking because I don't have a strategy. I don't have an idea on how. I'm not doing it to grow. It's just a creative output for me. And if I can do anything with it, it's to it's to highlight what the club's achieving, what the people within the club are achieving, and what we're doing nationally. That's what I'm more proud of, and that's what I try and do with like, let's say, the Instagram. And obviously I cock about and stuff like that. But ultimately, it's not there to get likes or to get brand deals or to get this or to get that. It's not there for that. And again, that's where I think I'm a little bit different to your influencer who's making and fair play to him, making a career out of it. You know, I see people now, I've just given up my job. I worked in the city for 52 years and I've just given up my job to become an influencer. I've become a running coach. Let's have a look at that qualification. But yeah, I've become a running coach and I'm going to give up my job. But they're basically influencers and stuff like that doing it. And you just think, okay, that's great. That's not me.
No, I agree. And while you're being so open and honest about it, let's tell everyone how you make so much money out of this. Are you earning money from YouTube? And where are you hiding all them millions of pounds?
Millions. Yeah, I'm making so much money that I'm having to work 70 to 80 hours a week. That's brilliant, that is. And I don't have a night off. With all the millions, because I'm counting the money on a Sunday night, I don't have time. I was talking to Nick about this last night. She was like, why don't you try and get a night off? Like, with all the stuff you're doing, because you're killing yourself, sort of thing. I was like, yeah, but I need to. If I do that, then I'm going to lose this, and I can't afford to lose this, because it's that. Then that could become a situation where we looked at, because I nearly lost the house, I nearly lost the roof over our heads, nearly lost everything. Yeah. So that's when I was driving a Tesco van, and it's like I don't ever want to get back there. So YouTube's not for me, it's not some big pot of money. I wish it was, but you get paid ad revenue off YouTube, which is not great. Especially a channel my size is not particularly great. Don't get me wrong, it's better than a kick in the nuts, yeah, and it helps. But it's not the main revenue driver. So, but I like to make YouTube videos because I like to make because I like running shoes, but more importantly, I like the creative process of my training and stuff. But no, there's a big misconception that you're loaded. I got no idea. If you get to 100,000 subscribers, I don't know how much money you'd make. I don't know if it's more or less. I'm guessing it's probably about a little bit more, but nothing incremental. But you may get like brand deals on the back of it and stuff like that.
The ad revenue, you have a look at the ad revenue compared to the hours you put in. Your hourly rate's probably about 50p an hour.
Yeah, it's peanuts. No, it is. It is. And if you think, like, as you said, a video can take a week to make. I picked probably one of the hardest places to do it, because you actually have to run. Like,
John, this is so funny. You said that. I spoke to somebody.
Fishing, I'd be brilliant at it.
I spoke to somebody who got into this a few years ago, and they're quite successful now. And at one point they're going for a loan. I said, the problem is, you've chose one of the hardest things to get into. Not only have you got to do this content creation, not only have you got to do everything that comes with it, you have to go and bloody run as well and run these marathons and things. If you was like cake testing or something, or tasting crisps, or a biscuit tester or something like that, and making videos, you're making that. It makes life easier. Well, we've got a couple more questions. We're going to wrap it up. Then a couple of things. What are the biggest myths you've heard then, apart from the money, about being a content creator? Different myths that people think, perceptions people have of
the opportunities and things like that. Some people are lucky and they get a lot of opportunities. It depends if your face fits. So I think that's that's it. I'm quite lucky. I get invited to a lot of races, but actually, I make you laugh. I sign up for a lot of my races now myself. I've got to that point where I'm not really interested in doing social posts and all this crap for them. Not really that bothered. So I'll get an invite afterwards. I say, no, sorry, I've already signed up. I tend to do that. So I think that's a bit of a myth. He's getting all these free places for this, free places for that. Don't get me wrong. I do get free places. But like, for example, London Marathon, I've always run for a charity every year. Just to put, just to tell you, I'm not getting invited by New Balance to go and run that or whatever. So I think that's a bit of a myth in terms of stuff. 9 times out of 10 now, I'm probably there on my own accord. And that a lot of that, again, some of that's through choice, because again, I don't want to be held accountable for creating certain things or deliverables. This is what we get told for certain things. Not really that interested. I'll just rather come do my own thing. If I don't fancy making something, I won't make something if I'm not in the right headspace. So I think that's a myth in terms of the stuff I do. Other myths. Yeah, I think the money's probably the biggest thing, and people don't realize how much work goes into it as well. It's on top of everything else. It's, again, I'm training for stuff. Yeah, I'm running 40 miles a week, which is quite a lot. It's not like relative to some people, it's not much, but some people it's in loads. So I'm doing a lot of mileage, and I'm training, and I'm doing stuff, and then I could quite easily just do 15 miles a week and say, oh, here's a shoe review for you. But that's not me. I was a runner before I went on YouTube. Does that make sense?
Absolute sense, yeah.
And I think that's the difference. I didn't come onto YouTube to get famous and then go, oh, I'm going to go into running because nobody's doing it, or whatever, or I want freebies from shoe companies and stuff. No, I was a runner documenting my London Marathon journey. And then I was lucky enough, because I genuinely liked shoes and things like that and whatnot. And then a lot of opportunities came my way in terms of that side of things. But now, as I've sort of got more mature on this platform, I'm now in a position where I'm dictating, basically because I'm miserable, and I'd rather do. I'd rather, again, I go back to my point. I'd rather stay in my own lane. And that, again, that's a detriment to this channel in terms of it growing. But I'd rather just stay in my own lane and do my own thing. And I don't necessarily think that's going to work well for me, by the way. I'm putting that out there.
Actually, that actually leads on to my very, very last question. Absolutely perfectly and brilliantly. There's loads more I could ask you about this, but wary of time and stuff. My very last question, and I know everyone's going to want to know this. What is the best advice you can give to someone right now, maybe listening to this and thinking, I'm a runner and I'd like to document my journey. I'd like to become a YouTuber. I'd like to do what Chris does. What's a couple of real great bits of advice, and what would you tell them, their biggest bits of advice you could give them to get started?
I think, firstly, are you doing it for the right reasons? Yeah, because again, there's no big pot of money here. The freebies, they're great, but they're not the be all and end all. Yeah. And with those sort of freebies, there's a commitment to do certain things. I will again, give you an example. I turned down a load of stuff the other day, basically because I couldn't be bothered to do it all, because I know that video is going to get no views, and it was a what's it load of work to do. So I said, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to do that. I'd have the confidence to turn around and stick to your own lane. So again, be true to yourself, as well. Make sure that what you're doing is a reflection of you. I made mistakes, a lot of them, when I started out, because you get caught up in a lot of stuff. First thing you get sent, or I'll get sent to this race, or all this sort of stuff. And then what you learn, you learn from that. And you look back and you go, well, I did that wrong, or I made the mistake there. And again, that's all learning process. So make sure you're true to yourself, true to your beliefs. Don't get sucked into stuff. But I would just focus. I would focus on being authentic and telling your story. Like what we said about the consistency thing. I don't know what it was in terms of the. Oh, is he back?
No, I'm back. I'm here.
Sure, I lost you. Yeah, in terms of the consistency thing, originality, I think, is better. I think that's important to be that authentic. You always hear this about authenticity and all this sort of stuff, but it is true. I think when people meet me, I'm quite open about how I am as a human being. I'm very awkward socially, and you may get one version of me or the other depending on where I am on my spectrum. I could be quite happy standing by a tree by myself, not talking to anyone, and the next minute I'm geeing up a whole group of people ready to go. So you don't know what you're getting, but that's the authentic me, and I'm very open about that, and I think that needs to come through on your channel. And I don't think it really matters what it is, running or fishing or hats or whatever. You just need to be authentic and don't chase it. I don't know whether that's useful or not, really. I don't really know what I said there.
I think it was. I say people will know when they let us know in the comments if they're thinking about starting out on a YouTube channel.
It's hard, mate. Don't get me wrong. It is hard. It is hard. It's not easy. I think it's a lot harder now than it was like years ago. There's a lot of people doing it now. You know, you see a lot of the pros or like guys and girls who like basically now they start a YouTube channel because they know it's another source of income. They get high quality production, and they go down that road, and they make some really good videos. So you know, there's a lot of people doing it. I feel very privileged in the channel that people tune in, people have subscribed to the channel. I feel privileged that people watch like crap like this that we make.
Cheers, mate.
And listen to this. No, but it's true. You don't realise how genuinely, because again, a lot of it's BS. People go, "Oh, thanks so much." Oh, all the support. It's all BS. It genuinely means a lot to me. Because I think because of what I went through, I know that everything can be taken away very quickly. And you can lose everything very quickly when you're sitting there worrying about how the hell you're going to keep that roof over your head, right? When you're thinking how you're going to tell your wife and that basically there's no money and you've got to go begging and you've got to go and work at Tesco's, driving a van and work doing all the other stuff just to try and keep that roof over. You're fully aware that everything could be taken away from you. Don't get me wrong. I used to work in the city and I had a load of money, load of dosh. Like I didn't want for nothing. Do you know what I mean? But when you get to that point where you have nothing and you're up to your eyeballs in debt, yeah, you know that anything could be taken away from you. So I am genuinely grateful that people tune into the videos and the opportunities I get from those videos and the stuff that I make. And I really genuinely appreciate that. And that's again, that's no bullshit. On that side of things.
Comes through. Yeah. That's what the whole feeling, the whole movement around this last half an hour, really. I think people have seen that. What love you or hate you, as we've always said before, your Marmite.
It's one or the other, right? I've got no problem with it. Honestly, if you like it, that makes me feel great. If you don't, I totally respect that. It's like when we get people opinions on shoes. You don't know what you're talking about. And they go right off on one in the comments. You go, you know what? I get it. I totally understand. But I'm only saying what I think. Or like I did a video the other day about I did a video of the Vomero Premium against the Mega Blast. People went off on it. You go through the comments. This is like comparing a lamp to a pineapple. This is what you got no idea and all this sort of stuff. I get it, right? But what you don't think is I heard what people were saying on the live stream. I know what and seen what people have been saying like on the Facebook group and things like that and going, I'm a normal dude, right? I'm looking for a running shoe to go and run my marathon. Nike have got like this £230 shoe. ASICs have got like this £230 shoe. What's the difference? What one am I going to buy here? They're both really expensive, so they've got to be pretty good. What one do I need to buy? I'm not really sure. Well, actually, there's a video here. So again, I've looked at it from that point of view, not the technical side of things, because I'm not an idiot. I know the differences. I've been doing it long enough now. But people didn't get that. Do you know what I mean? And that's where you get a little bit frustrated. But you're like, but I respect a lot what you're saying because I know what you're saying, and your opinion's like welcome here. Do you know what I mean? It's like this one guy had a go at me because if you don't agree with Fordy, he does this and that. No, that's not the case at all. but I'm not a doormat, and I'm not going to sit there and take abuse in the comments as well. Do you know what I mean? And that's the other thing as well. I won't take it. I just won't, because that's not the way I've been brought up. I'm black or white, and you've got to remember that. So and I hope that comes across in the content that I create. And again, I'm a bit hit and miss on Instagram, but again, Instagram for me is more about the stuff that I'm cocking about with, but really it's more of a point of, look, I'm doing this, you can do it, and look at what we have going here in terms of the club and the community, and you can be a part of this if you want to. And highlighting that side of things, which I hope it comes across. I'm not so sure it comes across all the time, but again, I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't have people guiding me. No, I don't. I don't have people guiding me. I'm not social media background. I'm not a videographer background. All of this is self-taught. The whole thing is self-taught, and I think that also comes across because some of it is like crap, but it is the podcast self-taught. Yeah, and things again, people don't realise. This stuff all costs money to do. Yeah, I appreciate this is, you don't care probably, but it all costs money.
I'm £250 an hour.
He's 250 quid an hour. It's more expensive than if you go to Vegas. But it's true, you know what I mean? It's like, but again, there's so many little finite little things that not necessarily the average person is aware of. So hopefully that's helped. And hopefully it's given people an insight into what you wanted to get out of this. I'm not sure. I think I've just slagged everybody off again.
No, I don't think you have at all. I think the idea of it was people would say, well, what do you do for, we know what you do for a living, your full-time job, but like, Chris, Fordy's a content creator. Well, what's that? What does that mean? I think people know now, they've realised. I think you've explained it out and set it out quite simply, what it is you do, what's involved, the commitment involved, and the negativity that you're going to receive towards it. It's not all flowers and smelling nice roses all the time, is it?
No, but don't get me wrong. It's great. It has huge upside. So
you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it.
I don't want to paint a picture of, oh, woe is me, because that's total bollocks. That's total and utter bollocks. Because as I said to you, I'm lucky enough to get invited. I turn stuff down. A lot of people will take all those opportunities, and rightly so. I'm getting shoes sent to me left, right, centre. I'm so lucky in that respect. You think, the opportunities of going abroad and all this sort of stuff. I turn stuff down because of the way I am as a human being and my ways, let's call it, because I know I have challenges. Just to get on a plane to go to Chicago for me was the biggest challenge of my life. So, I turn stuff down. But don't get me wrong, if you took everything that came your way, and you see people taking all the stuff that comes their way, they're having a great life, and fair play to them. Why wouldn't you? It's only because the way I am that I sort of restrict myself from all that. But that's only me. So yeah, there's a massive upside to it. Again, hopefully I haven't painted a negative impression, because it's really great. The creative side of things is fantastic. Anybody who, again, I'll go back to the neurodivergent people out there. Anybody who is like like me in that respect, stuff like this is fantastic. It really is. Talk about an outlet, like running and creating content for somebody the way I am with my brain. It is phenomenal. It's really it's almost like medicine. If I can go into something and I can really focus in on a project, like as you said, or like a 2-3 week idea. I've got a couple of videos that I've been working on over the last 2 or 3 weeks that I'm really excited about, that I put a lot of focus into. That helps me in terms of my balance. As I say, the days where I don't want to get out of bed, struggle to get on the train, it can make a real difference. So again, anybody who's a bit like me in that respect, get creative, 100%.
You must watch back some of your stuff and have that little smile and think, not only do I enjoy doing that, it's good. It looks good.
No, I tell you what, the one that I think was from 2017, 19, I thought, oh, Jesus, that was funny. I am going to put a video out. I think probably I might do it over Christmas, because there's some challenge videos that we've done on the channel. And they're the ones, if you said to me, Fordy, what would you like to do? I'd like to just do the challenge videos with my mates, where we do, actually, I'm doing something in the new year with my brother. But, that kind of different style where we're doing stupid shit that it's just me and my mates doing silly things like when we raced to Scotland. Like, why would you do that before a marathon? It's just an idiot thing to do. Or, you know, tell Tobe that he's got to run to Stansted Airport. He's 20, just under a marathon, and he's done no training. You know, they're the sort of things that I like doing, and I wish I could do more of, but I don't have the time, because you have to dedicate yourself to your family firstly, and all the other bits. But they're the videos I love making, where I'm just with like you, like Chicago's a great example, you know, where I'm just with my mates, and yeah, we've got doing a bit of running, but it's just about our relationships, our friendships. They're the ones I like. They don't get hardly any views, which I think it says everything, but they're the ones I like making. And if I could just make them for the rest of my life, then I would. I'd sack off the shoe reviews, because if someone said to me, Fordy, here's £10 million, Netflix, just go out and make these videos with your mates. I'd go, you know what, let's do it, because it'd be brilliant. And they're the ones that really excite me. And, you know, that you think to yourself, because we've had stupid ideas of stuff that we would like to do, but you'd need money to go and do them, because everyone's going to have to take a couple of days off work, you know, and things like that. Fly to places. You and I spoke about stuff that, you know, places we'd like to go and fly to and do stuff. But it's time and money, isn't it? Again, it's no big pot of money here to do these sort of things.
That's the investment in the channel. You put that investment like that, and that's helps
It's
it
a
grow
risk.
again.
And it comes back to that risk, doesn't it? You know, do you spend £1,000 a month to go and hire a coach to help you grow the channel, right? Pay £6,000 over 6 months to help you grow the channel. Yeah, I know channels that have done it and done it successfully, taken them from small to big, because they pay somebody to work with them on the side strategy. You can see it on Instagram, people who've got like people working for them in terms of their strategies and things like that. And they've invested in their channel, and they've invested in what they're doing, and fair play to them. I don't have that money to do that. I don't have that. If I had £6,000, firstly, I'd pay off the debt that we've got. But secondly, I'd take the kids on holiday. Yeah, I'd say, right, we're going on holiday. Instead of trying to scratch around and find money to go on holiday, I'd go, right, there's our holiday done. That's the way I am. So, you know, it's that balance, isn't it? It's that balance. Hopefully I'll get to that point where I can, you know, take that £6,000 and take the kids on holiday. But it's like, I don't know when that's going to happen. And there's no long term in this thing anyway, in terms of this stuff. At some point, something's going to come up and it'll all end, because that's the way it happens in life. That's the way I said to you. I go back to my point. My default position is this will end at some point.
Just enjoy the ride. Just got to
enjoy
the ride, mate.
Exactly. You've got to enjoy it until then, and enjoy what you're doing to the best of your ability, because it will end at some point. And I know that because it happened to me.
And there we go. That is what being a content creator, a day in the life. A few years in the life of a content creator.
I don't think it was a few days. Yeah, I think I painted quite a bleak picture. I'm quite miserable. No, you have to. Yeah, I am in one of those weeks in terms of my brain at the moment. So you've picked me on a bad week. Next week it could be all, as you said, smelling of rose gardens and stuff. But you can only be true to yourself, can't you?
And that's where we go back to the very first question, the very first point about the authenticity and consistency, etc., and you're smashing it out. And just so everyone's going to know, listen to this, but if someone's found this podcast, it's out the blue and they know nothing about you whatsoever, where are they going to find all your stuff and everything you do?
Just Google Fordy Runs.
There you go.
Just
as simple as that. Simple as that.
It's quite cool. You get people coming up to you and saying, like, even people like where I work, like they go, like people, oh, right, Fordy, like, oh yeah, I watched that video last night. Oh, I just saw your thing. I had it today. Someone said, I saw your YouTube channel. I can't believe it. Like, it's quite funny, you know. It's quite, you get put on the train and people recognize you and stuff like that. It's quite cool. Don't talk to me. But still, it's kind of cool where people now come across the stuff. That's a nice side of things. Do you know what I mean? Again, if you wasn't so socially inept like me, you'd probably really enjoy it. But it's a nice thing in terms of like people recognize the channel, recognize you at races and stuff like that, want to chat to you about stuff. Again, for me, it's a real struggle, but I really, really appreciate the fact that people recognize that and they've seen the videos or they've listened to the podcast or something like that. That's kind of cool. That's a great like output of it. Do you know what I mean? That people are digging what you've done. And that's a really cool thing. You know, that's put an extra sort of bounce in your stride, that you made a difference to somebody. That's kind of cool. Just to try and end on a positive.
There you go. That's a big positive. That's a big positive.
Right, I've got to go. I've got a coaching call. So again, I'm not joking, right? I'll tell you now. I'll be straight up. It's 7:45. So I've been at work. So just everybody's got, again, this massive pot of money that we'll make on YouTube. So I was work this morning at 7:00 in London. I'm now going to be coaching on coaching calls, carrying on probably till about 8:30 when I've then got to go and pick my daughter up. Just to give you all an idea. And I came home and I carried on working. Again, not worries me, but just to give you an idea of what it takes to do it.
It's hard work and it's commitment.
Yeah, it's go in with your eyes open. Go with your eyes open, people. There we go. Right, okay. Normal services resume next week. I'm guessing. I've got no idea when this is coming out. Please leave us a nice review. Remember what I said about nasty comments. Make sure they're make sure they're nice. Hey, and if you have any other brilliant ideas, or somebody else has a brilliant idea about what we should do in terms of these things you do with me, they should email into hello@fordyruns.com, I'm guessing, because you'll probably then stitch me up for something else.
We can go hello@fordyruns or longrunShow@gmail.com.
Yeah,
whatever way you want to get in touch.
Yeah, wherever you want to get in touch, give us a shout and let us know from there. But yeah, right. Thanks very much, everybody. We hope you enjoyed it. We shall see you all soon. Right, our penultimate episode is from our half marathon talk. Now, if you didn't know, we do marathon talk, we do half marathon talk amongst the different sort of episodes that we put together in the Fordy Runs podcast. Now, this episode didn't start off or didn't go according to plan. What this ended up being is Hayden asked me about how I paced and how I ran my fastest half marathon. So it's really kind of interesting insight into how to run the perfect half marathon. So yeah, this is full of insights, full of interesting bits and bobs, and I hope you enjoy it. Hello, everybody, and welcome. There we go. Get rid of that. To our half marathon talk special. I'm joined by my colleague, Hayden Harbord. He's here to talk about half marathons, which is our second favourite subject after Joe Wicks. What? We just done a podcast and basically Hayden hammered Joe Wicks. I mean, hammered him. No. I think he was a bit unfair about him, I'll be honest.
Let people listen and make up their own minds.
Yeah, so we just recorded an uncensored parkrun edition. Go and check that out. I think that'll probably come out before this. Anyway, we're here to talk about half marathons because we love half marathons. Do you love half marathons as much as you love marathons?
Do you know what? I think I'm going to... I like the process of the marathon, the lead up to it, whereas the half doesn't have so much of a lead up. But actual race day and excitement, they're both on par, I think. I do like them both. They're great. Fantastic.
Like choosing between your kids, isn't it? It's true, like, and I tell you what, and this week's half marathon talk, by the way, is more of a general chat about half marathons, in a way, because I tell you what made me realize again how much I love the half marathon. We just did the Southend half marathon, right? So it's a good example to talk about, I think. Now, it's got nothing to do with the fact I ran my fastest time. That actually, because that's not what I was there for. But what I liked about it was the fact that it was a real test, but it was like a manageable test. Does that make any sense? And I liked the cat and mouse strategy within the race, like of not pushing too hard, but still to push. And the course played a little bit of a part in there. But I was sort of over and done with in enough time to then enjoy seeing like loads of my mates and coming in afterwards. And it wasn't like a full day out sort of thing. It just made me again realize, because I don't think I've done many of them this year, how much I absolutely loved the half marathon. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know where I'm coming at?
Oh yeah, actually, do you know what? This is gonna I'm gonna jump. It's normally you that throw the curveball. I'm gonna throw a bit of a curveball today, actually. For the next 5 minutes or so, I think it'd be quite interesting. So you run a PB on Sunday, which is fantastic. Well done. Why don't you talk us through a little bit? I think it'd be quite interesting if we do it maybe in 5K chunks. Going out for you say you weren't going out for a PB, but you was in good form and the PB could have been on. So talk to us a little bit. We should go through like 0 to 5K, how you felt, what you was thinking, how hard it was. Then we go 5 to 10, maybe 10, 15, and go the last 5. Why don't we talk it through the half marathon?
Okay. No, that's a good episode. Actually,
yeah, people might be out there.
I will delete what I was going to talk about. Okay. And but no, this is I like these. And let's go back a step.
Yep.
Set the mood and set the scene, as we like to do storytelling. So so people are aware of where I'm at. I'm about to start another marathon training block.
I've been in a maintenance program since London Marathon. So my sort of top end has come off a little bit, which you'd expect, because you've got to let yourself heal and recover and things like that. And I've had some fun and games since then. I've been doing gym work and all that sort of stuff. The point of the Southend Half Marathon in the calendar for me was a social event. But at the same time, I'd earmarked it as my last event to see where I was at physically and mentally, which I'll come on to, before I go into the training block. So it gave me a great bit of data that would actually shape the first 4 to 6 weeks of my marathon training, believe it or not, because it gave me a real eye-opener of where I was at. So that's what I was using it for. The actual time that I ran, to be perfectly honest with you, was irrelevant. In fact, it was a PB. Great. But that's what, not that it was there for. The output, as I always say, with my training is irrelevant. And the time was irrelevant. It was the output of how I got there. So that's
what makes this going to be different. Because I want to know your process, your thoughts going through at that point when you start to realize, maybe this is on. This would be great. Let's hear
right.
About
so I was running with Nick, who was pacing me, because I've been wanting to sneeze for about 10 minutes because I'd said to him, I'd like to go somewhere around 1:30, right? And as somebody, Ben can't obviously because he's got his bad hip. Oh, bless him. So Nick stepped up and said, I'll run that 40 because he's an absolute machine. So we set off. We hadn't actually agreed a pace, but my plan because I know the course very well. So my plan was to start in the first, and I hate using kilometers, but I will because it's you. But the first 5 kilometers, my whole plan was to see what pace I settled into. Now, obviously, Nick was aware of what 1:30 pace looked like. I wasn't focusing in on that. I was actually, and he'll tell you, I was running to Phil in the first 5K. We referenced it after a mile. So what's that?
1.6.
Yeah, 2K. We referenced it at 2K to see where I'd settled in. And I'd actually settled in at about, you're going to have to convert this, 6:53, 6:50 per mile. So under that 7-minute miles. What's that in kilometers? 4:30?
I'll say it's a bit less than that. I'll say it's about 4:25. 4:24. Yeah.
I'd settled very easily into that pace. And when I say very easily, I was managing it because I was talking a lot. That's how I had an assessment of where I was. So when I said to him, where are we at? I wasn't basing that on anything other than the fact that it was very conversational. I mean, we was just chewing the cud like you do with your mates when you run. We was chatting about all sorts of shit, but we was actually down at that pace that would have got me under 1:30. So for the first 5K, that's the only thing I was thinking about was how hard and how easy is life feeling at this conversational pace, and what does that relate to? Because that first part of that course, that first 5K, is the sort of weavy section where you've got houses and stuff like that, and then you come out onto the seafront. So that's basically the first 5K for me.
So did you have in your head for the first 5K at any point, did you think, same as most people do, have I gone out too fast? Am I
No.
up on this pace because the race has just started and that adrenaline?
No, right. Because my conversation was conversational. Because I was talking and I wasn't out of breath, and don't get me wrong, we wasn't doing chapter and verse, but you know what it's like. Yeah. I was chatting. I was chatting about certain things. They weren't massive, but we was talking about stuff. But the pace, when he referenced it, because I'll never forget, he said, we're bang on 1:30 pace. And that was because we was right by the cricket field. So that immediately said to me, oh, okay, that's interesting. This could be an interesting day because I've settled into this pace. I did about 10K a couple of weeks before. I was struggling to get anywhere near that pace in the first 5K. Actually come out on the vlog, Chasing Dreams series. But I struggled to get into that pace naturally. So immediately I knew that day that I wasn't going to be going anywhere. Where that day, on Sunday, that first 5K, I felt, because of the way I was feeling, that I was in control of my heart rate. I was in control of my pace. I was in control of my running economy. I felt really nice. I I talk about it when I review shoes, but I feel like I know when I'm running well because I get into, I call it a lope. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Anybody who rides horses in America will know what I'm talking about. It's a real nice, as cowboys, yeah. Most of the time we're in trot, but you can pick up. It's basically a canter, but it's like a lope, and it's a really nice. And if you see a cowboy loping, you'll know exactly. You're into the saddle, you're in deep, and the horse is just gliding underneath you. And the two of you are connected, but it's a real nice rhythm to how you're riding. And I reference that as my running. I feel my stride's really nice. I feel like I'm hitting the sweet spot. On the ball, not on the balls of my feet, but just slightly back. I'm bouncing off of it. It's so effortless, and I'm covering ground like a horse would when we're loping really nicely. Real nice momentum, a real nice rhythm. That's what, and I felt that. And I like to look for running shoes that give me that feeling. And I was wearing Pumas. But my point is, I had that rhythm as well early doors. So again, when I feel like that, my tail goes up a little.
Builds confidence. Yeah.
My tail goes up a little bit. So I'm talking a lot. I've got my loping sensation, my rhythm, and I'm very much in control of what's around me in the first 5K.
Have you filled? Any fill?
Yes, interestingly, I fueled before I went out. I was experimenting.
Okay.
So I fueled 30 minutes. I had a gel before I went out. First time I've done it in a half.
No water?
No water with it.
No, I mean the first 5K because there was water on course virtually.
Yeah, I took it. I took a sip of water. Yeah, because it's a hot day. I'll always, if there's an aid station, I'll always take it and just have a sip. So I went through there. So got into that, and then the next 5K you want to go through?
Yeah,
next 5K. Basically, I just settled into that pace. And what was actually really nice, actually, I'll go from 5 to 10. I'll go actually a little bit more because, and this is the total opposite of what I like. But the 130 pacer was right just behind us. We actually went back into him and we sat in a pack. Okay. And we felt that because it was quite windy going down, me and Nick, we actually said to each other, this is actually quite nice sitting in here. And I hate pacers, not them, but the packs again, the way I'm built. But it wasn't a crowded pack. It was like 5 runners maybe. And because we were all running at sub 130 pace, I was able to sit in there and carry on talking because they were shielding me from the wind. And I sat in there, and that actually, again, really helped us, me and Nick, do the first lap. We got up to the end of the thing, to be honest with you, without even knowing we'd done it. So, we was, whatever that was at the end, 10K, I don't even know what it is. But I hadn't even thought about anything because, again, I was running 100% to feel. 100% to feel. And I tell this to my runners that I coach. I love to work them to the fact that they know what they're doing and how that feels. I knew that I was at that pace. That I was in that zone. I was in, let's say, 130 pace because I could just feel it. I knew I wasn't out of breath, but it was an effort, but I wasn't out of breath.
How far off was you, let's say, I was referencing for other people if they're trying to go for a PB, how far off was you of your sort of 10K real effort? If you went out tomorrow, we said, let's go do Battersea Park 10K real effort. How far off was you from that as opposed to the half marathon?
So my 10K pace to go under 40 minutes is 6:20 something per mile.
And that's something you'd run. Yeah, effort.
I was running at, which is what I run at Winter 10K.
Yeah.
I was running this at about 650 to 655 per mile.
Okay. So looking at about 35 seconds a mile. So you're looking at about, okay, right.
Yeah. Give you a rest.
Just give reference to people. Because some people are going out there thinking, how do I pace this? Do I go out on my 10K pace and hold on? You're saying back off.
But the idea was, and this is what Nick was kept egging me on. And I kept saying, yeah, that's fine. We weren't dropping the hammer. We was, if you go onto my Strava, and you've seen the splits, how even those splits were. That they were like a pacing. If you could write how to pace a half marathon, go and look at my splits. We was on point. But again, right, this will make you laugh. We wasn't aiming for those splits. That's how I felt. He was with me, in a nice way, ignore Nick. I was controlling my own pace, and he was just staying with me. He was very much going to what I was doing. But I knew that I was clipping up because my my pace hadn't dropped at all, and I was extremely comfortable in it. And again, I was running to feel I was able to talk. My heart rate wasn't extending. My breathing was under control. I had that loping sensation that I had underneath me, and I was 100% in control. I fueled just before you ask. I fueled at mile 4 effectively. So again, I don't know what that is in kilometers.
About 7K.
Yeah, I fueled there, and then I took my next gel at 9.5 miles. So just before the 10-mile mark.
So you've done two. You've done 2 gels now before 10K.
Yeah, because I took one before I went out.
Yeah.
But I would say I was belching a hell of a lot, by the way. It wasn't a good look. But anyway, so I settled in. Then we made the turn, and I felt great. And then at about mile 7, I sort of had to go into race mode, which is in a nice way to Nick, because he loves to chat and I love running with him. I almost closed him out. I love the feeling of having him next to me. It's like when I run with Ben, I love having the feeling of him next to me or just slightly in front of me, because I don't have to think about it. And I love the fact that they're there, that support network. But I basically then got into my own self. I told him I'm into this. He kept checking on me, but I got into that. At mile 7, I was like, right, now I need to go to war. The effort started to feel a little bit harder, as it should.
Yep.
And,
we're over halfway. So
I had to maintain my form, and I had to maintain the focus was key here. Because what can happen at that point is that the brain starts to go, and that's when the doubts start to come in, and then you go off. So at mile 7, my only focus was to get to the turnaround, which is mile 9. I think it's mile 9. It might be, I think it's mile 9. Anyway, I said to myself, I just want to get 2 miles more done at this pace, steady, and I'll sort of reflect. So I went into myself, I put my headphones on, and I got into it, carried on trying to maintain form, always thinking about that, because I'm trying to run efficiently. We were still slightly behind the pace. I don't know how that happened, because they started behind us and we're running at 1:30 pace. But again, they always try to run a little bit quick, don't they? And that's good. So I stuck there, and my brain, I wouldn't say went to mush. It actually went into a hard place, and it was like, right, you just need to maintain this. I sort of zoned out, if I'm honest.
And what distance is this at where you're getting these feelings down?
9 miles is when. So between 7 and 9, I sort of zoned out, because I just knew. Again, don't forget, I've sat down that South and Sea a hell of a lot, so I know exactly where I am.
Yeah.
But I knew at 9 miles, if I turn, then the race starts for me in the half marathon. Mile 9, mile 10 is pretty much where the race, I believe, in a half marathon starts. Pretty much like a marathon, you say 20 miles, isn't it? But the fact that I was able to maintain that pace, hold it, sensible, felt very much in control. I was speeding up, slowing down. Like if I got a cup of water, Nick would carry on and I'd speed up, catch him up.
So we're at kilometre 16. How different? So I'm basing all this on. Let's just say that right now, times are irrelevant. Let's just say you've run the perfect half marathon here because you've PB'd. So you have.
It was a perfect. If you look at the splits, it was a perfect half marathon.
So whoever's going to run our half marathon, if they want to give it a go, these are good tips. How different we're talking now with you? We're about kilometre 15, 16. How different does kilometre 15 or 16 feel to kilometre 5 or 6? How different?
I changed my mindset. I'd gone from, let's go and see what this feels like, see what sort of shape I'm in today, but enjoying it, chatting, pretty carefree, loving life, that sort of thing, to I've been able to maintain this pace now up until this point. So this is now turning into a serious run versus I'm just having a good time with Nick. It changed its dynamic at that sort of mile 7 to 9 because I was still comfortably holding that pace. I wasn't getting in my own way. My form was still good, and I was holding the splits pretty well because obviously you get the alarms and still bang on 650 something. We're feeling all right. Again, I'm not sitting here. I'm not someone who's hanging on to my watch. No. I'm very much running to feel here. So I then got there. So and at mile 9 to 11 was all about maintaining my pace. Yeah, I went into sort of a maintain mode where I was like, I don't want this to slip, but I don't want to go too hard because I know from mile 11, there's a hill, obviously, but I know that I will have to dig deep, or probably going to have to dig deep. So I held back. Now, that there was where, I make you laugh, I lost the 13 seconds. So for anybody who doesn't know, I ran a 1:30, 13 seconds, right? And we was on 1:29 and change pace the whole way. That, from that mile 9 to 11 is where I lost those 13 seconds because I didn't have the confidence, and that's me, and that's everybody's different. I didn't have the confidence to push a fraction more, yeah, because I was worried about the little hill blowing up from mile 11 because I know the course from when you come up the hill, you have that long stretch along the houses before you turn. And that for me was always the area which I was going to struggle, and I didn't want to struggle there. So what I did was I just said to myself, no, if I keep hitting around 7-minute miles, I've got this in the bag. It's the wrong attitude.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't you think? Yeah, I was going to say to you. Sorry to interrupt. Shouldn't a strategy? You should be thinking around a half marathon distance in particular that it is going to hurt and it is going to be hard.
Oh yeah,
not blowing up, but it's going to hurt. So you've got to accept that almost.
Yeah, but my brain works very different to a lot of people. Yeah, as we know, and that that sort of buffer that I put in place was purely a lack of confidence in myself. And because you know me well, I lack confidence in the marathon. You've been there with me. I lack confidence in the 10K. I lack confidence in my own ability mid-race. And that's because usually I've got in my own way and I'm getting anxious. Like I've been in races where I can't breathe because I'm having a panic attack, yeah? Because I'm getting too much into my own brain. So the anxiety kicks in and I'm like, no. Just hold it. I've done the hill. I shuffled up the hill. You're welcome. He filmed me for that, by the way. Thanks, Nick, for that. I cleared the hill and I was absolutely fine. Now, he said to me after, he thought from that hill I was going to slow down. But actually, I maintained and sped up a little bit because I'd cleared, again, the way my brain works, my anxious brain, I'd cleared that sort of barrier that I put in my own brain because I thought in my own brain that's where I was going to hurt. I didn't. And I flew around the last section. He'll tell you I had so much pace left in the tank, but I kept saying to myself, no, you only need this. But what I should have been saying is now's the time to push.
Let's go.
Believe in yourself. But I didn't. And that's where the 13 seconds were actually gone between 9 and 11 because I kept just saying to myself, no, just hold it. You're going to blow up. But that's the mental battle that you have. And
so should people set themselves like you did? Do you think it's a good idea if people set themselves sort of like not a barrier, but maybe a reference point? And I think to yourself, do you know what? On that half marathon at mile 8, or kilometre 13, I need to get there to see what I feel like. Do you think setting them sort of things 100%, that helps?
100%. You need to set targets throughout the race. Like I said to you, 5K, I'm settling in. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm settling in. I'm doing this. Next 5K, I'm doing this, and this. 7 miles, as I said to you, right, I'm going into myself here. Maybe I didn't need to go into myself. Maybe I should have carried on talking to Nick up until mile 9 and gone into myself at mile 9. It's all ifs and buts, isn't it? But I've gone into myself at mile 7 because I wanted to control myself and not let myself slip. Because Nick's talking to me, but I'm thinking about this is hurting, or I'm worried about myself thinking this is hurting, although I wouldn't. So with somebody talking to me, I'd rather go into my own inward self and protect myself. It's just the way I work. It's just the way my brain's wired, yeah? But that's the way I look at it and I recommend it to people. Set yourself, if you're going out to do something, set yourself milestones throughout it. Again, I'm lucky I knew the course really well. So I know at which points, but you can reference it as distances, as times, or whatever, and ask the questions. I always say about the marathon, get to half 8, literally do a full body scan of yourself. Do you feel all right? Yeah, okay. Now make a decision what you're going to do. You should have had a strategy A, strategy B, strategy C, But pick one of those strategies and do one of them at halfway. When you get to mile 16, I'm talking about the marathon now.
Yeah.
Again, review. Now, you've got a choice. You're on a crossroads. Which one are you going to pick? I'm going to carry on pushing. I'm going to maintain. I'm going to ease back. Whatever. It's the same in the half marathon, same in the 10K. But I picked deliberately because of what happened in the first 5K, gave me, right, we're now, this is what's happening. So now you've got a choice to do this. So I chose, right, we seem to be actually comfortably at a decent pace here. So let's see what's there today. Mile 7, I made a decision to go inwards, but I thought all I need to do is get to mile 9, because at mile 9, I can then make a decision whether to push or maintain. I took the easy option.
You didn't. You didn't take the easy option. That's been harsh yourself. The easy option would have been to drop off.
Back off. I suppose, yeah. In fairness, yeah. But for me, in reflection, I took the easy option. Again, always hard on yourself. I was pleased the way I ran that mile 11 to 12 because the hill and that long back straight that I hate. I hate going along there. I do it every year. I hate it every year. It's awful bit. But I hate that. And as soon as we get in the park, I know I'm home and dry. Although it's definitely not 800 meters where they say it's 800 meters. But I've got no problem there. And I said to Nick, yeah, I'm hurting, but I'm enjoying it because I like that part of gritting in because I know I've got, let's say 800 meters, right, half a mile, whatever. I ain't got a problem with that. But as I said, I broke the race down, but I broke it down as I was going through it. So I was living the race. I think a lot of that comes from experience.
Yeah.
But you will have a better half marathon if you do what I say, I think. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. What point do you honestly think, do you really think, do you know what, this is on today, PB? At what point? Are we talking 5, closer to 5K, 10K, 15K? No, obviously, you never ever know until you got that last mile, and you always got that doubt that something's going to go wrong. But there must have been a point where you thought, do you know what, this is on?
In the first 5K.
Yeah. And I honestly believe that is a lot about a half marathon. I think, take injuries away and blowing up things out, I think a lot of people will know in a half marathon, the first 5K, if it's on today, but you just need the confidence which you got that day to continue that on. And I think that's the magic.
I'll be honest, I put that down to Nick. Yeah, Nick gave me the belief.
Good.
Because he was running free and running easy. And I run better with people when they're running free and easy.
And that's the difference for the half and the full. Like you said, I don't think you realise on a full, if a PB's on, till probably halfway. You need to run about the half marathon and get into
I'd even say 16 miles.
Probably up to about 18 miles before you realise. Whereas with a half, I think quite early on, if you're honest with yourself,
you do know. You do. You could also say the same in the 10 to a degree, the 10K. But your 10K, you go out hard.
Yeah.
You've got to go out hard and hang on. Where a half, you can always be strategic. And yeah, you are right. You know, as I said, I'm very much a runner to feel. And I know I know first if I'm in the right headspace. Because that's a massive thing for me. Massive. You know, earlier I went into the wave. Just want to be on my own, get away from stuff. So I'm very much a runner who's in my own way, in my head. But if everything connects, very much like when we ran Chicago together, if everything connects and I'm not troubled up here, then I can run pretty much anything I want.
So it's fashionable at the moment to negative split a marathon. Would you say the best pacing strategy for a half is even pacing? Even split? Yeah. Why is the difference between that and the full marathon being progressive race?
I think with a half marathon, it's a little bit harder to take a big chunk out of it as much. I mean, you've got to set off at a reasonable pace to get the momentum. Do you know what I'm saying? And I think if you start too slow, it's very hard to get that back. You're going to have to run a very quick second half in half marathon because the distance is so much shorter. Where with a marathon, you can really nicely blend it out over the whole race. You know what I mean? You've got the time to blend it out. Where with a half, I think a half is very much momentum driven. You know,
so what's harder, running a marathon PB, or as we're on half marathon talk today, running a half
all day long?
Still say marathon
because those mental battles that I had only lasted 2 mile. Marathon, they can last 26 miles. true. It's a bloody long way.
Yeah.
Half marathon's a bloody long way. But my point is that, you know, you're through 10K. You're like, oh, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
And you can't, as I said to you, a half marathon is very much about momentum, where I think a marathon is very much strategic and up here. You can see it with the elites, the way they run it, in terms of that, where the half, they go out hard from the start, if you think about it. Most of the guys do. They progressively get quicker. You could argue, is it a bit of a progressive run more than a negative split? Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably a fairer way to look at it, actually.
Yeah.
I said it's more of a progressive one, so those splits. But look what I did. I even split it the whole way through. But I was like, bang on.
And this is the thing, the process of it, and it works. So we're talking about having confidence, talking about even splitting. These are great tips. Tell us about, in total, fueling gel-wise throughout the whole 21K. How many gels you done?
So including the one I took 30 minutes beforehand, 3.
Is that normal for you, or is that more than normal, or did you do?
I would take 3, but usually I would do them in the race. So right. I went one earlier, and did it that way around to try it. Not 100% convinced. Obviously, you should say actually it worked, because look at the time.
Exactly. Yeah.
And how you felt in the first 5K. You could argue, is that down to the fueling? But ask Nick, he had to sit there and listen to me burp for an hour and 30 minutes.
Let's give our biggest tips there. This half marathon talk. We normally talk about the actual half marathon races, which we can do, but this is a bit more coaching focused, which I think is fantastic, because for people that love half marathon, listen to this, they might pick up some good tips. Let's give our top 2 or 3 tips that you would literally.
Well, I would counter my argument there, what I just said, and I would say fuel it properly.
Yeah,
fuel it correctly.
No, I'm talking about tips for racing a half marathon. Yeah, so
100%. Fuel it correctly. Yeah, fuel it correctly. Again, make sure you fuel it correctly. If you're going to do the race, make sure you definitely fuel it correctly. So that's important. Don't compare yourself to what people are doing around you in terms of the paces and what they're going off at. Again, you could get caught up in that early doors. That tends to lead to you running too hard, that sort of thing. And I would go back to what we said about the strategy side of things, making sure you've got an idea of what you're going to do before you start the race. A, B, C, D, whatever. But just have an idea. But see how you feel after that first 5K, 3 mile, whatever. It's to say, half marathons are very, very much down to momentum and that side of things. It's a real good run. When you've got that momentum behind you, you feel pretty damn confident, to be honest. Yeah, it's a real nice feeling. That's why I go back to what I was saying at the start. That's how much I realised again how much I love the half marathon. Absolutely. Because I built that momentum up in the first 5K, and it felt really nice.
And did you feel, let's just say your 10K, the biggest effort you've done, 10K, at the end of the 10K, the initial 5 to 10 minutes, do you feel worse than you did at the end of the half marathon, the first 5 to 10 minutes? Then first, when you first cross that line, you try after a 10, I find like after a 10K, the point I'm getting to is if I've run it really hard afterwards, then first 2 or 3 minutes, 4 minutes, you're like, and you're like, your body's like, Christ, what have you just done to me? Whereas I feel the half marathon, unless I just don't try hard enough, I feel like I did the half marathon. It's more that longevity. It's more like, it was an effort. It was hard, but you're not dying. Same as the end of a 5K at Parkway.
I don't think you tried hard enough. And I don't think, and that's not being horrible, because I don't think I tried hard enough on Sunday, because I crossed that line, not being horrible. I'd recovered by the time I got to the lady.
But that's what I'm trying to say is I feel that that's a bonus of the half marathon.
You look at the elites when they finish a half marathon.
They're dead, are they? Knackered.
Ruined. Yeah. They cross over and they're like, Jesus. Yeah, they'll recover quick because they're fit. But they come through that and they're like hands on knees, whatever. I went through, got a glass. Yeah, all right, I couldn't talk, but I went and got a glass of water pretty quickly in a banana, and I commented the lady and said, "Thank you very much."
Yeah. No, I'm the same on half, and I do feel like that. So yeah, again, maybe that is.
It's because we don't have the confidence because of the distance. It's a great distance, but to go all out in a half, it's hard, man.
It's risky. Hard. It's, as you said, it's still a long way. We're all blasé, aren't we? But it's still.
But that's why I love them, and that's why I go back to what I said at the start. That's why I got so much enjoyment out of that race, because I was geeking out about the strategy, about going within myself. Do I go now? Not go now? I got it wrong. You could argue in my own mind about when not to push. That's cool, man. That's what it's all about. Yeah. And that's the excellent thing about a half marathon. Strategies in play, momentum's in play, all that side of things, but you can still run relatively controlled. Where with a marathon, if you did that, you'd blow up big time at mile 20 and it'd be all over. Where a half, no, you can get away with it, but again, it can ebb and flow a bit.
Yeah.
And I think that's the really cool thing with running a fast, hard half marathon. Again, relative fast, hard half marathon could be 3 hours. Yeah.
Oh, time's irrelevant. Yeah.
Exactly. So I fell back in love with the half marathon because I never fell out of love with it, but it just reminded me how much I love running half marathons.
Yeah. Fantastic.
And I think that's a brilliant way to finish the show, actually.
Absolutely.
Okay, team. I think that's it. Yeah. Good episode. Different. Not what we had on the schedule, Hayden. I'm just going to put that out there.
I'm just interested. I just want to know what I like the idea of knowing what people are thinking as they go through these distances. It's fantastic.
It is a good one. And it actually, in terms of the time, it's perfect. Yeah. We're going to have to talk about this stuff another time. So there we go. Leave us a nice review. I think that's it. Thanks very much, Hayden. It's out as always. We'll be back next week. Don't know what's on, but yeah, I'll see you guys then. Thanks very much. And our last episode is a bit of a funny, bit of an entertaining episode. We like to do these as well. Now, this one's titled "Running Red Flags," and it was just me and Hayden, just mucking about and things like that. I think you'll enjoy this one. This is good. This is funny. So yes, this one is called "Running Red Flags." Oh, hello everybody, and welcome to the non-HD podcast. Because Hayden's forgot to put his camera in HD. Look at his face. Look, he's just realised. It's because he's come on late, right? I don't remember. It doesn't matter because this is audio based. I know we about 10 million people watch this weekly on the YouTube channel, but as he's now doing it, look at him. I knew that stressed him out. Anyway, this is an episode that could go any way that we choose. We're kind of filming this before we do we've got a guest coming on. So I said to Hayden, let's just jump on and we sort of bag it, really, is probably the best way. We batch them, don't we, bruv?
We do. Yeah,
it's the best way. Anybody who does this sort of stuff, you'll understand.
Although this one makes me I'm a little bit uneasy, a bit nervous because
you've seen the title, haven't you?
I've seen the title, and I feel like this is like your day out of school where you can have loads of fun, and I've got to be the teacher.
Well, it's part of our uncensored sort of podcasts that we've.
And that's why I'm worried.
That we've sort of fallen into by accident, and what the uncensored podcasts are, it's a prerequisite for us to talk shit about people. And if we want to, we can say anything we want because it's uncensored. You all know, listening to this and watching this, that all these opinions are meaningless. Okay, so we need actually like a ticker tape going along the bottom with like a warning saying all opinions here
are purely Chris Ford's.
Yeah. And we don't mean any of them. And we've offended you. We apologize because that's what's going to happen. I can tell you now. But yeah, uncensored is literally uncensored. We don't, we kind of learned really after doing this for how many years have we been doing this? For donkey's years now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
That there's certain things that we can say and there's certain things we can't say. I'm the worst for it. Wilco's usually telling me off, an admin, for example, is even worse. But we just thought, you know what? Let's just go for it. We're going to do an episode and we don't really care. So this episode is called Running Red Flags, the things that give us the ick. The ick. I don't really like the word. The word ick gives me the ick. I don't know about you, bruv.
Yeah, it just reminds me of bloody Love Island. That's
all
it does for me.
There you go, right? But I tell you why I came about this. So I don't listen to many podcasts and that sort of stuff. But there's two podcasts that I do listen to during, and this you may love, but during the Formula One season. And one of them is called the Red Flags Podcast, right? And it's got these two American guys on there. And they basically just curse and just talk like totally non-corporate about Formula One, and I quite enjoy it. And part of that they do is they talk about red flags from the weekend, and it's called the Red Flag Podcast. And that's what made me think about it, because I think at the moment, like running's really like, we've done millions of stuff on this, but running's really like out there at the moment. Everyone's doing it. Brands are getting involved. Retailers, everyone's just jumping on the bandwagon. Okay. But at the same time, and we touched on this on a previous podcast, there's like an undercurrent of like a sort of boiling hatred towards certain things now. And I think that's a lot of it's because a lot of this is getting thrown down our throats. Like I can't remember what video it was, Hayden, but like people were just like, again, going straight in on the running influencers, like proper 2-footed on them. And like, you know what I mean? And listen, I don't disagree with everyone's like, we're going to do on this. Everyone's welcome to their own opinions. Okay. So, yeah, this is why we kind of, I thought we would do this. Now, how this is going to work. Are you ready for this, Hayden? I've got 2 lists that we're going to go through and we're going to get Hayden's thoughts on them. One is just general sort of running red flags. And then the other one is run club red flags, because obviously the boom in run clubs. Now, again, Fordy Runs running clubs been around since 2018. Yeah, we were there before COVID. We'll be long after that. We're a little bit different to your new up and coming 20 to 29 year olds. Let's go out and run around London sort of jobbies, which again, no problem with that. I think it's great. But there's some stuff in here that's going to be, I can't wait to get your opinion. So we're just going to go through this. Now, I want you to effectively play along at home. All right. I want you to play along at home. And that maybe you're listening to this as you're running along. I want you to think of what you think about the stuff that we're going to be talking about. So as we go through it, I want you to think about the same thing, because some of these will make your blood boil. Some will just make you laugh. Should we just dive straight in?
This is going to be the only way. Let's rip the plaster off. Let's get it done.
So running red flags, general for people. So people making running their entire personality. I think we're a bit guilty of that, bro. I've just put that out there front end.
Definitely been accused of it. If it's not the truth, I've definitely been accused of it a few times. Absolutely. It takes over. What can you do about it?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should like count how many red flags that we're giving out. Like, it's true, right? Because the first one, making running your entire personality. Are you someone guilty of that, or do you know someone who's like that? Like literally, it's their whole life. I definitely feel like I'm not as bad as I used to be.
I think I've got a little bit of self-created problem with this with me. So when I first started getting into running, you start talking about it a lot, and then Louisa, my wife, runs as well, so we talk about running a lot. And now then we start going out with our friends who are not into running, and it sort of calmed down a bit. But the odd thing come up. Now a lot of our friends have got into running as well. So when we go out, we're knackered. Everyone's just talking about running. So it dominates you. It really does.
It was true. I was where I work today. There was a geezer in a 2025 London Marathon jacket. I couldn't help but talk to him. And you're like, it's in the most random places. You get it. So, okay, I don't know whether that's a red flag, bruv. I'll be honest. I think that's a bit strong for it. I think that's just...
It's a statement.
You're passionate about it.
Yeah.
Right. I don't do this. Red flag number 2, posting every single run on Strava with a motivational essay. Now, here's a question. Do you write anything on Strava?
Every run. Always do.
Oh, shut up.
I do. I don't do them.
Honestly. I'm going in. I
don't do it. I don't do an essay.
What that for?
Because I don't see the point. If someone's going to follow you on Strava, they want to follow, see what you're doing. You don't want to go on there and see afternoon run, morning run, afternoon run, morning. You want to see, like, wonder what Hayden was doing. He's doing a 10K. Oh, that bit looks a bit fast. Why is that? Because that bit was at marathon pace, or that bit was... I've got to tell people what you're doing. There's nothing wrong with that. Red flag, no.
Right, here we go.
You're not putting up much Strava, are you?
Yeah, I am. Follow him, Hayden Harbour. Right, seaside long run with a park run.
There you go.
Once upon a time... No, he says, lovely run along the coast this morning in Brighton with a park run sandwich. Really enjoyed that. To be fair, that ain't too bad. I was thinking we're going to get more chapter and verse from you.
No, I saved that for Insta.
Oh, Jesus. That's probably on this list. Okay. Right. Running red flag. I think it is. I mean, this is from the guy who doesn't follow anyone on Strava. So, yeah. Okay.
So what do you use? So if you're not following anyone on Strava, what do you use Strava for yourself?
Nothing. It's a total waste of money. It's a total waste of time. I think it's dangerous. I think it makes people compare themselves to other people. I think it's one of the most toxic things in running. And I think people would do well to stay away from it for a period of time if you're really into it, because I think it becomes such a cesspit of doom scrolling where you're comparing what everybody... I had a geezer today on a video of mine going in on me about the half marathon me and you did at the weekend, basing on what I've done on Strava on the shoe review that I've done, like saying, oh, don't be so hard on yourself for fading in the second half and all this. I was like, are you absolutely for real? Are you mental? Like, don't be so judgmental on just because something's on Strava. You've got no idea what I'm doing that day. And
if he knew that you was only there, you were dragging me along the second.
I was dragging. So what I should have done, according to this, I should have wrote Strava, dragging Hayden's ass around Hackney.
Yeah,
but my point is, people are going into that and looking for stuff that actually can cause angst and negative circle of doom around people. It's lucky that I don't give a shit about anything in terms of that sort of stuff. But imagine if that was somebody else. That, you know what I mean? And that's where I think Strava, their community guidelines are probably a total waste of time. I think honestly, everybody would do great to get off of Strava for a few weeks. Just put it out there.
But if you've got Strava, that's up to you who you follow. That's up
you
to
do
you.
Like.
Follow you.
Again,
don't get me wrong. I'm like you. Mine's
Disclaimer.
Yeah.
But listen, you get out of it whatever you want. You can say the same about Instagram, you say the same about social media. But I do feel Strava's one of the worst places in terms of that stuff, because you're going to be you're there to, a lot of people they really do compare themselves and looking at that sort of stuff, and that's dangerous. That's a slippery slope to go down. You do you, stick with what you're doing. Yeah, be inspired by other people, all that kind of stuff. That's great, right? I put my Strava is there purely to show that I'm running mileage and people can see that guy. Well, I hope people can see and go, that guy is running 40, 50 miles a week and he's reviewing shoes. So he's actually running in the shoes. There's other people out there who I'm not going to name in this podcast. Maybe that's another sensitive one, who are reviewing shoes and they're not even running. Do you know what I mean? And so that's there as a bit of an authentic tick to say, look, guys, this is what I'm doing. You can see the sessions I'm doing, that sort of stuff, but it's purely only on that. I get nothing out of Strava. I think it's a total waste of money, and I think the whole thing is toxic. You had it. There you go. Next one. You asked for it.
I like Strava, by the way. I use Strava.
Right. Calling 5K. I don't like this. Calling 5K light work. I'm not sure if I know anybody who does that.
No, because it bloody well ain't, especially if you're going for it. It's harder than a bloody marathon at times. If you
I've just seen the next one on this list. I'm going to skip straight to it.
Go to it.
General running red flag. Someone who's got a running podcast. That's me and you, bruv.
There you go. Red flagged.
Big red.
We've been sent off 4 times in the first 5 minutes of this podcast.
There is a lot of them around now. We're just as guilty as anybody. But yeah, having a running podcast is like every man and his dog's doing it now.
But again, it goes back to that first red flag you said. This is a platform for you to talk about your running. Maybe it's a good thing, because it might stop me after this going and sitting down and talking to one of the kids about running. It might stop me because I'm sick of it. I've been talking all night. Do you know what I mean? So maybe it's a good thing rather than a red flag. But yeah, there's a lot of running podcasts out there. Hell of a lot.
Yeah, anyone who's got a running podcast, is that a red flag? Don't know. I said we're looking at this both ways, people. This is not a closed shop here. We're giving ourselves as much of a hard time. Flexing zone 2 constantly. I don't think that's necessarily a red flag. Would you say?
It's something I do, not constantly, but it's something. Again, this one relates for me to Strava. If I'm going to do a heart rate run or a zone 2 run,
Strava.
I put it on there.
KISSING.
I put it on there so I can go back and compare it and think to myself, that last marathon training block, how many heart rate zone runs did I do? I just want to know what I'm doing.
Yeah, but you can get Alpha Garmin and you don't get necessarily the toxic environment that's created within it.
Garmin is not as straightforward as Strava. Garmin ain't as straightforward. Garmin should be a red flag. Garmin ain't as straightforward as Strava. Strava's much more easier to have.
In fairness, again, both sides of the argument. Strava, in terms of that sort of stuff, is very good. Actually, the user interface is good, and that kind of thing. Yeah, I would agree with you there. Actually, again, flip it around on that side of things. No, fair play to them. You know, they've designed something that's really user friendly and that kind of thing. So yeah, flexing zone 2 constantly. I'm not really aware of anybody who does that. If I'm honest.
No, well, if you're into running, you don't really want to run zone 2 all the time, do you? You fall asleep.
It's good for you. It's
good for you, but too much of it.
All right, flipping it around, talking about VO2 max in a normal conversation. Oh, yeah, look at his face. If you're on the pod, it's just massive sigh.
Yeah, but
you do get people, don't you?
Of course you do, but this is going to fall straight into the category, and there's got to be a red flag about people talking about their times all the time, like how fast I can run it, and that just fits in nicely with the VO2 max for me. It's one of them things. To be honest, I'd probably guilty of it when I first got into running. You start seeing you building up, and you get the VO2 max goes up, and you want to tell everyone. Then after a while, it's a bit boring. Isn't it? It's what's it really?
Yeah,
mean?
I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? It's like how you accurately measuring that. You're getting it off your Garmin. Well, I'm going to use my heart rate off my watch. Well, that's totally inaccurate. So, how accurate is your VO2 max? You know, if you've done the proper tests and all that sort of stuff. I think if you've gone to the length to, you know, go in the lab to get the equipment and do that side of thing, fair play to you. Talk about it, sing about it. But yeah, it's irrelevant. I think in a lot of ways, because how accurate is it? As with anything in running, I think every bit of data is good if you mix it all up and use it at different data points, but don't hang on to it.
And as you said, don't compare. As you get to my time of life, as you get a bit older, VO2 max naturally drops. Your blood can't be pumped around your body that quick. So it's one of the things.
Yeah, so don't. Again, that's probably a better way, actually, saying it, Hayden, is don't use your VO2 max again to compare yourself against other people. Acting morally superior because you woke up at 5 a.m. and went for a run. The early morning crew. I'll be honest, I don't think that's a red flag. I think that's a hero move.
If I could do it, I would. I'll be honest.
Yeah. If I could do a Mark Wahlberg, I'd be 100% up, smashing out whatever I could in the morning, and then, you know, maybe going again. Yeah, no, I think that's that's not necessarily a red flag. I think this is brilliant. This one. Are you ready for this? This is me.
It's going to be controversial, is it?
Yeah, filming strangers at races for content. Massive, honestly. When you stop and think about it, yeah,
I know
it is a bit nuts. Obviously, it's funny, you know. Gemma Pedler made that comment in the podcast you recorded with her. Like she was back in 2018 or whatever it was. You know, it's just and even James at ATW, you know, was the first person they saw with a GoPro filming races and events and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I'm guilty of this, but what I would say is, and I'm not trying to defend myself, I think I've learned it and I've tailored it a little bit more. So it's more about self-centered, isn't it? Go back to point one, but it's more about what I'm doing there. Does that make any sense? So, like,
yeah.
You and I were running Hackney, and actually I was filming me and you running Hackney because it was part of the series that I'm filming. Don't forget, I have been going to races to film it for the race or for the agency and stuff like that. So there's a bit of a caveat to that. So sometimes, just if you didn't know, that we go along to these things to film it to create content for, let's say, a media agency or something like that based around it. So just put that to one side, because that's I would say is different, because that's effectively paid work, right? But yeah, I don't know. Filming strangers at race content, I would say that's a red flag. Because
do you know any other? Can you think of any other sports where you get people that take the cameras along and they film themselves?
I think you're getting more of it. Like, I'll go to the gym and there's people there filming themselves.
Oh yeah.
You get people doing it at tennis. I've seen tennis, obviously fishing. I know it's sport, not a sport. No. But what I'm saying
to watch that.
No. But it's great. It's the greatest thing ever. But the point is that you are getting that side of things in terms of content creation, because people are, you know, trying to get on in life and do it, and they enjoy it. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I think you're seeing a bit more of that now. I think it's becoming a bit more normal. Like, how many people you see running along with their phones filming and stuff like that?
Massive.
It was like those two idiots. I'm not going to name them, but they are celebrities who went off at London landmarks. They went off in the what's the best way to describe it? Like the wheelchair races, the neurodivergent. They started in that pen, and they went off with those runners because they weren't. I don't think they were listening, and they went off filming with their cameras and stuff at an event I was doing. Yeah, it's just Anyway, moving on. Red flag. Refusing to slow down for beginner runners. I think this is something. Park runs probably a bit of a red flag, where you see people coming through. Oh, he's looking angry.
No, I just like a bit more content
courtesy
on that. And yeah, a bit courtesy, but he's saying not slowing down for other runners, so not overtaking them.
It says it's something refusing to slow down for beginner runners, and it's got park run in brackets. I think it is a bit of a red flag, because I can understand it, but on the same time, you know, if you're, I suppose, if it's managed correctly, it's okay. Like everyone say to the left, if you're coming through, that sort of thing. I don't know.
Race etiquette.
Yeah, race etiquette. I think a better way to phrase that would be not respecting race etiquette. Red flag.
Yeah,
That is definitely
that's probably a better
hugely.
way.
Yeah.
We need a red. You need a red flag. Like we was in. Have you ever seen Les Miserables?
I haven't. No.
They get a big red flag and they wave it. Through halfway through it, they do it through the big numbers. This big, massive red flag, right? Anybody who's seen Les Mis, you'll be 100%. Nick, who's listening, will know exactly what I'm talking about. Not my Nick, Nick I run with. Anyway, they have a big red flag. We need one of this for this next one. Accidentally mentioning marathon times every conversation. I think
there's nothing accidental about that, is there?
There's nothing accidental about it. You are 100% dropping that in, isn't it? Yeah. It's true, though.
But then it's difficult.
Red flag, is that red?
No, well, I suppose the first thing you're thinking about red flag is you're talking about someone who's running a 2:30 marathon, a 2:45 marathon. You might have someone that's really proud to just run a 6.5 hour marathon, and they're dropping that into conversation. So from that perspective, it isn't really a red flag. But if you're getting that same person every time he goes out of his mates or anything, he just happens to say, "Well, I run 2:40 at London, and then I'll run 2:33 here." If they start talking like that, then yeah. That's definitely a red flag. No one wants to hear all that.
I like this one. Turning every social event into a training optimization.
It doesn't happen, surely. When does that happen?
This is, I think this could be expanded on. Saying you should try electrolytes unprompted. But I think that should be just given advice in general, unprompted.
I don't think I've ever said to anyone who's a non-runner anyway, you should try electrolytes.
This is quite good. It's judging people's shoes immediately.
That's
you. That's you. That's me. That's 100% a red flag. I make you laugh. People run past me in London, and I mean, it could be the most gorgeous girl, gorgeous man, whatever you're into. Tell me, are you looking at the person? Well, no, I'm looking at their shoes. I mean, I'm being serious, yeah. I mean, you could have someone giving out money, and I'd be looking at their shoes. It's just a real obsession. But do I judge people's shoes? Mate, I tell you what I do judge is when I see the bad pronation.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably when I get judgmental. So that would be a red flag maybe for some.
Yeah. Because, I suppose I judge if I'm at the start line, I'm in a pen, and I look down and I see someone in a really, really fast shoe. I suppose in the back of my mind, naturally, I think to myself, they're going to be fast. There's nothing bad about that. That's just my out. That's what I'm looking at. I'm just thinking they're going to be fast. Are they? God knows. You never know nowadays.
Don't know, but is that a red flag? You let us know. Spencer Matthews. Ready? Running shirtless in questionable weather for attention. There was so many people at the Hackney Half Marathon without a top on. It was, it wasn't excessively warm, and there was a certain age of certain gentlemen doing it. Did you notice it?
I saw quite a few out there, yeah. But I'm in the camp. I've always been in the camp. Yeah, well, if you got it, flaunt it. Who cares? You have to work bloody hard to get a good body and look good. If you want to take your top off and show that off, fair play to you. Crack on.
We're not trying to judge, by the way, here. But I'm just saying to you, there's a time and place. The reason
out of every race I could ever think of, Hackney's probably the one where you're going to see the most shirtless people as well.
It was just the fact that the guy who was on the commentary even mentioned it. He says this is the most people I've seen without shirts on at a running event. Honestly, it's that age, isn't it? I mean, is that a red? But is that red? I'd say that's a red flag. I'd say that's a red flag because I mean, I ain't got a problem. I'm somebody I won't wear a top if I'm running along on my own and it's boiling hot. Yeah, nobody wants to see that, but I will do it mainly because this is just straight up. I get a rash off of doesn't matter what material I'm running in. I always tend to get a rash on basically my chest. Yeah. A lot of that's allergies and stuff like that. So if if I'm in a place where I'm probably not going to see anyone, I will do it on a training run. I mean, I'm talking when it's really hot because I get massive skin flare up. I have to take a antihistamine and put loads of basically cream on it and stuff. It's not very nice at all. But that's the only time I do it, right? And so I'm going to give myself a medical pass for it. I'm not doing it because I think I look good. In fact, it's the total contrary. Red flag, don't know. Yeah, it's definitely running shirtless, questionable weather, 100% red flag. Making everyone wait while they pause and unpause their watch. So are you somebody who pauses your watch or not? Oh, okay. Here's a question. This is real time. I've just seen the time, by the way. This could be a 3-hour podcast. We haven't. We've got a guest coming on in 25 minutes. I you know this because I was running. I went to the loo at the race. Yeah. I went. I was busting for a wee. Yeah, and I went. Would you pause your watch to do that?
Yeah, I'm quite bad with that.
It's something like
yeah, I think I would.
Would you? I didn't.
No.
Because it doesn't make any difference because it's the chip time, isn't it?
Yeah, but it depends on why you're timing the race. Like for you, that race meant absolutely nothing. It wasn't a race for you. You just wanted to go out there. No, it didn't. As you said,
it did. I wanted to run with you. I wanted to have a good time with you.
Yeah, I mean in terms of performance, you wasn't looking for anything at all.
No.
For me, if I want to benchmark a performance against something, and I really need to go to the toilet, and I'm really on fire, the reason I'd stop it, go to the toilet, and come back out is because I can see what my time would have been if I wouldn't have went to the toilet. If that makes sense.
I'll be honest. If I was benchmarking a performance, I'd be really pissed with myself at the fact that I need to go to the toilet. Listen, these things happen, yeah. I'd be really annoyed about it. But no, I wouldn't stop my watch. I'd still let it roll. I'll tell
you what I wouldn't do. I wouldn't make people wait while I stop my watch, which is what the red flag is about. No chance.
I won't. Why you? It's like, is it a red flag waiting to get GPS before you start your run?
No, it's natural. You got no point in starting a run if you've got no GPS, is there? Everyone else just wait.
No, right.
Put up with it.
Okay.
I've got a lot of red flags. I've noticed.
Yeah, I'm going to do one more. Then we're going to move on to run clubs. I think this is double red. This is a double red flag. Saying this, basically, like bragging about the fact that you ran a race and you were slightly injured. That really gives me that. They say about giving you that sends me nuclear. That does. Like when I hear, oh yeah, I just ran like 112 by shin splints. Or you know, all that sort of stuff. Oh yeah, I could. I wasn't looking, but I had like a bit of a thigh strain, and you just think to yourself, what? Do you know what I mean? Or you see those other idiots on like those. They got called out for it, didn't they? Those influencers who had like fractured stuff and they were still running and all this sort of business. It's just stupidity. I think it's a double.
And it's dangerous. As you say, if you're talking about someone who's got any sort of influence, whether that's 500 followers or 50,000 followers, it's not good. It's not a good thing to sort of put out there, is it? To tell people, do you know what? If you're injured that way, look what I've done. That's not good.
It's just stupidity. But that's a massive red flag.
Agreed.
Double red flag. Right. So let's move on to run club. Now this could get spicy. Okay. First one. Joining run clubs purely to date people.
Tell you what, why is that a red flag? What's the difference of joining a run club to date someone or going out to the pub to go and date someone?
Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, I mean,
social event.
I don't necessarily think that's a red flag because people are busy, and if that's your pastime and that's what you're doing, you're getting out of the house, it's well-being, you're doing something. You know what I mean?
If you're going just to prey on people, that's getting a bit borderline.
I mean, that's slightly alarming. Yeah, I was going to say slightly alarming, but I don't think that's a red flag at all. Okay. Oh no, I read this wrong. I don't know if I should mention this or not. Oh, fuck, it sounds censored. Right. There have been, because I don't want to get in trouble, there have been people who have been allegedly filming stuff and not actually doing the runs, but like just filming themselves. Oh, I've done, I don't know, 20 miles, but actually just clipping the 3 miles or whatever it is, and actually not doing not doing the run, but just to put it out on social media. I know, just to create content.
Yeah, that's more than a red flag.
And again, I'm not calling anyone out.
that needs to be not red flag. That needs to be a chop on the head or something.
That shows you how toxic that sort of running space. I know, but because again, it's like I've got to put a reel out today. I've got to do this today. I've got, you know what I mean? So people get lost up in it. I mean, just, yeah, anyway, that's not what I was doing. Okay. Ignoring the pace group that you're in, because a lot of run clubs, they go out in different paces and stuff like that, and you basically totally ignore that, and then you'll go off and do your own thing. Things like that's a red flag.
That's just ignorant.
Yeah, I think that's a common theme that's running through here, isn't there? I don't remember that a lot of people are just turning into ignorance. Showing up when the photographers are there, I think that's nonsense. this is quite a good one. Creating like cliques at run clubs. I think that can become intimidating. Actually, I think that is a red flag for certain run clubs.
If you're doing it intentionally, absolutely.
Yeah, they come a bit clicky, don't they? I've heard that. Like at certain places where people have joined, like some of our clubs across the country, and they've gone, well, I just didn't like it there. It was just too clicky. You get that a lot. Don't get me wrong, you get that probably at every sort of, club and social thing, right? But yeah, I can get that. And then it becomes intimidating as well because it's all about pace, how fast you run and all this sort of stuff in it. So yeah, I'd say that's probably a red flag. Asking for someone's Instagram at club before asking their name. That's quite good.
It's the way of the world nowadays, isn't it?
That's the new world, isn't it?
It's a different world.
That's
it's a
what the
different
kids
world
are doing.
now.
Yeah, I think that's
like, to be fair, just before I come on, actually, I won't should kill me for saying it. Someone said to me, oh yeah, we're friends on Instagram. And I said, no, you don't become friends on Instagram. Friends on Facebook, maybe. I said, Instagram, you follow each other. You follow people. You don't become friends on Instagram.
No.
I just think
hang on. I think it can develop into friends.
Yeah.
But not friends on Facebook, but on Instagram. But you can develop that. Can develop. Into
I agree. Developing friendship. I've made loads of friends from Instagram, but I mean that initial. Friends on
I know what you're saying. That's a red flag.
Terminology. Yeah,
that's a red flag. There's a guy who leads the warm up and thinks he's a coach. There's so many of this going on.
Yeah.
I tell you, that's the other thing. I've seen it. I'm lucky enough to get invited to a lot to these activations and stuff like that. And you see these guys, they go, yeah, you go and lead the warm up. There was one lady, really famous lady, who, and I'm not going to name her, Hayden, but I went to a branded event with it's a shakeout run, and they put her on it. She literally didn't have a clue. Although she tells everyone she's a coach, she literally didn't have a clue what she was doing. It was frightening. So yeah, massive red flags. Listen, don't get me wrong, because I'm going to flip it round. People are there. It's a lot of run clubs helping out, trying to learn, trying to better themselves. Sometimes they're given the warm up as practice to lead on to stuff. Yep. So that's a good thing. But I think it's those one or two people who are taking it a little bit too far. That's probably it. But that's like anything in it. But yeah, that does make me laugh with the activation. Oh yeah, we've got so and so leading the warm up, and you're like, yeah, they haven't got a clue. But yeah, well done. Okay. This is interesting because this is something that happens at our club a little bit. Wearing race medals to run club meetups. I don't think that's a red flag. I think that's a celebration.
That's exactly the word I was going to use. Bang on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going against that. Yeah, I'm.
It's not like you're wearing it because you want to wear it on the run, and you're just going there to. We have Medal Monday.
I like him. I think they're good. They're good celebrations. Okay, turning social runs into tempo sessions.
I think there's a place for that. Sometimes some social runs, after a while, they want to increase their ability, and the way of doing that obviously is doing different sessions. So tempo, that's not the end of the world. It's not necessarily a red flag, unless the people don't want to do it. Then it's a red flag.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone's suddenly becoming a nutritionist, physio, doctor, life coach, psychologist, and all that sort of stuff on the run. I mean, a bit of a red flag in it. It's like you do tend to get that know-it-all. I'm probably one of them.
I think the thing is, because this whole running world that we're within, and because we become so consumed with it, we are listening to podcasts, we are reading stuff in Runners World Mag, we are watching stuff on Instagram, TikTok. So you absorb a lot of knowledge. I'm not saying you should be giving that knowledge out and thinking you're that specialist, but you know a lot. So it can't be helped sometimes, I suppose, if you start spouting it out yourself. But yeah, you've got to be careful.
Yeah, it's a bit of a red flag, isn't it?
Yeah. Loudly
discussing your recent race times so people can hear. You're just trotting along on a nice social run. I just smashed out 2:15 at London. Oi.
Yeah, but if you can smash out 2:15, tell the world. Be proud.
I don't know, it's not necessarily a red flag. It depends on the context of why you're doing it. If you're doing
but
it,
you keep saying that about everything. It depends on the
know,
context. You've got to grow up here and nail it to the mast, son. Get off the fence. You've got your splinters on your bum.
No. I'm just saying. But just take 2:15. If I can run 2:15 marathon, I'm telling everyone on my runs about it. I wouldn't care. Yeah, maybe I'll get a red flag.
If I could run 3:15, I'd be telling everyone.
Exactly. Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, I get. It does come down to the person, doesn't it?
It depends who you're running with as well.
Because if you're that nutritionist physio guy who's led the warm up and then giving out your marathon time, you're going to get it. You are going to be that guy.
Especially if they don't even ask the people's names, you start asking their Instagram handle.
Yeah, you're going to be a bit of a red flag, aren't you? You should just run along with that Les Miserables flag and just say, yes, you hear the people sing. Okay. Last one for this. We're basically a family here, and the guys have got together twice. I mean, it is, but out of that, you don't know. Do you know what I mean? You could become, close. You could create a massive thing. I don't know.
Listen, the very first time I done that Surrey Satellite Club, there was 5 of us that turned up, and that was nearly 6 years ago. And then 5 people, 4 of them still turn up now today, and we're really close for them all. So, yeah, as you said, maybe after 2 sessions, using the terminology "family" might be a little bit strong, but
yeah, but I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Last one. We'll finish on. Content creators within the group blocking the pavement for transition shots. But it's true, you do see that at some of these run clubs. Like if you go to one in London, right, I would say probably 70% of the people there are getting content, aren't they? Like filming themselves. I mean, it's just the way of the world now, isn't it? I mean, again, this is somebody who films themselves running. Yeah, again, I'm putting my. This is not pot kettle here, all right? Do you know what I mean? It's like,
listen, I remember I've been at Great North Run where we've got the groups and stand, make sure I quickly get into the middle of the road at the crossing safely, just so I can film people coming towards us.
I've done it as shakeout runs. But again, I'm doing it safely. I know where I can cross film, where it's safe to do that. I've got experience doing that, right? But it's where you do see it, especially in the London run clubs. I tell you, I wouldn't like to do Battersea Park Run because I think they'd get a lot of that there.
You don't, because you're so bloody fast. People ain't got time for all that. Yeah. People are moving it around there. They're quick as hell there. But yeah, again, it's going back to that generational thing now. It's just common for everyone to do. And this is why running is so big as well. That's what's contributing to running being big, by everyone sharing what they're doing. Sharing.
You know what? You couldn't have said it any better, right? The reason that running is like where it is because of this. Yeah. So while we all give it a hard time and we blame the influencers and we slag this off and we say about that's a red flag and, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, and those people who get on your nerves at run club and all this sort of stuff, but ultimately, everyone's talking about running. Everyone's doing running. You're doing it because you're there. Content's being shared. It's on your feeds, all this sort of stuff. The brands are getting hold of it, and everybody's, doing it. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's a good thing. Not doing it is the biggest red flag in a way. You know what I mean? And I think that's, probably the best way to look at it is not, we can put up with all this sort of stuff. We can even put up with Strava and all this sort of stuff. Because ultimately, going out there running is good for you. However you take it, whatever little piece you take from it, whether it's the social run club, whether it's, you get on the Strava and you're in a club on Strava and you're competing on a leaderboard or whatever, or you're going along to a local run club and all this sort of stuff. You're that guy who leads the warm-ups because you're annoying and they don't want you standing around talking to them. Whatever, however you get into it, get involved in it, it's a good thing. So, we've had some fun tonight talking about red flags and icks and all this sort of stuff that send us around the other way. But really, when you take a step back and you think level-headed about it, it's all good stuff, right, Hayden? It's all good stuff.
Mate, listen, running has been going on for centuries. There's been big running clubs going on for 30, 40 years, but no one really knew much about them. It's only the last 7, 8 years when the socials have become such a big part of it, which brung out the influencer, which brung out all that side of things, the filming, the getting on people's nerves. It's only that's literally, I think, boom, this whole industry into a money-making, unbelievable cult type thing that it is.
Yeah, it's a machine. It is like a cult, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, again, this is all tongue-in-cheek. The most important thing is you're out there, you're socializing, you're doing running in your own way, and you're improving your health, your well-being, your mental health, everything through that. We love running. There's certain aspects that will get on our nerves, but it doesn't matter what it is. It's going to get on your nerves because we're all different, and that's the most important thing. So look, we hope you enjoyed Uncensored. If you work at Strava, remember it's hayden@gmail.com. Send an email in to complain to him about that. And anybody else who's been offended by this episode, again, these are not my views, these are Hayden's. So I'm not taking any responsibility.
All of them. And if you can run a sub-3 marathon, make sure you tell everyone about it when you're at
Tell everyone about it. And good luck leading that warm-up yourselves. We shall see you on the next episode of Uncensored. Well, maybe we might have been taken off of there, but who cares? Right, we shall see you later. Thanks very much, big boy. We'll see you soon. See you, bye. Okay, team, so there we go. If you stuck to the end of this, well done. This monster mammoth best of kind of compilation thing that we put together, as I say, for anybody who's traveling, maybe you're driving to Manchester for the Manchester Marathon or whatever it is. Now, if you enjoyed this, let us know. If you haven't joined the Facebook group, go into their Fordy Runs community and let us know if you want to see more of this sort of stuff, hear more of this sort of stuff. We're happy to put these together. But yeah, we hope you enjoyed the different flavor. We put a podcast out every Monday. I record a live stream that I put out as a podcast. That's mainly talking about shoes and coaching stuff. And then on a Friday, we do the usual podcast. So that comes out every Friday. And I know you guys like it. And we really appreciate the support that you give us. Now, so if you haven't subscribed, make sure you do. If you're listening to this as an audio-based product, then also leave us a nice review as well, because we really do appreciate it. But that's it from me, guys. I shall see you when we're back. And we're cracking on with the rest of the Fordy Runs podcast. But thanks for the support. We'll see you all soon.